not speaking Spanish. I just learned how to speak Spanish 150
Mhm.
days in. But I was actually saying hi and what's good, Benjamin Bach from every block. Feeling great. We're here with the chat.
Mhm.
Hikaru won his last round with now playing white today. So it's pretty good, especially when you went off of black and you got white next. So what do you think about this game with Sarana, though?
Yeah, so Hikaru playing 1d4. He's more of an e4 player in my book, and Sarana defending himself with the Queen's Gambit declined. And now I'm very curious to see what Hikaru is going to do. And James, I'm somewhat surprised that Hikaru already stood up from the board, whereas you could expect Sarana to move quickly in the opening.
Yeah, he's I don't know what he did there. He might have wanted to check something real quick. He did get up like Sarana. Okay. Something's going on with the clock there. What is going on right now, Bach?
I mean, what the heck? What the heck is wrong with this clock? I mean, what the heck is going on here,
You
James?
gotta be
I
kidding.
mean,
Oh my god. A moron. Like you guys are morons. So what is this? Okay, Chad. I see. Debated. Yes, debated.
wait, what is going on? Okay, anyway, here's a bit of a split. There's two things Hikaru can do here. He can go into the Queen's Gambit with Knight c3, or he can play the Catalan. And since there's a bit of an issue, James, which one do you think he's going to go for?
It's a good question. I think for some reason I haven't seen many Catalans from him, but I do know
Mm-hmm.
he is very good with Knight c3, e3, Bishop e2, b3 stuff. I mean, regular like Queen's Gambit decline, maybe even taking going Bishop f4. But I think he had a good game. I don't know who was that with White. We just played like 2 days ago. I forgot, but he played very good. Obviously with the that White game. Oh, the strong Indian Grandmaster did he beat with White, but I think he'll go back to that. Sarana also
Mm-hmm.
is a Queen's Gambit decline player, so he's pretty comfortable himself. But what is going on here, Hikaru, bro? All these people coming over
I
here, like,
have
what is this?
I have no idea. I think it's something with the cable. Something with the cable is like on the board or something, or I don't know what it is.
Wow.
Hmm? Oh, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, Sarana's online name is Mishanik. He's a regular in Title Tuesdays, and he always does well. He's rated well over 3,000, sometimes into the 3,100s. So very, very strong player, and definitely no stranger for Hikaru. And what just happened there, you think, James?
Something was wrong with, I don't know if it was like not moving or like, we have to ask him. That's just a crazy start to the game there. Sometimes that can mess you up or mentally, and you already kind of mad about stuff. But Hikaru's a professional. He'll be fine. But
Yeah.
now he's
All
thinking
right.
about what he's going to do, pondering. Look at that.
Yeah. So he for sure has prepared this. I mean, this is definitely expected from Sarana. And I'm with you. I think Hikaru is more of a Knight c3 player in this position, not so much of a Catalan player, but there it is. The Catalan's on the board.
G3. Okay. You like Catalan too. You're a Catalan player, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I like playing the Catalan with White. I've had some nice wins there, and there's many things Sarana can do here. As far as I know, I think usually he defends himself with Bishop e4 check, and then the Bishop drops all the way back to e7. But there's also many other lines. Black can take the pawn on c4, but you can also play Bishop e7 right away. Which one do you think he's going to go for, James?
Probably Bishop e4 check. I do know Bishop e4 check gives you it's more of a fighting chance. And you go back to e7. Obviously, you can shadow the bishop with b6, and then knight b to d7. And you play a5, c5, stuff like that. So I do like the bishop e4. It seems to be more active. Bishop e7 is totally fine. In fact, I know Fabi uses bishop e4 check a lot.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see which one Sarana is going to go for. I think the Catalan came as a bit of a surprise to him. And because of that, I would be somewhat surprised if Sarana sticks to his guns with the move bishop to b4. Usually when your opponent plays something he doesn't, then you wanna deviate. You don't want to play your main line because then you walk right into your opponent's prep. So I think we might see a deviation here from Sarana, who already looks slightly uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, he was like, Catalan, ugh. And I understand because that's how I feel. I think every player on earth that faces a Catalan is like, the Catalan, right? So, figuring out what he wants to do, plays bishop b4 check on the board.
Yep. So he's the first one to deal a check. If this would be 3 check, the game would be practically over, but it's not. So the main move here for White is to move bishop to d2, and that's the one I expect from Hikaru. You can also go knight b2, but then Black can take this pawn on c4. So I just expect Hikaru to go here, and then Sarana to drop the bishop all the way back to e7. But another line that became very popular recently is the move a5. So that's also something Sarana could do.
haven't seen that. Taking a book out, page out of Hikaru's book there. No, it looks like he's headed somewhere. So he must be going to get some
Mhm.
water or use the restroom because he's not doing I'm going to let you think about this one because Hikaru just moves fast. And he's
Yeah.
usually the other way around, but he just went off to the bathroom quickly. Players walking around. I see Geary there, like Faruja Cam right behind Sarana.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I think I saw like a little bit of a smirk there between Anish and Fabiana. They're looking at each other like, what are these two guys doing? Why are both of them all the time away from the board? And it is a little bit weird, right? They are still in the opening phases of the game. You can't expect your opponent to move quickly. So if you stand up from the board, you can lose a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. Use those minutes. Be very vital. And we have Bishop to D2, Bishop back to E7,
Yeah.
standard move.
Yep. So let's see if that's the one Sarana's going to go for, or the move A5. Bishop 62 is an option as well, but I believe White generally has an edge if you recapture here with the knight. So I don't expect Sarana to do that. I think he will stick to his guns with Bishop D7, but let's find out very soon as he is already back at the board.
Bishop D2. He knows it's happening. All right, so he's going to take probably Bishop E7. Like this is an easy move to make. I just heard a move. Just there it is. Bishop back to E7. Easy.
And Bishop G2 by Hikaru. And I'm curious to see who will be first to take the other player out of prep. So Sarana is going to go ahead here in castle. And the setup Black usually goes for here after castles from White is knight BD7, C6, B6, and then either Bishop B7 or Bishop to A6. There are other setups as well. I think Faruja played one with A5 yesterday, but that's the one I expect Sarana to go for here with knight BD7, C6, and B6.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of theory on that just being very topical. Also, there's some with like some, I don't know the move order, but there's a weird, not move order. I don't, it's not weird. It's just a different move order where they go 94 early from Black here. And then I've seen that recently too with a very early knight E4 with the intention of almost playing it stonewallish with F5.
Mm-hmm. All right, so castles. All right, so cast for Hikaru. Now here, yeah, the game can also turn into a stonewall. Like I said, if Black goes 94 and then F5 later. But yeah, I expect Hikaru to go Queen C2 here. After the move knight B7 by Sarana to defend this pawn. And then Black has a lot of plans. Again, C6 is the plan, or 94 as well.
Okay. All right, what do we have? What happened there? I just saw a move. Okay, Bishop C3. Bishop C3. I am not familiar with that one, Bog. I mean, obviously, I don't play Catalan anyway. And from the Black side, I barely looked at the theory, some theory. But Bishop C3, what's the intention? Knight BD2, obviously, play E4, rook E1 stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Bishop C3, the idea is to go knight B2 next. And then maybe like Queen C2 and E4. And that's really the reason why Black provokes his Bishop to D2, as White would often like to develop their knight there.
Man, it's always intimidating. Like he just moves. Like if you have to just when you're playing Hikaru, the psych part is really big. Just don't you can't let him get in your head. Easier said than done. But he just moves and walks around, moves and walks around every time. There's a Hans there. And you got Rustlin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting. Today we also have Faruja playing with the white piece against Hans Mook Niemann, and Hikaru and Hans almost played each other. And I don't think that's a pairing anyone would be interested in, right, James?
Yeah. Well, I think from a content standpoint and everyone watching, of course, everybody wants to see that, but yeah, a little different. Got Geary there
Yeah,
pacing.
I think when the pairing came out yesterday, Hikaru must have been like, "Oh, my recap could have gotten so many more views, and my stream as well had I played Hans today." But it is what it is. Faruja is playing Hans, and on board one we have Esipenko playing against Fabiana Caruana. So James, do you want to go to that game real quick while Sarana's thinking about his move?
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is these aren't the most exciting games from white or black side in this Catalans here. Maybe much later, maybe, but until then, it's not. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah, so let's have a look at that game. It's taking place right here. And this one started off with d4, knight of 6, c4, e6, knight of 3, and a6 on move 3. Now, this move looks very weird, but Black wants to go d5 on the next move. So it actually makes some sense.
B5. So I see probably D5 takes and B5, like one of those early A6s with the plan of obviously playing D5, taking on C4, playing B5 and C5. That you would see a lot in the Queen's Gambit Accepted, or even semi-Slavs, and in situations where you do play A6, B5, and C5, challenging white center.
Exactly, yeah. As soon as the pawn lands on d5, black is really threatening to take on c4, as the pawn on b5 would strengthen it right away. And I think the idea of the move a6 is to sort of avoid the Catalan a little bit, because in case you go g3 here, I think here b5 is pretty fine for black. So why goes knight c3? And this way you avoid the Catalan and go into the Queen's Gambit with d5. Like we said, black is threatening to take. So Esipenko took himself, bishop g5, bishop b6. Fabiano Barre played the same line against Erwin Lamy in round number 3, and that
I
game
remember
ended
that.
in a pretty quiet draw. So
Right.
do you think he's playing this line to be solid, or do you think he feels like he can generate winning chances here?
Probably definitely. I think it's a little bit of both, but definitely I think he's probably looking more for the winning chances because he just had this game, and he probably looked at the engine with it. Obviously, analyzed where could I have a better advantage? What happens here? What happens there? Sure, he went deep in the theory there, and I'm sure Yaspenko checked the game too as well. So trying to figure out what improvements he might have made, or what I can do to change, and obviously not go the same route that Irwin went earlier in the games.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to save
All right.
there on the cam, checking.
Yeah, that's a big fish. And Anish right behind. Yeah, James, were you there for Norway chess when Anish was pacing by? It was literally like
Okay.
250 times. I lost count.
Yep. 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 I was there. I was there. He just same pace too. Feels like, he just loves doing that. He gets to walking, gets the brain flowing, getting away from the chair. Got a Jeffrey
Mhm.
Jean back there.
Yep,
Chef
exactly.
Jeff.
So we also have some other interesting games. Let's perhaps have a quick look at the one between Ferrugia and Hans
Oh,
Mook Niemann.
was it?
All right, so let's see. So this game started off as a ready by Ferrugia, knight of 3, d5, g3. And Hans, he's inviting Ferrugia to go into the Catalan, as he's taking this very standard setup with d5, e6, knight of 6, and bishop e7. And what white usually does here is they go d4, followed by c4. We go back into the Catalan where black plays bishop e7, one of the main lines. But white also has some other options. And most notably, the other option white has is the one with c4 and b3. But Ferrugia is thinking a little bit, so let's see. Oh, he goes for d3. He's aiming for more of a King's Indian setup.
You know what's funny? I was actually thinking that too as well. I was just like, I mean, I'm not knowing Ferrugia as much of a Catalan person. It says Bach is an expert at Catalan. Oh, correct. Bach know them Catalans. I already know this dog education. 100%. Them Catalans, that's Bach all day. So King's Indian attack, okay, that's more me. King's Indian attack. I'm into those. I love King's Indian defense, obviously. So Ferrugia being a King's Indian defense expert as well, on the way to the top, playing it still here and there. He's doing it in reverse colors here. So now it's a King's Indian attack, and it's against probably honestly one of the best lines you can play it against, which is the French type structures. King's Indian attack is really strong in the French type structures, and this being a French type of game, King's Indian attack is a great choice.
Exactly, yeah. So d3 makes a lot of sense by Ferrugia. And like I said, it's really a matter of styles, right? I think generally players who play the Catalan, they like to get a small advantage without too much risk and then slowly but surely press the opponent. But, like we said, we would go right into theory there. And I think Ferrugia, he just wants to keep all of the pieces on the board. He wants an imbalanced game where Hans will also get chances. But I think Ferrugia trusts in himself that he will outplay Hans in these complicated positions that are about to rise.
I think he does believe that 100%. And it's about to be exciting. This one's going to be an exciting game. King's Indian attack is always like that. So it's fun. Knight BD2, rook E1, E4, right? H4, C3, Knight F1, Knight H2. I mean, you know the plans, guys. King's Indian attack.
Exactly. Yeah, knight b2, e4. Then at some point you go e5, like you said, the knight jumps away. You go like rook e1, knight f1, h4, or yeah, here, e5, and then like h4. You move the knight around and you try to attack on the king side, whereas black is going to push everything forward on the queen side to create a lot of counterplay on that side of the board. So this one is definitely going to be exciting.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. We'll see what happens there. KI8. That's a rare one. That's a rare one. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I'm in Basim will play it every single game against anyone with white. So We're not seeing that. We're seeing Perugia here. Perugia is flexible
Mhm.
as well. Rook E1.
Now, what I'm surprised about with the move rook e1, right? Like, let's say black plays c5. Is e4 here even a move? Because
No.
now black can take, and win a
And
pawn.
take.
So usually you go knight bd2. So I'm kind of surprised here by Faruja.
Because he's just like, mixing it up. Because he's probably going to play knight BD2 next anyway. Because we know we can't play E4, obviously. We're going to lose a pawn. So rook E1, I guess, just changing the move order here for whatever reason. Keeping them
Mhm.
guessing.
All right. So yeah, let's see what Hans is going to do. c5 is pretty natural here. You can also go for knight to c6, because with knight c6, black is aiming to go e5 and turn it more into a reversed Peertz, instead of a King's Indian, because the pawn is not on c5. And
Okay.
James, but a good news, Sarana is still thinking.
Wow. Well, okay. Bishop C3. Okay, I can understand. Yeah, you're not used to that. And Hikaru's really good at that. I think we've seen that many games from him. Like, he just plays, you play the regular opening and then you deviate. Even at a Roy Lopez game against, I think, Gladora with a Bishop D2 very early. So playing these type of things mixes it up. You're like, what is that? Haven't seen it. And got him thinking. Bishop
Yeah,
C3.
no, that definitely came out of a Lil John's kitchen. I'm sure that he cooked something up. And yeah, again, the idea is clear. He wants to go knight bd2 and prepare the e4 push potentially. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I had something very similar once against Nicolas Theodore, and I just played the move pawn to b6, because white can take here, but I think black just recaptures with the knight and is doing pretty fine. And the bishop is coming to b7 quickly. And the nice thing about delaying c7, c6 is that black can go c7, c5 in one go. So I'd be curious to see what exactly Hikaru is planning here. But also I'm curious to see what he has in mind in case black takes the pawn, as that's definitely an option as well.
A good question. Maybe it's just knight BD2, but then there's B5, which is the usual stuff you would see. B4 would be a threat there. Takes 95. What happened on takes there, Bob? That's a great question. Maybe knight BD2, B5. There's knight, 95, just, but then knight takes knight D5. Like, that gets messy. Very messy
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So let's say Sarana takes, we go knight bd2 to try to regain the pawn.
B5,
So let's say b5. Black can also defend it like this, but it looks a little bit clumsy. So b5, we go knight
95.
e5, hitting the rook in the corner. And let's say go
Knight
knight
takes
e5 to
C5.
block.
Well, knight C6. Oh, I guess you're fine. Wow, knight C6 is nothing. Takes. I've
Yeah.
seen this exchange set before.
Yeah, it's pretty typical in the Catalan, but I would be surprised if black has enough compensation here. So I guess knight d5, knight c6 almost traps the queen, but it steps over here. But here a nice move a4, as there's no good way to defend this pawn. a6 is not a move, because we take and you cannot recapture, as that hangs your rook. So I feel like here white has a nice initiative, and also b4 is not possible, as
Knight
we can
takes.
take, and at the end of this variation, there's a rook hanging at the end of the rainbow.
Very nice. At the end of the rainbow, Chad, you get yourself a pot of golden rooks.
Exactly. Do you know that song, Over the Rainbow?
I don't think I do. Maybe I know it from like hearing it because I know a lot of songs, but I don't know a lot of titles. So maybe I know it by the lyrics.
Mm.
Me
You,
lucky
you should
charms.
check it out sometime. You should
Okay.
check it out sometime, because when I'm on tilt, it's definitely one of my songs to calm me down a little bit.
Really? It says sing it for
Yeah.
him, Bach. Yeah, sing it for chat. Sing it for us here, Bach. Yeah.
Well, the other time, like the mods did not want me to sing it, so I don't know if I should. But maybe our boy is our producer playing music right now. Maybe next time he can put on that song. He can cue it.
Yeah, we'll get that. We'll get that,
Oh, by
chat.
the way, we have
They're like,
C
sing
Square
it,
Pod
Bach,
Christian.
sing it.
We have Christian in the chat, but can someone give Christian a VIP so
Oh,
he
there he
stands out a
is.
little bit
I
more?
see him in the pod. Okay.
But I don't know if you saw, Kenty, but yesterday the SLU team, led by Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, won in triple overtime.
Triple OT, bro.
Triple
Whoa,
OT. Yes.
that's crazy.
It's pretty epic, yeah.
Triple OT. Let's go. Like you see the highlights, people getting dunked on, but it's getting dunked on in chess. It's different. It still feels
Exactly.
the same feeling. It's just different,
Yeah.
physicalities.
But yeah, good to see our good friend Christian in the chat. Hope he's enjoying his rest day today. But yeah, I think Sarana's going to either go b6 or pawn takes c4, or knight e4 also definitely still makes sense to go for that stonewall setup that you mentioned earlier.
I actually like this for black. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't like giving up the bishop like this. So 94, I just don't like it. I have to give the bishop up. I guess I move the queen or play knight bd2. I mean, that's very, very equal there.
Mhm.
Maybe even
All
takes
right.
queen b3. Carlsbad. Minority attack.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, the great thing is, one good thing for Hikaru is that he's already up 13 minutes on the clock. Sarana's taking his time. So he's on familiar ground. Hikaru's taking a lead on the clock, and he's still familiar with the position.
Yeah, you can see Alexei in deep thought here. A little bit nervous, I think. You see on the face here, just doesn't like he just doesn't like to be out of book so early. I think no one is like that. No one likes to be out of book so early here,
No,
as he has to now figure it out already downtime on the clock.
yeah, the good thing though for Sarana is that it's a position that is not super sharp, right? Because there are also positions that are super sharp, and the price of every move is just the difference between a win and a loss. Here, that's not the case. You don't want to be out of book in a position that's super sharp. Your opponent knows every move. Here, if you don't know the exact details, you might get a slightly worse position. So, Sarana right now is doing quite fine, but I like the clock for Hikaru, and also, yeah, the fact that he's still in book.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's good, great with these novelties. We'll see him play something different that they're not used to, and then he gets his time edge, and then he just beats them, somewhere in the game. We see it time and time
Mhm.
again, and it's looking to be the same story today as Alexis Sarana on the clock, thinking we're only on move. What is this? 8. Yeah, 8.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's see what he's gonna do. In the meantime, are there other games worth checking out? I'm looking a little bit. Okay, here we have a lot of moves. So let's go to this one, James. It's the game between Sinarov and Yu Young-yi. And here we are already at move 23. Wow.
Must have been some prep, boy.
Yeah. So it started out as a Petrov by Yu Young-yi. So he's playing very solid. And you will see this actually quite a lot at the high level, where Yu Young-yi, he outrates his opponent by 62 points. But still, since he's playing with the black pieces, he wants to play it solid. And that's why he plays the Petrov. White takes here, black takes. All of this is theory. I don't even know all of the intricacies, but yeah, rook e1, bishop f4, in all pretty standard, also pretty boring to be honest. But important to know, you cannot take here because of check and mate.
Nice.
So f3 was played, h6, hitting this bishop. And after some trades, this is pretty typical for such trendy openings like the Petrov. White is a tiny bit better, but probably with accurate play, it should end in a draw.
Yeah, that's like regular chess, which is funny how any chess game, even the beginning with the engine on, it shows that white is winning by point 0.3 or point 0.4, and you didn't even make a move yet, right? So from move 1, they're already like better. Same thing, but practicality here, there's always practical chances. And this could go a very long time. They have so much time on the clock to be in this position, blitzing everything out. Maybe it's a
Mhm.
draw. Maybe someone gets an advantage here. I would probably take white.
Exactly. Yeah, no, white's definitely for choice. White has a very small edge, but is it gonna be enough to win? I'd say probably not. I mean, in a blitz game, it's somewhat unpleasant for black, but black has an hour and 36 minutes here to figure out the correct defense. So I think this game is gonna end in a draw, but Sinarov definitely pushing here with a slight edge. And James, is there another game that has caught your attention?
Yeah, I'm actually only looking at few screens here. Just checking
Hmm.
to see, looking at the Hikaru's, checking the games you have up there. But especially after the games, I just go back and look at every game, every single one, which is nice. So guys, you should be doing the same. Just check, see what these boys are doing from
Hmm.
there. Yeah, anything spicy, anything spicy. I'm always looking to see what openings are playing. Anything
Hmm.
spicy, crazy games. That one
Yep,
looks pretty standard. That one's standard. There's a pawn on A5 though.
exactly. Yeah, and one game that I want to point out is the game between Anish Giri and Anton Korobov. as this game started out as a sloth. And fun fact, one of Anish's trainers, Aaron Lamy, he recently published a course on the sloth. So we
Definitely
have
got
like
that
taken the.
course.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think you also have a course coming up pretty soon, right, James? Do you already have an idea when that's going to come out?
Probably in the next 30 days. I'm doing video this week. So I just finished the chapters of typing. We went through beta testing already. So now I have to finish the video this week. And that boy is wrapped up and it's going to be the meanest Joe Baba ever. That's what the name of the title of it. But it's very, very, very aggressive. And I've already been scoring very nicely with it. Very nice against all opposition. So it's pretty nice.
All right, nice. And I see now that Christian figured out how to flex his VIP badge, and he's saying
Ah, there he is.
Fabiano spotted
Fabster.
in the back. Yeah, Fabster. Yeah.
Fabster.
Yeah. James, do you have a kick account yet?
I do. Like I say, I'm in the chat. Let me say we in here. I do have a Kick account. I have not started streaming over here yet, but we in here. I definitely have a Kick account now. So shout out to you guys.
All right, nice, nice. Hey, mods give Canty VIP as well, so he also stands out a little bit more.
Oh
Yeah, the
yeah.
great thing now
Let me get that.
is that you can actually stream on Twitch and Kick at the same time if you know that's something you would want to
Interesting.
do.
Is there a how do you what you doing at Streamlabs?
I use a Restream for that.
Oh,
But
Restream. I forgot about that. I think they
yeah.
have a TikTok one too. My TikTok been going
Oh,
crazy. I don't know if they have let me see this right now. Restream. I'm about to check
anyway, but
chat.
yeah, let's talk a little bit about this game. Anish seems to be doing quite well here. He seems to have a big advantage here after the move pawn to g3, if he encountering the bishop, because white has a lot of space here. And also, James, what I like about g3, bishop g2 is let's make some normal moves, right? Let's say g3, e6, bishop g2. Let's say you fall asleep at the wheel and you go bishop e7. All of a sudden, your entire queen side gets shattered with the move a6. So you're gonna have to do something about that. Perhaps the move a6 here yourself.
Which is going to make a hole on b6. And it's going to be annoying pushing the b pawn because c6 will be hanging in many cases here. So you have like castles, queen b3, stuff like that. VIP
Yep.
squad.
And here, yeah, but here the pawn on b7 is somewhat weak, like queen b3, knight c4 looks really good for white, actually. So Anish getting a nice advantage here out of the opening. That being said, we have some more moves in Hikaru's game. Kind of the move I expected, the move b6 by Sarana. Hikaru takes. Now, Sarana could have recaptured with the knight, but he takes with the pawn. And bishop d2 by Hikaru. Now, this move might look very weird. Why did he go bishop d2, bishop c3, and then back? But he wants to clear the c3 square for his knight, and now the bishop can go to the f4 square. And right now, it's turning a little bit more into a Queen's Indian.
Yes. More of a Queen's Indian now. Yeah. Queen's Indian. It could be sometimes they're cool, but I guess against this setup that white has, Queen's Indian is not that good. It's just not that good there. Especially with the bishop now being on d6, and you can have the king side play of yourself with even playing g5 and stuff like that. I just like these positions more for white. You're gonna have to play c5. At some point, we may give you some what do they call those? Hanging pawn structure after taking on c5. Maybe you take back with the pawn from there, or we play e3, but then pawn takes, knight takes, isolates the d5 pawn. So lots of play here. I think white usually just feels a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, so here it's particularly the Queen's Indian structure, because if we would move this pawn back to b7, black is a very fine structure, as you can just put the pawn on c6. Let's illustrate that real quick. Let's say you take right here. Black is doing pretty fine, as their structure is very, very solid. You can just put the pawn on c6. Everyone defends each other, and black has no weaknesses, right? Now with the pawn on b6 in this structure, white can hope for an advantage, because this pawn on c7 can be a little bit soft. You can push it up to c6 here, but it's still weak, right? And like James said, if you push the pawn up to c5, then white can take. And here you have to either deal with an isolated pawn or with the hanging pawn. So that is often what white is hoping for in this structure. That being said, the evil board right now is in black's favor, as their position is pretty active. So usually white wants to delay this capture. And what white's going to do here is go knight c3, rook c1, bishop f4, and maybe bring out the queen to a4, and then like rook d1.
Yeah, I like these positions again for white. I mean, you have that diagonal, the Catalan bishop, which is super duper strong, as we already know. The bishop on g2 just bearing down that whole diagonal. And you got stuff like knight c3, rook c1 coming as well. Very comfortable, very very comfortable for white. But it's just this move like if he went bishop d2, bishop c3 back to d2, guys. So one thing we say a lot here is don't try this at home. Just don't do it. Just don't try it at home. But you can learn a lot from these games, but just don't try this at home.
Yeah, no, it's definitely somewhat dank. And let's tune back in the game between Firouzja and Hans Mook Niemann. So we have some more developments here. Rook e1 was played by Firouzja, and Hans goes for the move knight to c6, aiming to go e6, e5 on the next move. And Firouzja says no, he goes d4, stopping the pawn
Bro,
push from black. And now we see a5 by Hans, gaining some space on the queen side. What do you make of this one, James?
Standard of the King's Indian attack, the plan you're supposed to go for, and obviously you're supposed to go really nice c6 ones. I wasn't the biggest. I'm not too familiar with. I do know Hikaru has used it from the black side himself against the King's Indian attack. I remember looking at games, but a5 I do not remember what they're actually doing because I do know a5 a4 b5 b4, and usually with this you'll put the c pawn would go with it as well. So you would, as you pointed out earlier, c5 b5 a5 everything 5. You get to the fourth rank with the same thing with the pawns. And then once you get A4 and B4 in, you have to do what they call the Bobby Fischer A3 to stop the pawn from getting to A3. And Bobby Fischer has many King's Indian attack games playing A3, stopping that pawn storm that Hans is going for here. But usually that's with a pawn on D3. So this is quite different now. This is more some type of maybe ready by or Catalan hybrid. When you play d4 here, I guess trying to highlight the fact that this knight on c6 is kind of misplaced. So maybe we might even see something like c4 from white here and not even go into the regular King's Indian attack that you would do anyway. Because d3, you go knight d2, e4, h4 stuff. That's not possible anymore. So he's going a whole different route.
Exactly. Yeah. And people are saying in the chat that the Firouzja sent a meme of the Magnus watch cheating thing on his Instagram story. I
Let
don't
me
see it
check
right
real
now,
quick.
but
That's
yeah,
IG
I don't.
story. Let me check. Let me check. We all going to IG real quick. Let me check IG. Y'all can follow me too, Chad. You can't. I'm going crazy on IG right now.
No,
I'm
I
at
think
like
the chatters
50,000
are baiting
followers.
us. I don't see anything.
Let me see. Faruja.
No, they're baiting us. Very very funny
Oh
chat.
yeah. Wow, chat. Wow, chat.
Yep. All right, so that's that. The good thing is Hikaru is up 23 minutes on the clock. Now, let's delve into some of the intricacies in his position, right? So bishop d2 is on the board. He's probably going to go knight c3. And usually the plan black goes for is bishop b7. And after knight c3, black often goes rook e8 to put the rook on the half-open file. And in case white goes bishop f4, then black goes for knight f8 to e6 to put pressure on the bishop, put pressure on the center as well. And black is generally doing pretty fine in these positions. So maybe we can delay bishop f4, play a move like rook c1 first.
Like it.
But, black can go for the same plan anyway. So I feel like Sarana should be doing quite fine here, and bishop e7 is on the board.
Bishop B7. Bishop B7. Yeah, you develop your pieces, right? Standard chess here. A lot of times, I mean, you don't even need to know the theory, chat. You just need to know, I mean, of course, theory is important, but what's more important is the principles where you're actually developing your pieces. The bishop had to come off the back rank. At some point, he does want to connect the rooks. You want to establish yourself in the center. Put your pieces on the optimally placed squares, meaning the rook should go to e8, maybe the other to c8, and just we see what happens after that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Knight c3 played quickly here by Hikaru. And now I do expect to move rook to e8 by Sarana. So do you think Hikaru is just happy to get this position with white, even though white doesn't necessarily have an advantage? Or what exactly do you think his strategy is?
That's a great question. I think for him, especially after the last win there, he's like, I don't have to take any risk. I'm playing with the white pieces here. I'm just gonna look to squeeze this game, get a solid position with no tricks, give them no counterplay, as he mentioned before in one of his interviews. Like, yeah, it's one of the position where I give him, minimal counterplay. I can kind of control the game, which he's doing so far here. This is super duper equal. I mean, this is just more equal than equal. Like, it's for sure all the way equal, guys. I mean, there's nothing advantage either side here. Especially after 94 here. I thought that move was actually really, cool and really good here, Bach, especially taking advantage of from White's moving the bishop from to d2 to c3 back to d2 again. All right, so it's hard to claim an advantage from the white side here by doing obviously the bishop dance there, but there's so much chess left. And you know, the c file is something we can pay attention to because we don't have a pawn on c2 as black has a pawn on c7. So we could use this c file to our advantage in many cases, maybe even starting now or c1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. 94, pretty typical move here by Sarana, putting the knight in the middle. His other knight can now jump to f6. Although, the moment you go knight f6, you do invite the move 95 by white. And like I said, I think rook c1 here makes a lot of sense. I think Hikaru cannot be too unhappy about this trade on d2. He would give up the bishop pair, but this bishop is not necessarily his best piece, as it's somewhat stuck between his own pawns. Because the thing is, often you would love to put the bishop on f4, right? Then if you go bishop f4, you aren't really in good shape to strengthen your center with the move e3, as your bishop can always be trapped here with the move g5. So this bishop is often a little bit of a problem for white. So I think Hikaru should not mind this trade at all.
I agree. This is why I'm just totally into rook to c1. I'm always a fan of just developing pieces. I worked with a strong Russian coach who was like, I'm a fan of tempo. I'm a fan of develop the pieces very quickly, but okay, right? So I remember saying these things, right, all the time, like, you know, calculate and then develop your pieces, tempo. So it's good. Just get the piece on the file. Okay, I mean, it's compensation, but the rook on the file, right? So rook to c1, right? Very easy move. So play rook c1. You also could play, I mean, queen c2. I think a rook c1 is a big choice for me, at least. For me, I do like rook to c1.
And I'm having a quick look around the horn. There's one game that is about to end in a draw. Let's show it real quick before it ends. Let's watch the final moments. Wait. Here it is. This game is going to end in a draw in just a matter of seconds. They're going to shuffle back and forth. So let's catch. They're going to go here, and or h3, h6. It's move 30, and they'll shake hands.
You ready to get out? Tomorrow's a rest day, right?
No, I think not. I think the day after tomorrow.
Game. Okay, yes, I knew the rest day was coming. Okay, so I was like, maybe they're just trying to get out of here quickly for a rest day or something. This was a fast game. This was a very fast game. I mean, like, bro. I mean, what was this opening? I'm just curious. This was like, and look at that draw. Couldn't even finish. Like, them boys got out of there fast.
It was a queen's gambit, a client accepted. This can often be a little bit boring, where, you know, the d file gets vacuumed, the c file gets vacuumed, the queen's already off. And yep, there goes one pair of minor pieces. There goes another one. There goes the last sets of minor pieces. Okay, now we have some rooks coming off, and it's just completely dead. So yeah, that's sometimes how it goes at the top level, you know. Noterbeck plays very solid with the black pieces. There's nothing to do for white. There's also no chance for black. And so the game ends in a draw.
It gets up out of there quick. Hey, you know, easy day in the office. If I'm black here, okay, be in and out. Win with white, draw with black. You know, very professional there.
Yep. And we have the move bishop to f4 by Hikaru. So now let's see what Sarana has in mind. He could trade here and change the pawn structure, but I don't necessarily think that's in black's favor. As now white gets more pawns in the center. You can also push up here with a4, a5. So I feel like this trade would be in Hikaru's favor. So what I think Sarana should do is maintain the tension. White's not really in a rush to take, as you can recapture with a pawn, and then the knight is under attack. So I think Sarana's going to move his knight to f6 and maybe c5 at a good moment, maybe rook e8. Although, the moment you go rook e8, you invite this knight jump, which could be somewhat annoying, threatening a little fork ski.
Fork ski. That's for me. That's nice. Knight b5 is a very nice move, especially when a pawn. Well, usually, like you mentioned earlier, you said Queen's Indian, and this is definitely Queen's Indian-esque, where a lot of times having that pawn on a6, it definitely helps. It stops the knight to b5 jump, which is huge. So maybe you may even see an a6 here, but you know, you also could play knight f6, the other knight d to f, stuff like that.
Yep. Now, the good thing for Hikaru is that he's up 24 minutes on the clock.
Let's go.
And that's something that's always pretty impressive, and something that perhaps sometimes I take a little bit for granted. Hikaru, his floor level is always pretty high, as he always has good time management. He's always a good defender, even when the position is not necessarily the best. And he's definitely putting the pressure on the clock here.
Yeah, I like how he plays. Every game he puts the pressure on the clock. It's very rare that you see Hikaru down on time, and if he is, then that means it's a hard game. When you see Hikaru down on time, I mean, it's just the statistics show that, but he's a very, very good at putting pressure on the clock. Not only that, and the board, and he's good at teleporting. Apparently, he was there, now he's gone. Like the man is a half man, half something else. We don't know what that other half is yet, but it's pretty cool to see all of these sides of Hikaru, even the teleportation.
Yeah, I blinked for a second, and all of a sudden he's gone. I have no idea where he went,
Out of there.
but
I mean, not even you don't even see him walking around. He literally teleported. That was so quick, right, Jack? I know.
yeah,
I know. It was on
Hikaru
camera.
used teleport, and it was very effective. But the good thing is, I think Sarana is not super familiar with these types of positions. As far as I know, he does not play the Queen's Indian. He's more of a like D5 Queen's Gambit Decline player. And so this structure, he might not be super familiar with it. And so let's see what he's going to do. Either rook e8, a6 maybe to
Chess
stop
is
his
bro
knight
used a
jump.
spell. Spell chess. That's just hilarious.
Yeah.
That was a funny
Yeah,
one. He used a spell chess to get out of here real quick. That's funny.
right. I was watching that video between yourself and Danya, and
Me and Danya.
I guess for you guys, it was the first time playing spell chess, right?
Right. First time ever.
Because you guys missed so many made at once.
Yeah, it was our first game, and we was like, "What is this game? What are we doing
Yeah,
right now? What are we doing?" And it was kind of funny because we was figuring it out, and now I figured it out. But man, those first two games, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
yeah.
That was fun.
Because Daniel was like, okay, how do I, give mate? Whereas sometimes it's just about capturing the opponent's king.
Right.
That is the mate. All right, Sarana is thinking. Is there another game? I mean, we can go to this game of Fabiano and Yesipenko, but to me, it looks kind of boring.
Oh,
I mean,
100%. We don't have to click on that at all. Yeah, we can come back in about 40 minutes, see if all the pieces traded off or if anything excited happened.
yeah, I'm not saying like this game is going to be a boring draw per se, and it's just that the position is very static. It's going to be slow maneuvers. We have to move King H1 here by white, and we'll soon enough see why he played this move. Although I guess you could you go 92 here right away? I don't think there's any tactics because let's say you take
Knight
and you give a
G4.
check,
Yeah.
you can take, and the bishop is protected.
By the way, do you do 3 minute PR puzzles, Mark, or no? I know you just do survival.
I'm more of a survival guy.
I know you do survival a lot. Yeah, I just hit a 49 in 3 minutes.
Oh,
So I
nice.
was hyped.
That's
I'm
pretty
like,
good.
I'm like, yeah, I'm about to touch the 50 club. Like that feels good in 3 minute PR. So we've done a lot of puzzles every day. It's been nice.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, someone was wondering, queen takes c4, bishop takes well, but then you take the queen at the end,
Yeah.
and at the end of it all, white has 3 minor pieces and black has 2. So white is winning. We have another move by Sarana. He played the move knight d to f6,
F6.
strengthening his knight in the center.
Okay.
Maybe a rook c1
Okay.
here, or like queen. Here's one thing. This structure is pretty common in the Queen's Indian, where white goes b3. And let me show you real quick. So let's say black goes b6. This is the Queen's Indian, right? G3,
Right.
bishop a6. You take the pawn. White goes here. Then you give a check. This standard maneuver where you provoke bishop d2, and then here castles. So you can also get it in this structure. And here white has his pawn on b3, right? But Hikaru can use it to his advantage in this position right here by putting his queen on b3, which I think is which is to white's advantage here.
I know, Bach. Speaking of chessable courses, mine is coming out very, very soon. I'm practicing it every day and using it. It's just exciting to have your course come out. I saw yours actually in the beta test for is in the beta test version of the Queen's Indian, so I can complete my other repertoire. Obviously, I like to bounce around openings. It's good to be versatile these days, but your Queen's Indian's coming out. What do you recommend in there? Do you recommend b6, bishop b7 in Queen's Indian? Or are you doing b6, bishop a6, Queen's Indian?
I'm doing b6 and bishop a6. So I've studied these types of positions a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
So rook c1 by Hikaru and c5 by Sarana, striking in the center. All right. Let's say white takes. What is Sarana gonna do? Is he just gonna recapture with the pawn or take with the bishop? What is he? Here white gets a better structure, but black is pretty active here with his pieces.
Yeah, this is what you're supposed to do when you have the hanging pawn structure. Or even, I mean, both of them. In fact, the isolated pawn, for instance, if knight takes or bishop takes c5, you have the isolated pawn. You need to be very active, but here I don't feel too active. I probably have to take on c5 with the pawn. B takes c5, which is really nice. So then I at least have the hanging pawn structure, but activity with it. So my pieces are out. Everything's a little bit more active than it would be in certain other Queen's Indian positions. So I can have some hope here, but I do have to remember that these pawns will be very weak if I push one of them, or they are targets for the entirety of the game.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Very often, white choose to maintain the tension. Black's not really in a rush to take as you recapture, and you have this isolated pawn over here, and you have an active knight in the center. Now the thing is, though, Black has played all of these natural moves, right? And Hikaru has lost some tempi with bishop d2, bishop c3, two tempi specifically. So I feel like Sarana should be doing fine here, given the fact that his pieces are so active in the center.
Like I saw Yespenko walk by. How tall is Yespenko? Look at him. How tall is he? Do you know?
He's pretty tall. He's definitely over 6 feet. Yeah, I don't know.
He looked like he should be in the league. Some league. Some league. Super tall guy.
Let me check. I think he once had an interview with Grishuk, and Grishuk is pretty tall. Obviously not as tall as me, but if he's around Grishuk's height, then he's also like 6. What is it? 6 something.
Big dude. Eerie
Yeah,
pacemaker.
He's pretty much as tall as Grishuk, perhaps a little bit shorter. So I'd say he's like 6'2".
Maybe he looks lanky.
What do you think?
He looks a little lanky there. Yespenko just seemed like look at him, like he's just long. Look at him, bro. He's a big dude, lanky, like he plays some type of sport. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
People in the chat.
Yeah. I was boxing yesterday, but I put it on Instagram. I was up boxing, I was hitting the bag, so letting people know I'm getting ready. I'm not telling y'all for what, but I'm getting ready.
Oh, nice.
With some boxing.
Well, it would be awesome to see you chess boxing. People in the chat, by the way, are asking how tall am I? I'm 7'2".
Oh, easy. I mean, Bach could have went to the league. Bach, y'all don't know this about Bach. Bach was drafted from every team in the NBA, but Bach turned it down. He said, "I don't feel like playing. I don't care to play." Right. So he wanted to, he wanted to play chess, bro. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. You know what I mean? Let him rook.
Exactly. All right. So let's see. Hikaru in the tank now. And I wonder up to what point he exactly was in his preparation. I wouldn't be surprised if he played bishop 4 and rook c1 kind of quickly to keep the pressure on Sarana. But now he's in the tank. And yeah, let's have a look around. Let's perhaps check back in with this game between Firouzja and Hans Mook Niemann. We have some more developments. This game is so original. We see knight c3 by Firouzja, knight e4 by Hans Mook, and now knight to b5, taking advantage of the fact that this knight cannot be bothered by a pawn push.
How tall is Canty? I am actually 5'8", so unfortunately I can't dunk. I can touch rim though, but you have to get over the rim with the ball, so that's tough. That's very tough. So basketball, I'm just gonna stick to chess, bro. Like, I mean, hey, I'm cool with that. And lifting weights and boxing. That's it for me.
Nice. All right. So let's see. Yeah, the games are proceeding kind of slowly. Perhaps we might have to scroll all the way down to a game we haven't seen yet. Let me check. I mean, if anything catches your attention, feel free to let me know. I don't see.
That's a spicy game. I like a Sicilian Tomanov there.
Let's show this one, by the way. This game between Duda and Mateusz Bartel. This game is pretty interesting. It started off as a note-boom variation, but you would probably say nude boom.
I actually call it.
You'd probably say nude boom, right?
Actually, I've only heard it as note boom. Only.
Yeah. No, it's a Dutch name. It's a notenboom, and it literally means a nut tree. Yeah. So
nut
it's
tree
pretty interesting
variation. Very terrible, in fact, if I must say.
Now, the interesting thing is that black has these two outside passers, but in return, white has a big center and the two bishops. So let's see how Duda does this. Bishop c2, clever move, stopping this pawn push. And now he starts expanding in the center himself with e4, bishop e1. I really like how he's playing this one. And now maybe f4 to follow up, and then some pawn pushes in the center would look pretty scary for black.
You know what's funny? I actually have looked at this from the black side, and there's some really cool variations. But I remember that I just did. I was. It's very hard to get these pawns rolling on the A and B files. It's not that easy at all. In fact, white's it just feels much easier. Like right now, the configuration that white has, it looks great for stopping both of these pawns. Yes, they might be passed, but once we blockade them, keep them under lock and key, as Aaron Nimzowitz says, right? We keep these pawns under lock and key. We got them locked down. You can't really push them too far. And then we continue with ours, like you pointed out with F4. Something go to D5, E5, and F5. I mean, you could probably do all three of those at some point. Play D5, E5, and F5. The bishops are monsters right now on B2 and B1. So I'm a fan of White's position, actually.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I love what Duda is doing here. Duda, is he also on 3 out of 4? So win for him would be very nice. Would push him up in the standings. Although, no, wait. Duda's on 2.5. Duda's on 2.5. All right. Let me check. All right, so that is this game. Is there... Let's look around if there's anything else that's worth showing. Again, if anything catches your attention, let me know. That's the thing with classical. Everyone's playing so solid, you know?
Right. It's nothing wild out here, especially as rounds go later, probably lower down. People that have less points maybe playing for a little bit more. So you see a little bit more fire there on the board. There's a pawn on G4 there. Hold on. Anytime you see a pawn on G4, queen on F3, first off, it looks Joe Baba-ish. That looks like a Sicilian. Some type of Sicilian. Might be Najdorf. Face pawn on A6.
Yeah.
Oh, it's MBL. Yeah, it's a Najdorf. It's MBL, like 100% Najdorf.
Yeah. And Saric, he's a very aggressive E4 player. So queen f3, knight bd7, rook c8. But I think white should be somewhat better here. White has the 2 bishops. And I don't know if black has enough counterplay here on the queen side. I mean, I guess MVL wants to go queen c... Oh, wait, g4 on the board by Sarge. Maybe now queen c7, threatening checkmate on 1. And the question is, how do you deal with that one? Because after the move c3, there might be a little tactic, James. You can take here, and in case it takes, there's this. And how do you... there's here. Wait,
G2, but then there's E4, bro. And then queen f5, G6. What is going on? Queen G5, H6? Rook, whoa, rook takes D6. What is this?
Look at this. If you take the rook, I take here and it's over.
Easy one.
Take here.
Hitting.
You also get spanked. So you have to take the queen. And then you take here.
Take. And something takes. And what is this?
And it should be even.
Yeah, I got the 2 bishops.
Got the 2 bishops and a pawn, but hey, black has the extra exchange. So I would say even. The question is, does MVL have to go for this? Queen c7 looks logical, right? c3 to defend. Perhaps he has to go for this. Otherwise, he might just be worse with g5 coming next. He can also go for something like knight c4, by the way. Okay, so is there a sack?
There's a perpet. There is a perpet. And if I walk, what if I put the king on a3 and go crazy? Like just,
I don't know.
Queen c3. I mean... It is risky, boy. It's risky. Ooh, rook c5, bro. And then bishop takes, and you open the bishop line up. Wow, that is crazy. Takes. Yeah, this is looking ugly.
You do get a lot of material though, but yeah, some very interesting. Oh, but look at this. Look at this, James. Let's say black recaptures. You can actually move your bishop back, as you cannot take any of the rooks. If you take one of them, there's check, and you pick up the queen.
So the other one, same thing.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool. What do you bench, Candy? I bench 315 for 7. Once I do 10, then I'm going up to 405 pounds, which is an extra 45 on each side. Basically, 3 plates on each side. What you benching, Bach? I know you was up there in the 400s.
I bench 500 pounds.
I knew that. I already knew that. I knew that. That's crazy.
Come on, James. How much are you actually benching? Crazy. I mean, I think you're being way too humble. I know you bench like 600 pounds, right?
No, in fact, actually, I am benching the 315 for 7 or 8, and then I can do more. I do like up to 350 right now because that's a lot. That's a lot of weight on your chest, chat. That's a lot of weight. And make sure you got a spotter because that will be your last day on this earth if you don't have a spotter with that kind of weight on your chest. Okay.
Yeah. I've been seeing these memes on the internet where like there's one person spotting and then like someone gets behind the spotter and then someone gets behind the spotter as well. Like they form a little tray. Yeah. Have you been seeing those?
That's so funny. I haven't seen that one, but that is hilarious, bro.
Yeah, it's
That is
hilarious. Yeah,
so
yeah, right.
funny. I'm just imagining that, like, because I go to the gym often, so seeing that would be so hilarious. I would just
But is that a thing where the spotter needs to get spotted as well, or
spotting the
not?
spotter. No, bro, you don't need to spot the spotter at all.
No.
That's so funny, bro. Spotting the
Mm-hmm.
spotter, spotting the spotter.
Yep. And how much do you deadlift?
Deadlift, I do. I like to do what they say is 315 all around. So I'll do
Okay.
315 for my squat, 315 for my deadlift, 315 for my bench. Right. And for deadlifts too as well. You can hurt yourself. You can also get hernias too as well. So it's important to, lift quality over quantity is what I'm into these days. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger talks about not lifting heavier when if I was younger, is what he says. So, I like to lift heavy, but up to a certain extent. So you can do deadlifts, but I just don't like to do them a lot, right? Not more than 315. So
Yeah.
just keep
Do
it
you
three
know the
plates.
world
That's enough for
record
me.
for deadlifting?
I do not. I do not. I know people out here deadlifting stupid amounts like 600, 700, 800 pounds. Yeah, that's a lot of weight, Jack. Make sure you got a belt on with that.
Oh, I mean, uh-huh. Okay, so I thought the the world record for deadlifting was like 1,100 pounds,
That's
but
ridiculous.
it's ridiculous. But apparently it's been broken. Right now, it is 1210.
12. How many plates is that? What are you lifting? Hit a man training to be an Avenger. Like, what are you doing? He can really
But
knock out Captain America one punch. Easy.
yeah, but I saw a video of someone lifting 500 pounds, or like what's it, 1,100 pounds, right? And the thing is, like after he was done, he started bleeding out of his nose because there's just so much pressure
Impressive.
on his head, you know? So
Man, look, bro.
it's
Ain't
pretty
that
dangerous.
serious, bro. It's not that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
wow, that's just a lot of weight. That is a lot. I can do that much on leg press, but not. I'm not trying to do that on any other thing but leg press.
Yeah.
I haven't lifted 1,200 pounds cumulative, say doc. Altogether in my life, I ain't lifted 1,200 pounds. That's nice.
All right, we have to move e4 by MVL, which apparently is not good. It wins a pawn, but white usually gets good compensation. Like, okay, with queen g2 by Sarich, this game is definitely gonna be a fire. So let's say MVL takes maybe like
Be
maybe
fine.
here,
Take.
knight moves, and I guess
Queen
white's
takes.
better here,
Yeah,
but it's
definitely.
nothing earth shattering. Oh, yeah, Eddie Hall. Yeah, he almost. Yeah, the thing is, I saw that video. His name was Eddie Hall, and
Uh-huh.
so he lifts what's it, 500 kilograms, 1,100 pounds,
Right.
and he almost collapsed. But that is because he lifted it, and then he started flexing. He was like, "Yeah, look at me do this." Well,
Ah,
he should have just lifted and dropped it
and dropped it. Yeah.
because yeah. But he
Mm.
said how he broke it is by imagining himself. Here's the thing, James. When usually you use about like 65% of your strength,
Mhm.
right? But the only way to activate 100% of your strength is if you're in fight or flight, so if you actually have to survive.
Oh
And
wow.
so he said the only way he can make himself break the world record and lift, what is it, 500 kilograms, 1,100 pounds, is by imagining himself lifting a car to rescue his kids.
Oh
So he had
wow.
to get himself in that state to lift that much weight.
That's crazy. So like, I mean, I guess if I'm trying to fly, don't try this at home. So I guess I should just go out and like fight or flight and just try to like, jump off my buildings over here. Interesting. Got it. Fight or flight, guys. Don't try this at home. Okay,
Mhm.
that's a mindset to be in, bro. That's a mindset to be in. You know what? I'm about to beat Magnus Carlsen every game, right? I'm about to crush Magnus Carlsen. That's the right mindset. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Right mindset. But it may not
And
work out the way you want it.
yeah, Creamskulls is saying 65% of James's strength would snap most people in half. But yeah, James, imagine if you would go Super Saiyan, and activate 100%, you would beat Magnus Carlsen
It's
easy.
over 9,000. Yes, I would be ready. I would be ready. Yeah, good mindset. Exactly. You start there, Chad. Man, I'm about to crush him and go out there, and you got the confidence. And you're like, I mean, it wasn't today. I didn't say when. I didn't say when. I just said I am. Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Happens.
Yeah. All right. So Let's check back in Hikaru's game. Hikaru is taking a lot of time right now. His time advantage has somewhat dwindled. Right now he's only up 10 minutes on the clock, whereas before he was like up 25, almost half an hour.
And the move that made him think here was the C5 move, which, of course, I'm sure he saw it coming too as well. But this is just standard, Queen's Indian stuff where you do have the what do they say? Hanging pawns once again, very close to it in that sense. So, what do you think about this position, Puck? Do you prefer white or you prefer black here in these positions?
Good question. I don't know. I feel like black is doing quite fine and has easy moves. Whereas for Hikaru, the plans might not be as obvious. So that being said, I often like playing against the hanging pawns or the isolated pawn. So maybe a slight preference towards white, but I think black is doing quite fine. What about yourself?
I actually think black's doing fine too as well. I actually have two Queen's Indian games OTB, and both of them were draws, and I was kind of annoyed because I'm like, man, this I can't get nothing. Like, you want to play something more solid, like because I love King's Indian, Grunfeld, and fun stuff. But I was like, all right, let me try it, and I got two draws, and I'm like, man, this is like boring. Like I had one like this where it was double the hanging pawns. Then I had another one that was without hanging pawns, and I was just slightly worse, but I was able to draw the game. So I was like, oh yeah, okay. I do prefer black, but I just never feel like I have anything like anything from there. I do get the hanging pawn structure, and I think white's always fine usually. Even the engine prefers black by like I guess what 0.2 or something. But white is just fine. White is definitely fine. You can't really push for more. I don't think there's any problems honestly for both sides here so far.
Oh. Mhm. All right, so Hikaru in the tank here. Let's see what he's gonna do. Um, Not easy to come up with a good plan. And yeah, I think the game should be around even. James, we have been going for quite a while. Hikaru is in the tank. So what do you think about a quick break?
I'm doing it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Let's take it
I'm with
take
it.
us away, James.
Same to you, chat. Okay. Make sure you go get some water, stretch your legs. I always say, it's important to stand up every hour. So we're gonna take a short break, guys, and we'll be back with more chess. So don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. James, while we were on break, Hikaru has not moved yet.
Well, yeah, you're right. He is not. I guess he's not too happy really about the position. I mean, it's fine. He's just trying to figure out which way he wants to go. He did lose the time edge. He's down on time in 1 minute here, but there's so many things to do. There's so many things to do, and I'm starting to think. Do you think he should have maybe made a different opening choice, Bob?
Perhaps, yeah. I'm not too impressed with the opening. I think he just wanted to go for the structure, but I think Black's doing quite fine here. So I am somewhat puzzled by the whole bishop c3, bishop back to d2 idea. You lose 2 tempi to get to the structure, but it seems like Black is doing fine here. So perhaps he should have done something else here.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe something else could happen. Might be get some better chances, right? But here it's super equal. It's like super equal, obviously. So he wants to figure out how maybe he can imbalance the game or play for more. Here he will be giving up a lot of the center on D takes C, but it does make obviously Black heavy hanging pawns once again.
Exactly, yeah, and that's really the thing about classical, right? Hikaru was playing quickly to put pressure on his opponent. Now, that's generally very good in rapid and in blitz, but I feel like in classical, the position on the board is still what matters the most, right? The quality of your moves. That being said, of course, you have to try to make them at a good pace. But Hikaru played quickly, and now that he realizes he doesn't have an advantage, now he's thinking. So the time's evened up, and he doesn't have an edge. So let's see what he is gonna do. I mean, do you think Black could potentially be better here?
Yes, but it's not like I'm a much better. I mean, probably not even half a pawn. But it just I guess because my pieces are more active, and I'm like, I mean, I guess White is one move away from completing development as well. Black just needs to get the queen off the back rank and connect the rooks. Same with White, but it's not as easy for us, I guess. Trying to figure out where we put our pieces. And Black is already struck in the center with a pawn on D5 and a pawn on C5. And Hikaru is just really in a deep think tank here, thinking about what he wants to do. At the end of the day, what
Yeah,
do I want to
exactly.
do?
Like you said, I feel like these trades work out in Black's favor. Black gets a lot of activity. Maybe you recaptured Bishop. Feels like Black should be doing fine. And I don't see any good improving moves, to be honest. I would think normally, yeah, like maybe you move your queen somewhere and then move the rook to d1. But what is a good square for the queen? Maybe to a4.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. A4. I did want to take on C5 and try to play Queen B3, but there might be a Queen B6 there or something. And like the Queen on A4, it's kind of weirdly placed, but it also allows us to get the rook maybe to D1 or something.
Exactly. Yep.
What kind of
And
tea
I
you
guess
drinking
one
there, Bob?
advantage, of Queen a4 is that Black cannot play Rook c8 as easily as it hangs the pawn.
Oh, it takes, yeah. What kind of tea you drinking there, Bob? You got some tea for the chat? Refreshing.
This is. Let me check. What kind of tea is
You don't even
this?
know what tea it is. Wow, Bob. You just grabbing tea bags
Yeah.
and just throwing them in your water.
Yeah.
Don't even care what it
It's just
is.
teleported. It's just
Yeah.
teleported.
Oh, yeah. It's a ranch and hot sauce flavored tea. Don't even know. Throw it in
Ooh.
there.
You can send me presents and tea. Ooh.
All
Hikaru
kinds
has
of
a gambit here.
Ooh. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, my queen chat. Lied
All
you.
right.
Something.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so Sorne, good question. Yeah, I'll definitely ask him after the game. And I think overall it will be a good thing. When we have the interview with Hikaru coming up, if you guys can submit chat questions, because hey, all of you guys are here all day to support your favorite streamer. So when we have the interview coming up, feel free to submit your questions and we will definitely ask them. But yeah, besides Queen A4, what about a move like maybe Queen C2 and then Rook D1? But what I don't like is now if Black moves to Rook here, we are right in the line of fire.
Right, yeah. Rook C8's coming, and then you have to go Rook FD1, or maybe takes then Rook FD1. The Hikaru definitely a think tank here. Lots of facial expressions. It was a head shake earlier on, but then like a little bit of frustration, or maybe what about this? Things like aha, and then like all the emotions you go through when you are calculating.
Yep. And in the background, we see Fabiano Caruana, also my good friend Max Warmerdam. He takes a look at
Nice.
Hikaru's game. So let's have a look at Fabiano's game. As there we have a very
Whoa.
interesting transition. We left off over here, 92, and Fabiano goes for it with G5, and he takes. And here White has an interesting decision to make here. Do you take the H pawn? I don't know. This keeps the structure more intact. But black can go king g7, rook h8, h5, h4. And especially with this king on h1, you're going to have to spend a tempo moving it back. I feel like black is doing absolutely fine here. I'd already prefer to be black. So I like Yesipenko's decision to take the f pawn and open up the f file for his own rook. King g7.
I'm a big
But the
fan of
question
it
is,
too. Yeah. What do you do next, huh? It's the question, though.
yeah, I was just going to ask, what do we do next?
Yeah, maybe I was trying to get this knight to e5, but that can be stopped with like a queen c7. Maybe we push e4. We just try to open the game up. It might just be an e4 push is possible. Or queen f3 and then play e4. I mean, you have a lot of ideas here. I kind of like white. I just feel like I'm like a move or two away from really creating some problems. But e4, maybe there's a take and then maybe a knight d5 or something.
Yeah, e4 also weakens the d4 pawn. So
Right.
what about this plan? What if we go h3, then g4, and then knight e2 to g3? That looks quite promising, where we can try to take advantage of the weak f5 and h5 squares.
I do like this plan a lot. I feel like it is slow, but I mean, hey, if you can't stop it, like if you go for it all day, maybe there's like a exactly G4 or 92, and then yep, it looks
But
clean.
like you said, maybe black can do something like rook h8 and rook h8 and h5 quickly to create
Right.
counterplay.
Which my idea is to try to play knight f3 and take the G5 pawn when that happens. So it's just like that's gonna be some wild stuff.
Yeah, so very interesting, intriguing game, and this one can really go either way. We see Fabiano having a slight lead on the clock, so I'm very curious to see how this one is going to develop. In the meantime, let me check. Is there anyone else worth checking out? Not that I can see right away.
Nothing spicy, man. This is just a boring round. Every
Yeah.
game is like super solid today, which is cool. Like you need to see that chess, but
Mhm. I
every
think this
game.
game is definitely worth showing. So Sam
Oh, this feels like
Savian,
a Tomanov.
he's on 3 out of 4. He's having a good event, and here he has a very good pairing. He has the black pieces against the IM 2450. So it's definitely a big opportunity for Sam to get up in the standings, and he decides to go for it with the Taimanov defense. So
Mhm.
bishop here, knight out, b5, e5, b4. So we get an interesting transition. I like f3. Ben Feingold rules in his well, obviously not in his grave. I mean, he rolls in his bed. What is a good expression, James? Help me out here. Ben Feingold.
Fine gold is livid. Fine gold is ridiculous. Is rolling in his bed right now. Like if he's still asleep, what is it? 12 o'clock. Yeah, I mean we in the
No,
same
he's not.
time.
No,
No, he probably
no.
up. He probably up.
Yeah.
Drinking some Perrier. So he probably up here doing his drinking some Perrier and relaxing, getting ready for today's stream, which is Sub
Mhm.
Sunday over there for Ben Feingold
No, Ben Feingold. He's unhappy. He's unhappy with this
after
move.
F3,
Never play
100%,
f3, and
or
it's a
F6.
mistake.
Yeah, 100%.
Apparently,
I was thinking
White can
that. Maybe
just
just
pass
capture the
one.
queen side. I exactly was thinking that. And then king b1, obviously, no matter what you do with the queen, yeah, just king b1. And then bishop
Exactly,
c1.
because
Yeah,
you're
easy
just
work.
in time to defend against checkmate. But f3 is just too slow. He can go kingside castles. By the way, thanks to Black Hat for the 8 months. Thanks for supporting the channel. But I like what Sam has here. He can start rolling those pawns up the board.
Sam, I am. Sam, I am. Yeah, I like his position too as well. But I noticed with the Tomanov Sicilian, it is it's flexible, but there are times where like you think you're doing something with white and you just aren't, or like it looked like you were, but black was totally fine. And I've seen that with many Tomanovs, which is a very flexible Sicilian to play. The pawns look very flexible as well with F5, E5, D4, E4, F4. Like, whoa, you can get steamrolled very quickly.
Exactly. And James, look at the time. All of a sudden, Hikaru is now down on clock. Wait, did he just make a move? Or
I heard a move.
he,
Oh, he did. Yeah, he played 92.
okay, 92. Oh wait. Yeah, so 92 on the board by Hikaru, challenging the knight in the middle. How do you think Sarana is going to deal with this one? Do you think he's going to take on c3? And then I guess Hikaru is aiming to recapture with the b pawn.
Yeah. I think he's going to capture with the B. That's what I'm assuming.
Mhm.
Takes. You could take with the rook. And that's no, that's just too much. Like, why would I take that way? Yeah, pawn takes is what he's going for.
Mhm. Yeah, however, I don't think white can really hope for an advantage here. Black looks very
Hmm.
comfortable here. Queen d7, rook e8. Pretty active piece play. White also doesn't really have the better structure. Pawn on c3 can be a bit of a weakness. And yeah, so I like Sarana's position here. So let's see how he will deal with this tension. I think that he should take, though. I think if he keeps the tension, then Hikaru should be quite happy to trade with this active knight.
Right. Yeah, 92. I mean, it shows he spent so much time thinking that this just wasn't a position he was looking for of the opening. So now we just want to create some things and hope for the best, and obviously hope for some type of mistake or inaccuracy from our opponent that we can capitalize on. Knight to d2. I think he does want to make some trades here, but this one, it's still chances for both sides. Hikaru didn't like it too much, but hey, at least we're not down that much time. 8 minutes on
Exactly. And the
Sarana.
reason the reason why you want to take the knight on c3 is because that is the more active knight, right? The knight on d2 is a little further back. That one is a little bit more passive. So this would be in Hikaru's favor. But again, that's why we say he should take here. Now, in case Hikaru recaptures with the rook, then you can also seriously consider taking the pawn on d4. Although Hikaru should be able to get it back in the next couple of moves. Let's say rook back, then knight b3, take here, and white is doing very fine. So now it's time for Sarana to think, who is back at the board.
Rana, right? Chat like, OMG, point minus point two. The game is lost. Like,
Yeah, it's over. It's
it's
over.
over. No, never is the case, chat. Never is the case.
By the way, we have more moves in Faruja's game. Let's show that one real quick. So we left off after knight b5. Hans Moak played a4. So now he's making sure that Faruja cannot play the move a4 himself to support this knight over here. So I like this move by Hans. Bishop f4 by Faruja, hitting this pawn over here. And Hans plays the move bishop to d6. Now he's inviting white to take here. And then white would get the bishop pair and a better pawn structure. But I guess black's activity more than compensates for that.
And we don't have the bishop is placed on the G2 square, where this reminds me of some Jobava lines that you have obviously with knight C3, bishop F4, knight goes to B5 very early. That's in the early E6 Jobava lines. In fact, absolutely bishop F4, E6, knight B5, and you have bishop D6 as a move. Takes, correct. And you have a structure that is very similar, E3, knight F3, but the bishop is usually on D3, as you see Bach pointing out here. The bishop being on G2 makes it more dynamic now, I guess, for black, because it is shut down, the bishop being shut down. So far, not active, gives black more chances to do things. I think it's a great choice from Hans here.
Yeah, and Hans, he also plays the Jabava London himself, so he
100%.
must know these structures quite well. And
Right.
I like what he's doing. I think his knight on e4 is looking pretty good. He's comfortable with the knight on c6. Like you said, it's very Jobava London-esque. And he can decide to strengthen this knight with moves like f5 and g5. And look at the clock. Right now, Hans is up 10 minutes on the clock. And Kanti, I don't know if Hans and Hikaru are friends, but I think in this game, Hikaru is definitely rooting for Hans as he's racing against Faruja for the candidate spot.
He is. He's like, oh yeah, go ahead, do your thing. Let your chest speak for itself on this game for sure, bro. Like, do your thing. Go ahead, let your chest speak up on that one. Take care of my light work for me. Of course, not light work at all, but that's how he's looking at it. Hey man, take care of that for me if you can. Appreciate it.
Yep. All right. So Sarana's still in the tank. We have Yesipenko in the tank. Is there any game that has caught your attention in the meantime?
See, no.
Well, let's go to this
Oh,
one
that
again.
one's spicy.
Buddha.
Pawn on F4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the note boom game.
Yep. So in this position, Bartel played e5. I think a good move. If you don't go e5, white goes f4, gets a big center, and you can never go e5 anymore. So e5, d5, and now f4 by Duda, blasting open a center. But Bartel says, I do not care, and just pushes p on the queen side. I think right now black is threatening to go a3, as the pawn cannot be taken. Let's make a move. I don't know. Like, let's say go g4. I think black wants to go here, with the idea that let's say take with the bishop, black can take, and then give a check here and win a piece. And if you take with the rook, then queen c5 right away. and you also win material. So that is Bartel's idea. So let's see what Duda is going to do in the meantime.
Yeah, F4 is very strong. I do like this from white. So if I just step out the way, King H1.
Yeah, King H1 looks like a nice move. Like I said, just stepping out of the way. Whoa! Thanks,
Dang.
Game Chess and Match for the 5 gifted.
Oh, look at that. Game, chess, and match
Look at
with a
that energy.
5. 5 to the chat.
Yeah. And yeah, people are pointing out the venue. The venue is nice. I've been there at the Isle of Man in 2016 and in 2017. It's definitely a nice venue. They used to have the open tournament there. And yeah, right now they have the Grand Swiss in that same venue. It's a really pretty one. And as you
Nice.
see, they are all enjoying themselves. And people are wondering, like, why are people walking around? It's because, well, as you guys can see, there is a lot of time on the clock. And you don't really want to sit down for 4 or 5 hours straight. So that's why it's good to walk around a little bit, relax when your opponent's thinking, and refresh your mind.
Exactly. You refresh your mind, but a lot of everyone doing it at the same time is like chaos, it looks like. But yeah, you can walk around. It's their move. Sometimes, 40, 45 minutes think. I mean, you don't want to
Yep.
be sitting there on their time. You can, obviously, and I've done it before. I'm sure Baktua has done. You sit there when it's critical, you can think on their time, obviously. But
Yep.
opening phases, stuff like that, or if you feel you have an advantage, walk around. Trust the legs.
You know, when the position is critical, you definitely want to sit down. Also, when your opponent only has one move, because then it is already practically your move, right? Like let's say in let's put a position on the board. Let's show this to illustrate. Um, hmm, what is a good one?
Recapture.
Yeah, like a recapture. Yeah, I can't see a good one right away. Let me see if I can find an example. Okay, this one right here. Fabiano plays the move g5, right? Attacking the bishop. The bishop only has one square. So right now, Fabiano should just stay seated.
Right.
As soon as Yesipenko, he knows that Yesipenko is going to do this, right? So
Right.
that's when you stay seated.
Yeah,
And
you wouldn't walk around for this.
and he already has his next move in mind. So, but when your opponent has a lot of different moves, then it makes sense to walk around. For example, in this position right here, Yesipenko has a lot of different plans. Is he going to go e4, h3, g4, queen f3? So right now might be a good time for Fabiano to walk around, think a little bit more of the position as a whole, and try to relax a little bit, as it's very difficult to be hyper focused for again 4 or 5 hours in a row.
Yeah, and sometimes you actually when you walk around, you get the blood flowing and you spot things in your head because you're always thinking about your game when you're walking around, and you'll spot something. I've done that many times where I'm like, oh, I can do blah 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 blah, and you find some crazy line that you didn't see after sitting at the board. You can actually only see it while looking away.
So you even spot during the game, like, you get behind Hikaru and like, come on, bro, push,
Come on, bro.
push,
Come on. Push that
push.
pawn, bro. Spotters. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Spotters
Lift
all
that
day.
rook.
Lift the rook. How many rook lifts are you doing, Chad? Did you do your rook lifts today, Chad? If it's a rest day, that's fine. Get back to it tomorrow.
By the way, in the meantime, thanks Airton J for the 8, thanks Hazen for the 8, and thanks to I am Lucas for the 8. Appreciate, thanks. I guess those people, they just subscribed like probably during Hikaru's first stream, right? Because at this point, I guess it has been 8 months.
On
He moved the
kick.
kick.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Airton
been a while
J.
already.
Hazen, Lucas. Let's go. CLE fan. What up, Ryan? Is tomorrow rest day or no? Well, tomorrow
No.
is not a. Oh, you mean I'm thinking about working out. I'm like, tomorrow, bro, work out. What do you mean? No.
No rest days for
No
Kant. He
rest
keeps
day,
grinding.
bro. Every day
But
now.
usually there is a rest day just past the halfway point, right? So this tournament is 11 rounds. So there's usually a rest day after 6 rounds. And let's say it's a 9-round tournament, then it's usually after 5 rounds. So I don't think there's a rest day tomorrow. Tomorrow will be round number 6, but after that, there will be a day off. And hey, do you think that's a coincidence, Canty? The
What?
rest day is on a Tuesday, so Hikaru could play
Uh,
Title Tuesday if he wants to.
both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them. Which he probably will.
Mhm.
Probably will. A lot of players actually are probably gonna play Title Tuesday from Isle of Man. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool for sure. All right. SC Penko in the tank here. I'm starting to like Fabiano's chances more and more. The position is somewhat double-edged. He is up 24 minutes on the clock. So I think Fabiano is definitely going to get chances here in this game because there is an imbalance in the pawn structure. Like this half open FL gives white some dynamic possibilities, but if white does not act fast, then this e-pawn is definitely a weakness, especially in the endgame.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like what we're looking for is, especially if you want to play for a win or play for more than a draw, obviously you need some imbalances somewhere, and that is in the pawn structure in the F file. Also, maybe we could use the H file, push the H pawn down, create our own chances here, but definitely was what I was not expecting out of a Queen's Gambit decline. Like you look at this, and you was like, "This is a Queen's Gambit decline? Where? Like, where was the decline at? Like, this is definitely something more."
And looking at the camera, I also see my good friend Farouj and Akobian. He was glancing at Hikaru's board. I think also, Canty, in this tournament, I think we should be happy if Fabiano does very well. If Fabiano crushes the tournament, then Hikaru would only have to come third to qualify for the candidate. So I guess we're also rooting a little bit for him. Actually, as we speak, we also have another move by Sarana who has just taken on c3.
Knight takes c3.
Mm-hmm. So now, which recapture do you expect from Hikaru? Pawn takes or rook takes? I expect pawn takes.
I expect pawn takes as well. Rook takes is just unnecessarily giving up the pawn. You do have, I guess, a tempo with rook c7. He doesn't even have to
Hikaru
take
is
on
back at the
d4, so
board.
like pawn takes is better. Got the jacket on. Look at the fly jacket today. Look at the drip on Hikaru chat. See the suit dripped out.
Drip over everything. That's right.
DOE.
All right. Yep. So I feel like pawn takes is more in Hikaru's style, but I also feel like there's a lot to be said for rook takes. I should keep pressure over here. Because here's the thing: if you take the pawn, you're never happy anymore to take this pawn over here, because then you have an isolated pawn on c3. So I like this one. I don't think we have to be worried about this capture. This is also not a move, as we can take and take advantage of the pin along the diagonal. So I think there's a lot to be said for rook takes. But judging from his body language, is there anything you can make up from that?
He's like, okay, but okay, takes. I mean, yeah, I'm a producer, wooden shield, right? Classic right triangle. So he's trying to figure out which way would it pose the most problems for Alexei here. And is that going to be rook takes or is that going to be pawn takes? I think rook takes is going to cause more stuff to happen. Pawn takes is very standard and it just feels dry. So I think he might go with rook takes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, chat? Is he going to do rook takes or pawn takes? Chat is on you, chat. It is on you.
I think rook takes. I think rook takes.
I think the same.
But we will find out soon enough. Like rook takes is my my prediction. But let's see if that is what Hikaru is gonna do. Lost jam. Yeah, also people are pointing out in the chat, Nepo, Fabiano, Abasov, and Prag have already qualified. So I guess it would also be good if Prag does well in the tournament. I guess the one thing we're just hoping for is that Fallujah does not do well. Hikaru, it doesn't, like, it's just important that he stays ahead of Fallujah in the rating list.
Yeah, correct. That's what he wants. So he's like, yo, Hans, do your thing, big dog. Please do your thing, 21. Do your thing and do it now.
Yeah. Let's check back in that game real quick, because Fallujah is falling way behind on the clock. He's down to 40 minutes, 20 minutes down on the clock, and only 10 moves have been played. So he is potentially in some time pressure here, I would say.
Oh yeah, that's time pressure for sure. Ali Reza. So it could be bad. Like of course, I mean you see time. Who was what candidates with Fallujah? He was just like it was just bombed. Bad candidates, but he also was getting a lot of time pressure put on him as well here. 10, 15 minutes. I mean, is this move 10, bro? This move 10, Bach. That's crazy. He playing way too much off the head. Like he playing way too much off the head here. He's now almost in like time trouble.
Yeah, no, for sure. He really needs to speed up. I don't know why he's thinking so long. Let's check. Fallujah has been thinking for 26 minutes. Wow, that's a long time.
In this position too as well. It's pretty obvious you probably should just take that boy on D6 or go 95. But I mean, maybe there's an F6 or something like.
Thanks to Ships for the 8. Thanks for Rand Bacon for the 8. Thanks, appreciate it. Thanks. All right, all right. All right. Let's see. Okay, take over the rook. Okay, now let's see what Sarana's gonna do here. I mean, I'm definitely better here. I've got pressure on the pawns. If he takes, then he's got a weak chooser on d4. If he goes c4, I take, I take the bishop. So yeah, I'm already winning here. Yeah.
I'm already winning here, chat. I'm already winning here, chat. Yeah, right? Right? Yeah, I'm already. Oh, yeah, right? Yeah, I'm already winning, chat. I'm already winning.
Huh?
Yeah. Take c3.
Yep. All right. So let's see what is going to happen. I think Sarana can also definitely maintain the tension here with a move like rook to e8. Because again, we're not super happy to take here. I think Black is doing very fine after pawn takes, as now your queen has this very comfortable b6 square to go to.
Yeah, queen b6, and now rook b3 at some point, but then it'll go queen a6, and like queen looks pretty good over there.
Yeah.
Eyeing
So I
e2 and
think
a2.
we'll just maintain the tension with moves like queen a4, maybe a rook e1, making sure that this one is not hanging. And again, I'm not super eager to go for the move e3, because with e3 we block in our own bishop, and someone is pointing out what happens after pawn takes d4. That's definitely a possibility, but again, we will just move our rook back, let's say to c1, and we will get the pawn back with knight b3 and takes, as these pawns are super weak.
And his one will be isolated when we take the
Mhm.
d4 pawn back. We also have the c file, and I mean we just have a lasting edge of, hey, you have an isolated pawn. We can
Yep,
deal with that.
for sure.
Imbalance, something that we can pile up on later and hopefully win.
Yeah. By the way, someone's pointing out you can go rook c4.
Oh,
Because
nice.
after
Wow,
takes, you're
Chad,
going to
that's
take here,
amazing. Rook
but
c4, just giving up the whole thing like that.
well, you win back the rook, but it's quite
Right.
bad as Black just protects this one, and now you're down a pawn. So it doesn't
You see
lose
those.
right away, but it's not good. That's definitely not what Hikaru has in mind. The time is
I
approximately
like it
even,
though,
both
Chad.
players just below an hour. So let's see how this one is going to develop.
C4 is a funny movie.
Oh, we have a move by Fallujah. Fallujah played the move knight to e5, putting his knight in the middle. I think there's a lot to be said for this move, and I think here's the idea, James. In case you take with a knight, I don't think we want to recapture with the pawn, as now after bishop c5, Black is a lot of... Wait, oh, you...
Take. I'm up a juicer with classic right triangle. Wouldn't shield. Easy.
Okay, but we can do this. We can do this. Look, here, bishop b7, because now if you take, I can
Bishop
recapture
d8.
with... wait, no. Apparently the idea is to do this,
What?
and here, and the knight can get
Whoa,
trapped.
shoot. That is dank, bro. Whoa. That's
That's dank for
ridiculous.
sure. So I like the move 95 by Fallujah. Pawn's can take with the bishop, but I feel like here white's better, because your knight on e4 is somewhat loose, again, taking as a threat. Can we go f5 to strengthen the knight? Or now, maybe just f3?
Knight g5. h4. Maybe not necessary.
Interesting position. Very difficult
Very
to say what's going
interesting.
on.
Very interesting.
So then, if Hans doesn't take and he doesn't go f5, what else does he do here? So perhaps the time was well spent for Fallujah. I like this move.
Yeah, 95. This is again reminiscent of Jobava lines. Like you get all these moves in knight b5, knight e5, bishop on f4. Only difference is bishop on g2, but it's fine because we are eyeing obviously the e4 knight. So it's making some complications here, posing some problems or some questions for Hans to answer.
Yep. Yeah, normally that pawn would be, let's say, sorry, the bishop would be on d3 in the Jobava London. So let's see how Hans is going to deal with all of this. I don't think he should mind the traits too much. He can also play a move like f6, hitting the knight. White's going to take here, you recapture. He's going to take here, Black recaptures. And you have a very funny structure here. Like the pawns are doubled, but you control a lot of squares. So this might not be so bad for Black.
Yeah, that looks nice to me. And pawn breaks are very important, but we also have a bishop pair, so you have to actually really be careful with which pawns you break with. And white is comfortable having two bishops, especially when, not the matter of if, it's most likely when the game opens up, as most times games do open up, which will favor the bishops.
Exactly. Yep. No, for sure. All right, so we'll see what's going to happen in this one. Sarana is thinking. Esipenko played the move e4. The computer is saying that that is a blunder.
And I feel it though. E4 was like, I mean, that was the first move I wanted, but it just feels like something's off about this. It
Mhm,
just doesn't feel right. And I think he should probably take it first. That's what I was
mhm.
thinking. And
See,
takes, and
white
now I just don't know
recaptures.
why this is like I was afraid of like knight d5 and f5 or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, all of these moves are definitely possible. Something that Fabiano could also do is play the move queen to b6, creating a double attack on this pawn and this pawn. Now, you do have knight b3 to guard both, but that really looks like a step in the wrong direction, right? You want to attack on that side of the board. So maybe
Right.
now Fabiano takes, and hey, actually you can take anyway and win this d4 pawn. So I am not a big fan of the move e4. I think Fabiano is doing very fine here after the move queen to b6. Perhaps there's e5 hitting the knight. Oh, but look at this. You go knight g4.
I saw
This is
this. I
another
was like,
attack.
knight g4. That's exactly what I was like. Yeah, you can't even go e5. Yeah, you can't even go e5. So wow, e4. It just didn't feel right, but like it like felt right, but you knew it was wrong, kind of thing. Like I mean, yeah, I gotta play it, but I know it's wrong. It just looks great, and that's what e4 was because queen
Yeah.
b6. That's the only thing.
I think the thing with e4 is that it's not well timed, right? It weakens white's position. It opens up the
Right.
position as well and gives white attacking avenues. But the timing seems to be a little bit off, and perhaps black can emerge here with the advantage. I don't see what white should do after queen b6. I feel like Fabiano is just getting an advantage here.
Absolutely. Yeah. I feel like Fabi, especially after Queen D6, that's the move that's hard to spot. It's just, I mean, they're not hard to spot, but it's so many moves. Queen B6 is probably not the highest on the radar. What's up, Susan? I see you in the chat. Little
Yeah,
fast moves. We hear
and
a move. Queen D7 did happen on a Sarana's board, as you mentioned, connecting the rooks.
yeah, queen e7, very natural move, like you said. Connecting the rooks, this one is probably going to go here, the other one to see it. And what I like about this move is that it's stopping Hikaru from playing the move queen to a4, right? That was an idea that was on our radar earlier. So now where do you go with the queen? Or, you know what, James, at some point, it does make sense to take over here. And wait, you know what else he has in mind? Let's say white plays rook e1. Now, black can go c4. As this bishop is protected, you can no longer take as black recaptures and this is defended. So maybe it is really time for Hikaru to take on c5 and give black either the isolated pawn or the hanging pawns. I think Sarana should take with the b pawn and accept the hanging pawns, as they do
Right.
control a lot of squares.
Yeah, it's a good thing about the hanging pawns is that you know that you have to play dynamically, and trades will actually make these pawns weaker. So we are going to try to keep pieces on the board. We're going to try to use the pawns at the right moment, pushing one or the other one, or both if we can, and hope for the best.
Mhm. Whoa, thanks to Parker for the 8
Parker.
months. Yeah, we appreciate the support. All right,
No problem.
so let's see what Hikaru has in mind. Like I said, I think he should take. Let's say you play a slow move like e3. I think black is very happy to do this. c4, then b5, b4. White cannot really get the e4 push in, and I think black is very easy play here. So I think Hikaru should take. Sarana's going to recapture with the b pawn. The question is now what? How do we try to target these pawns? Maybe knight b3, hit this.
There's also a
You
knight
can do.
c4 anyway, though, right?
Oh,
A little
nice.
spicy.
Yep, because this would be great for white. But the thing is, the knight on c4, I guess it could go to a5. But let's say black does this, right? Protecting the queen. Now this is a threat. The knight is a little bit loose, right? And so it has to jump around. So therefore, I like this one a little bit better. To hit the pawn, let's say black defends it. And maybe now bishop here to
Yeah, I would
target the
too. Hit
knight.
the knight.
So let's say you go here, we can take. And then
Rook
this is
takes.
hanging.
Boom. Solid. Very
So I
clean.
think Hikaru should go for something along these lines.
Very clean. Yeah, he has to play against these pawns, obviously.
Mhm.
Y'all in there jamming, huh? Shit, I forget the music is playing in the background. I'm like, what they listening to? Let me hear that. Hold on.
Yeah, the thing is, I also have the stream on mute because otherwise I would go crazy.
Right
But
here we
I
go.
never have any idea what kind of music Jaren is playing over us. But hopefully it's some good music. I think earlier he was playing Over the Rainbow, right?
Oh, you was playing that? Was he playing the chat
Yeah.
over around? Right, right. Well, yeah, chat getting the vibes. I like it.
And we have Tim Cannon in the chat. Yes, today Hikaru is playing Sarana. Sarana, very tough pairing, as you pointed out. He's a regular in Title Tuesdays in pretty much any event on Title Tuesday, and he always does well. So very, very strong player. And I think it's definitely not an easy one, and we're seeing that in the game right here.
Yeah, Sarana is known for. I mean, I think he's won a Title Tuesday before, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
But
I'm pretty sure he's
I
won
think he
at
has
least
one,
one. I guess
at
a
least
few.
one, right? Yeah, yeah. Sarana is very strong. Sarana the Piranha, right? Very, very, very strong player here. So yeah, of course, not a pairing that we're too happy about, but who we still gonna play here
Yeah.
as hard as we can, and we're fresh off that win, feeling good. So we want another
Mhm.
one. We're looking to do the same.
Exactly. Yeah, he's actually won two. We've won 2 games in a row. So third in a row would be great. But yeah, there's no easy pairings in the Grand Swiss, right? On the next board, we have Farouj against Hans Mook Niemann. That's not an easy pairing either. So every round is going to be tough. So yeah, but Hikaru is going to have to win games, and generally speaking, he will have his best chances with white. With black, you also need some help from your opponent, right? If you want to win games with black pieces, your opponent's going to have to make some more mistakes than if they play with black.
Yeah, you have to give him the chances to make mistakes, which is
Yep.
very, very important. And that's why he's keeping pieces on the board. By the way, what's the live position again? Let's just refresh that for
Yep.
the people at home. There, Queen D7
We need
is
7.
the live. This is where we are. Got
Yep.
lots of moves to play here. Lots of moves. What's the time
Mhm.
looking like? Oh, yeah, it's probably even. Okay, it's not bad.
Yeah, and I really like this the trade on c5 followed by knight b3. And by the way, I'm wondering, let's say we go down this line and black goes c4. I
Mhm.
guess this is too much, right? I think it doesn't work. There's just too much
Yeah,
stuff hanging
there's
in
B3
this
hanging at the
line.
end, right? You
Yeah,
just take
that's too
on
much.
B3.
Doesn't work.
Hmm.
So we'll just move our knight in the middle where it's blockading some of these pawns. Now, even though we have a nice blockade in the center, I feel black is doing fine though, as black's pieces are pretty active. But here, at least we have some control over the position, which is nice.
You want to have some control, which I mean, you obviously have provoked the C pawn to move, which makes the D pawn weaker. It made some squares around the center that were now weakened. Once you push pawns, you weaken squares around it. So knight D4 being where it is, it's very strongest in the center, blockades the bishop too as well, and B7 blocks it in. Nice blockaded pawns that we can probably try to win D5 later, but that's going to be a while. It's well defended. Even a rook coming to D8 is going to be nice as well. Want to try to
Mhm.
break these pawns up. It is still not that clear for
Yeah,
white.
and one thing that is somewhat concerning is that Hikaru is taking a lot of time. By the way, we have more moves in the game between Faruja and Hans Mook Niemann. All right, so let's go there. So after 95, Hans did take with the knight, Faruja recaptured, and now bishop to e7. c4 quickly by Faruja. He is declining the pawn sacrifice he could have taken. And after takes, black takes with the rook. But after all of this, your knight is somewhat stuck over here. So
Right.
Faruja goes for the c4, putting more pressure on Hans' center. And thanks to Blue Comic Storm for the 8 months as well. Again, I think all of these people subbed when during Hikaru's first stream, which was
That's
probably in
crazy.
like March of this year, right?
Yeah. Marches. Dang, guys. Shout out to you being here that long. Blue Cosmic Storm, 8 months.
Mhm.
And if it's your first day, welcome. Shoot, welcome. You're here.
Yeah.
End of March, says J Dog.
End of March. Yeah, so that would check out. But yeah, if it's your first day here, make sure to follow the channel. I'm sure Hikaru would appreciate that. And he definitely appreciates all the love support from you guys. So c4 on the board by Farujan. Let's say Hans goes for the move c6, strengthening the center. Perhaps what he has in mind here is to take. Now, let's say you take the knight, then white takes here, wins a pawn, and this looks great. And if you take the bishop, then this
Knight
knight can jump in. And
D6.
even though black is the bishop pair, the bishops are kind of passive, and white's super active here.
And that's an annoying knight. It's going to be a long night if we keep that knight there on D6. Pawn, bishop takes, pawn takes, and then we got the pass D pawn. Like, ooh, this is gross for black.
Yeah, you don't want to do this. Yep. All right, so let's see what Hans should do. Can you, let's say, go here, right? Hitting the knight. Let's say white takes. Oh, look at this, a little
Whoa.
desperado.
Whoa, hitting before you split him, always in order. That's crazy. Dang. Okay, got to take those.
Mhm.
And
Yep, the
then
idea is that you're gonna lose a knight anyway, so you
anyway,
might as well grab a pawn, and this one is very valuable as it lures the king out into an open position. And here Hans is doing pretty fine, so could this be something that Fallujah missed? I feel like black is doing very fine here after this move bishop to d7.
yeah, it's a really deep. Obviously, you have to calculate here all the small subtleties. There's just so many things going on. That's why it's difficult.
Mhm. Yeah, you cannot take. Let's say you go queen c2 to pressure the knight. Maybe then you just take here, go queen e7, hit this, because white can take a pawn in the middle with takes, takes, and takes, but black takes here. And hey, all of a sudden, I like black here. White has double pawns in the center, and black has a 3 versus 2 majority, and this queen over here is pretty active, targeting a lot of white's pawns.
Okay, so I think it's pretty good. I mean, obviously you have the hitting the pawns on b2 there. a4 gives us space, so that's nice. 3 versus 2, and your bishop on f4 is pretty gross, especially when e7 looks better. Blocked by the pawns. Black's doing fine, but probably equal. Like those.
Mhm. Yeah. All right, so we'll see what's going to happen. But yeah, bishop d7 apparently is a good move here for Hans, putting pressure on the knight. And I think he's very capable of finding it. It's a developing move. You put pressure on the knight. I think the only thing he has to see is that after pawn takes, there is knight takes f2, but that should not be too difficult. Although, yeah, that shouldn't be too difficult. That these lines work out in black's favor. Like, let's say d6, you can take, you have a check, or bishop f6. Black is doing fine here.
Hello, James Van. What up, Stan March? Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome.
Yeah. Hello,
Welcome to the
Suzanne. Hello,
tunnel.
Stan.
Okay.
Great to have all of you guys here. All right, Hikaru is still thinking. He's down 5 minutes on the clock. James, what do you think he's thinking about?
Yeah, actually, let's get back to his game there. Let's move that, put that up.
Mhm.
Okay, let's see what we're looking
Yep,
like. He's
let's
still on
pull
the
it up.
clock, 49 minutes. Man, just thinking about what? What do we want to do? I see the twirl. Do you pawn twirl when you play? You twirl in a pawn?
Not so much. I do like to have a pawn in my hand, but generally, when I play blitz over the board, I play with like pieces all the time, but not so
Mhm.
much during a classical game. I feel like.
I always like to have pawns. Like I always have 2 pawns on me at all times. So like I always stay strapped here. Like I always stay strapped. Always got 2 pawns at all times. So it's nice, you know. I like twirling the pawns, and like sometimes your strength is already dictated by how you can twirl that pawn a lot of
Mhm.
times. So it's pretty nice. See him in the
Yeah,
think tank there.
to be fair, it is annoying when um when you're playing and you haven't traded off a pawn yet. Because I want to play with a pawn, but you might not have one.
Yeah,
So
they got the extra queens now. You know how that is. So I just twirl
yeah, but the
something.
queen
I'm
is so
thinking
big.
it is,
But
bro.
the queen is so big, right?
It
It
is
doesn't
ridiculous.
feel
It
feel the
doesn't feel the
same.
same, bro. It's different. So you have to like take a pawn somewhere.
Mhm. Yeah, no, it's funny because we see it in the poker as well, where those players they play with their chips, right? And chess players they play with a pawn.
That's what it's about, guys. Play with the pawn. Play with the
So
pawn.
what do you think that is? Is it comforting to the human brain to place with something in your hands? Like, why do humans do that?
I think it's more like the
Why do we?
fidget spinner thing of like just
Uh-huh.
it's different. It's a great question because people do it for different reasons, but it helps with thinking and it just helps you stay calm and relaxed sometimes, especially when things can be tense. And just the twirling there kind of gets your mind away from the rest.
Hmm. Yeah.
Fidgeting for
Yeah.
stress
Perhaps
relief.
it
Yeah,
might be against the stress. Yeah. Is
right.
that a thing?
Yeah, because chess, you know, definitely stressful when you're sitting here, you trying to figure stuff out, and then you getting lower on time. It's not that easy. Usually, I'm not twirling. Like when I'm winning, yeah, I mean, I'm walking around. I'm not twirling anything. I'm stretching. I'm doing the LeBron stretches and stuff. So,
Hmm.
but when you're figuring things out, yeah, I'm definitely twirling.
But also thanks to Marcus for the 8 and thanks to Casey for the 8 as well. Appreciate the support. All right. I don't know why. Why is the chat rioting? Why is the chat rioting?
You know, they was
And what's
doing
going
this.
on?
It was they was actually doing this for rent, just no reason. They just like, oh, let me put the same thing, and then just like Chad just rioting. Like, what's wrong,
Yeah, and
Chad?
then Chad is
Nothing.
like,
All
"Why
right.
are we rioting?" And then they're like, "I don't
I
know,
don't know,
riot."
because he was rioting. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
cool.
I guess it's just contagious, yeah. Like they just type people riot, and it like before you know, you type enter, and they oh shoot, I fell for it as well.
All right.
What's
Oh
happening?
man. I'm in a riot. What are we doing, guys? Nothing.
I don't know. We're just rioting. I think they just want Hikaru to move. They're like Hikaru move. Ferrugia's. What do you make of Ferrugia's facial expression as he's
Right.
looking at Hikaru's? He's
He's a
laughing
little
a little
smile.
bit.
Exactly, a little smile there. Like, I don't know. I remember this position from leader. I don't know. Like it's so funny. Like he's just looking at the position. I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a pretty funny accent there. We have a Nihal Yasipenko in the back with the red sweater. All right, I think. Oh no, Mittens just fell. Okay, guys, Mittens needs to be taken to the hospital.
Oh
He fell
no.
off. But we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere. While we are on break, keep sending in that energy. Hikaru needs you more than ever. He's fighting for a spot in the candidates, and we will see all of you guys in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. James, while we were on break, some more moves have been played. After Queen e7, Hikaru took on c5. That's kind of the move we wanted, right?
Right.
Pawn takes from black, knight b3, hitting the pawn, rook a8 to defend, and bishop to g5, threatening to take on f6, as the bishop on e7 would be overloaded. So let's see what Sarana is going to do here, but I like what Hikaru's done.
We did take a look at this, in fact. We actually looked at this, and we were talking about this. So now it's now it's up to him to figure out what he's going to do, him being Sarana, as we have a threat of bishop takes f6 right now. So either c4, a6 corrects take. As we looked at this before, it's just we're just up a pawn. We love that. So c4 is probably going to happen, as it does just kind of release some of the pressure. But then now that gives us knight d4, as we looked at before, which is pretty solid. We blockade. I think everything's fine, both sides, but I think from a practical standpoint, I just feel more comfortable from white because I know you have an isolated pawn and I don't. Yes, Engine probably likes this, as you see on the eval bar, it says 0.3 up there. For black, I like white from a practical standpoint. Always practicality, practical chess, is the pawn is isolated, and at some point we can target it.
But thanks to GM Benjamin Bach for the 8 months. Thanks for the
Oh,
support.
big Bach. That's a big Bach on the block. 8 months. Jeez.
That's right. That's right. You see,
lobster.
guys, we're sending in that energy. Hikaru soaks it in. And that's why right now he's taking the lead on the clock again. So, yeah, I think one difference, though, with Twitch and with Kick is that on Twitch, you choose when that notification comes through. Whereas on Kick, I think it just comes through at the exact moment when you subbed 8 months ago. But yeah, thanks Benjamin Bach for the 8 months. Pat that back on it.
Man,
yeah, great guy.
Exactly. Wow. Yeah, that guy's a cool guy. Everybody.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Sarana is going to do here. But I like it for Hikaru. I mean, I don't think white has an advantage here, but at least white is getting some more stability, right? Like, let's say black goes to h6, then you take over here. I think we should give up the bishop for the knight. And then we go e3, strengthening the knight, queen e2, rook d1. White's position becomes a lot easier to play, but it's still a very long way to go to actually get an advantage here, I feel like.
Yeah, it's still, and that's a great way to put it. I mean, there's still an advantage too, right? It's still a very long way from getting anything. Yes, the pawn on d5 is isolated, but you have to actually get to it, which is very easily and a lot of times defended right now. Rook f to d8, rook c d8, anything on to d8 defends this pawn. We're going to need a lot of pieces to attack this pawn on d5. It's going to be a while. I mean, this could be there could be a shuffle of pieces at some point, because of everything being down on the d file. Maybe we even get the c rook to d2. We play rook d1, maybe get the queen over to h5 and try for something. But if nothing's there, you could see a standoff and a shuffle like we saw against, when he played Ronak Sadwani in that c3 Sicilian.
Exactly, yeah. So let's see what Sarana is going to do. The fact that he hasn't moved yet tells me that he's uncomfortable with playing moves c5, c4. And I definitely understand him, but how else can you deal with the threat? Let's say black goes d4, by the way. I'm kind of curious what happens here. So
maybe take something, right? We got to take something.
The thing here, though, look at this. Now we get a blockade on this square. Now the c5 pawn is weak. And actually, I think white's definitely better here. We can take this pawn is weak. We have a nice blockade going. This looks strategically very dangerous for black.
Right. Very dangerous. Strategically is the word there, as, of course, c pawn very bad. Bishop takes f6 is going to really mess up the structure. We'll also lose a pawn. Knight takes c5 if you take with bishop on f6. From black side, so you may have to go gf6 just to defend. Not something you really want to do. So, but I think he's calculated d4. He's calculating c4. I don't know if he's calculating anything else.
Yeah, so can you also decide to defend this pawn, right? I mean, I guess you can with a move like queen to b5. But now maybe queen c2, putting some more pressure. And I feel like sooner or later, you are going to have to push up one of those pawns, right? I mean, maybe you can really keep delaying it with a move like rook e8. But, moves like rook d1. I feel like Hikaru definitely has the easier moves here. And that is why he is more comfortable. Canty, what is your record steps in one round? Seems like these guys are aiming for 20K. What
steps? It's funny. I remember walking around actually, this is like probably one of the first times I beat an IM OTB, long time ago. It was like 2014. And I remember I walked, he thought for 45 minutes. So I was just walking around for 45 minutes. So I don't know how many steps that was, but I'm just like walking around for 45 minutes. Not this didn't come back to the board. I'm like, man, I might go to lunch, bro. I might go outside, get some food. You know, we don't know when he's gonna move here, right? That's the fun stuff. So what about you?
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like a lot of chess players do it to release some of the stress, right? And but some players they really have a tough time staying at the board, and I think that is simply because the board is sort of the tension zone, right? Like that is where you have your game. So that is sort of the tension zone. That is where they're nervous. So they want to stand up
Right.
to escape that. But I feel like often it is better to just stay seated and think on your opponent's time. But yeah, there are some players that stand up even when they have a minute or so on the clock. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, yeah, that's like I see that a lot more in kids when they're even when they learn on time. Like even when they're losing, like usually you don't see the guy when you're losing walking around, but kids I do. Like kids would just walk around, they don't care at all, which is fun,
Hmm.
right? I think this is why
Yeah,
Canty takes a dumbbell to all games. Yeah, that's exactly right. I curl 50s, so curl day on arm day. I have my do my curls in between. Let's go stand in a corner and do my curls and then come back. Very nice.
exactly. And someone who definitely walks around a lot is Nihal. We saw him on the cam earlier, also Anish. And we also
Nice.
saw my good friend Nicolas Theodoru on the camera. Now we see Richard Rapport. And yeah, but I like Hikaru's position. I think the moves are definitely easier for him to play. And that's also reflecting in the time situation, as right now he is up 5 minutes on the clock.
Oh yeah, he's up five. Sometimes I keep forgetting about the time here, about how much time they do have here or don't have. Dude, what time? What move are we on? This is 18. Okay,
So, someone in
20.
the chat is saying that all these people that are walking by are NPCs. That's a little bit harsh.
Really? You
Yeah.
scroll up and read that.
Well, in the world of chess, sometimes it feels
Yeah,
like everyone in the world of
okay.
chess cares about Hikaru and Magnus, you know. So sometimes the others like um it does feel like you're an NPC if you're not to those. And actually, we see D4 a blunder
Wonder
by
he played
Sarana.
D4? Question mark. And here we go. And here we
Hmm.
go. Well, this is just easy. You take rook c4. I mean, we just looked at this. Like this is bad,
Yeah,
strategically bad. Like she's, I mean, this is just
and
bad. Bake on b7, rook c4, and what do you do?
I would love to see Karu's reaction here. Let's see how he's gonna. Okay, he has the little frown like, huh? What is
We're like,
that?
huh?
Huh?
That's not right. That's incorrect. No, I think you blundered.
Yeah,
No, I think you.
and
No, I think you blundered.
and he's over. And he's already reaching for the bishop. I think he has to do this one because let's say you go rook c4 first. This would be a big mistake as black takes, gives a check, and the rook is gone. So we take here first, and then block it with rook c4. And I like the position for white. It's definitely easier to play. And we want to take here on the next move. I don't know what Sarana has in mind. Bishop 6 b7. Good move on the board by Carl. Let's go.
Takes b7, d4 is crazy, right? Yeah, d4 was a strategic blunder, not like a oh, you're losing immediately blunder. It's more of a you don't have any good moves now blunder. Like
Hmm.
after queen takes b7, rook c4, it's a subtle blunder that at this high level can really dictate the rest of the game. So but rook c4, there is a wait a second. Oh no, you just lose two pieces. Yeah, queen d5, bishop f6. So just in case people were wondering, queen d5 is
Yep.
not a fork because we won two pieces, or we're able to take one and then defend the rook via d3 or c2.
Yeah, rook c4. Good move by Carl, blockading this c5 pawn. And we see your favorite streamer here on camera and your favorite podcaster in the back. Fabian's like, yeah, I approve what Hikaru is doing here. He's got a slight advantage here. He's blocking the pawns. And I think Hikaru definitely has the advantage in this position.
Oh, I agree, Fabi. Thank you. Very good, Fabi.
Mhm.
Fabi approves.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, Fabiano's pretty good at podcasting. Maybe he should try out playing chess. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, I think he should play. He definitely has it. He definitely has the Riz there. That's what the kids use these days. It's Riz. He has the Riz. He has the
Yeah.
Riz. Nice, Fabi.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look at the
And what do you
face.
make of
Oh,
this?
Sarana. He is not liking this. This is the best place to be as a chess player when you're playing. And they make the
Mhm.
faces and the head shakes and he looking at the clock. He looking around. Doesn't it feel good when they look at the score sheet? Like sometimes, I am weirdly just like always staring at my opponent when I walk away. I'm just looking at their face and their facial expressions and see what's going on. And when they look at the score sheet, it's more like man, where did I go wrong? That's what they're asking themselves a lot of the time. So it's nice. It's nice to see body language here, where you realize, oh yeah, we feeling good here.
Yeah, so I like the position here for Hikaru, and I think it would make a lot of sense to take here to get a good knight versus bad bishop going. Because let's say you get this, right? The bishop is kind of dead. It's just staring at its own pawn. So maybe what Sarana should try to do is keep the knight on the board. But I'm kind of wondering, does this work out? Let's say you go knight e5, we take.
Take
Oh, look
maybe
at
queen
this. You go
takes.
queen c1. I think he
Wow,
might have missed this. Without the
wow.
move queen c1, black goes here and gets rid of the blockade, but we go here. And the point is, we not only attack this, in case black takes here, I think we have this little move, and
Ooh,
white gets a big advantage. Oh, but look
nice
at
little
this.
in
The line
between.
continues, as you can
Takes,
take.
takes, takes. And we have a
This is
juicer.
protected.
We have a juicer. Wooden shield.
Nice.
Easy. Easy work.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice.
Okay, knight d5 on the board by Sarana. Another blunder.
Oh, it's a blunder. Question mark.
Yep.
Question mark.
But isn't Hikaru borderline winning here if he goes down the line that we just showed?
100%. Takes, queen c1. This might be an
Yeah.
easy game from here, guys. I mean, this was more of a this was one of those, hey, play good moves, right? And like nothing really happened, no real tactics, and then your opponent blunders somewhere. That's exactly what happened in this game. There was no super tactics, there was no sharpness. It was just some moves, and then he blunders. That's how chess goes these days too, as well. It's the best kind of chess that you can play. As no risk taking this game, and we have ourselves a better position.
And Hikaru already reaching for the bishop on e7. That's a very good sign. I mean, it's clearly the move. You don't want to keep this bishop on the board as black goes knight here, hits the rook, and then the pawns get rolling again. So he definitely has to trade on e7, and it's already on the board, the right move. And Kanti, it was not an easy game for Hikaru, but you know who did this? The chat. The chat
You
sent
know
in that
what? That's right.
energy.
I forgot. Let me spam. Let me get
Soaks
with
it
the
in.
chat. I forgot. Chat, they clock in every day. You know what I mean? We gotta get y'all a raise, chat. We gotta get y'all a raise. I know y'all be getting paid the big bucks, but now, you know what I'm saying? It's really because of you guys. That's it. Like 90% you, 10% Hikaru.
Chat is the real MVP. They do it
100%.
time and time again.
Time
And
time.
I've got some more good news for the chatters. Hans Moke Niemann did find the right move. Let's show that real quick. Hans did play the move. Bishop 2d7. Good move by Hans Moke. And knight a3 by Faruja, but that doesn't look like the way.
Oh yeah, this looks strange. What was the bishop? Yeah, he did go for bishop d7, 93. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't the way. I'm just not. I wouldn't be happy here as white. It just doesn't feel like I went wrong. But I think he was just playing off the head, getting a game, which is cool, and that's what he wanted. He wanted to get a game, take him out of preparation. But what do we really get out of this? I mean, it's just super equal.
Exactly. The knight on the rim stands dim. I like Hans' position here. Maybe move like bishop c5, hitting this, which is awkward for white to deal with. You cannot quite play the
Right.
move e3. Now this bishop is blocked, and you really have to. I don't know if it works right away, but this bishop is somewhat trapped. So, in the meantime, let's switch back to Hikaru's game. We have to trade on e7, and here we said that queen c1 is borderline winning as you hit the pawn and you cannot defend it. We go queen c1 specifically and not queen c2, because if you go queen c2, then there's knight b4 with a tempo. So that is the move we're rooting for. And let's say Sarana takes. We saw knight takes d4, but we can also take here with the rook, which also looks quite good. But I'm sure this is easy. This is easy money for Hikaru. Like, he definitely sees these variations.
And what's funny is, that these are the hard variations were earlier in the game that he figured out. So this should be a cakewalk to find queen c1. I'm sure he's already looking at it. Rook e1 he probably won't play. Like queen c1 is definitely a very nice move and an easy spot. Look at the head shake. Oh man. Oh, it's a wrap. It's over. I'm out of this shoe. Y'all like, day's work done. Head nodding. It's over, bro. It's always over. Especially when he's not listening to any music. You are in a very dangerous situation right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Hikaru doing the nodders. And the good thing also, Kanti, is that he's looking at the queen side. So he's looking at the right side of the board. And I mean, queen c1, it just, I feel like he's definitely going to find it. You want to pressure this pawn. Queen c2 doesn't work. And so you definitely want to go after this pawn. And I think you just win a pawn there. Because let's show that real quick. We go queen c1 hitting this. Let's say black takes. I think we take over here, hitting the queen. You can go here to defend this, but then rook e1, and white gets so many moves with tempo. And already here, I don't know where the queen can go where it remains defending that pawn on c5. So I think we're going to win a pawn here.
Easy work. Looks good for us, chat. Like, got the head nod, and he's thinking what he's doing here is what he did before in that game where what was that? I forgot the Indian guy name he played earlier in
Aryan
the tournament.
Chopra?
Chopra, correct. Where he played, Queen E6 took him like 10 minutes to maybe 15. I don't remember, but he took a while to play Queen E6, which was the most accurate. And I'm sure we knew that he saw it, but he was like, yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I messed up earlier in the game. So I want it to be more sure. And here he's, probably doing the same thing. I just want to be more sure before I actually do this and play Queen C1. I want to be absolutely 100% sure because this is a critical moment.
Yeah, and one chatter is asking after Queen C1, Sarana can go knight before anyway, but it no longer comes with a tempo. Oh wait, he was reaching for a piece, I missed it, but it's not attacking the queen. It's now, we just go A3, hit the knight, and we will pick up one of these pawns. Okay, come on, Hikaru, let's do it. Queen C1.
Come on, chat, spam, let's go. Get that energy up. Is he going to do it, chat? Is he going to do it? Let's get that confidence tool. Take my energy.
Send that energy.
Take my
He can
energy.
do it. Raise up your hands like, Hikaru, take my energy. Go to the candidates. Yeah, he's reaching for the queen. Queen C1. Yeah, I think he was reaching for the queen in a way to move it over. Like if you move it to, let's say, D2, it'd reach more for like this way, but he's reaching more like this way.
Right. And it's funny. You know what move they're going to make? That's so we play so many games that where they're going to move before they move it by the way that they reach for the piece or how they reach. Like you got this hand, you got that way, you got the little 2 fingers, you got the 3 fingers. It's like you got different ways of doing it. You know where they're going to move based off of how they're placing their hand before they reach for the piece.
Okay, he's almost about to move. He has some variations to calculate. As it does hang upon an E2, but it really feels like it's working out in White's favor. Hikaru is starting to the ceiling, like, what's happening to that variation? But I'm sure he sees it. Let's go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, the head bob is back. The head bob is back. He's about to move. Come on. I don't see what black is doing after Queen C1. But another variation that might be worth showing. Let's say you go rook here. Maybe we can take. Black takes. We take. You take. We take. Queen C1. Let's go.
Let's go. It's on the board. Queen C1 on the board. Just stand up and like.
It's over.
It's over. It's over. Stand up and just scream in the family. Like, why are you screaming? Oh, I'm watching chess. Imagine that. I'm watching chess, Mom. Wait, what? Okay. Okay, keep it down, buddy.
They're like, no, this is Hikaru. This is important.
Mom, this is important. Mom, watching Hikaru.
But I just wanted to show this variation. Let's say after Queen C1, black goes rook E8, right? We take on C5. Black recaptures, we take with the queen, black takes, we take, and black takes on E2. And you might think like, hey, materials even, this is hanging, but we go rook D1, hitting this pawn, and in case black takes, we take here, and black's in trouble as the knight's under attack, and it cannot move as you get a back rank checkmated. So, great move by Hikaru, and I think he's well on his way to a victory here.
And I actually looked away. I don't think he's at the board anymore. Yeah, he's sit back, but he probably got up and walking around here. Sarana is the one now going to have to figure this out right now. And I mean, he's going to try, obviously look at all those lines that we just looked at here. He's going to pick one, but nothing actually is going to work. What does the engine give as the absolute best, Bach? What's the absolute best from engine standpoint?
Rook E8, but look at this line. This line is pretty set. Rook E8.
Okay, what is it? Rook E8,
C5, and Knight C3.
Whoa, hey, chill, man. What is this? Relax.
But the thing is, this move looks fancy, but it's not. Like you take, and at the end of it all, you're just down a pawn and eternal suffering. So
wow,
this is not a lot of fun.
Wow, I'm up a juicer. Classic right, baby. Easy one.
Yeah.
So we just have a pawn. The best line is for you to go down a pawn and be miserable. Yeah, Chad, it's a good day in the office. It's a good day in the office.
It is a great day. Yeah. And we have some more good news for all of you guys. Oh, we Hans Smoke Neiman, did play bishop to c5, hitting the pawn. And Veruja defends it with rook f1. It's understandable that he didn't want to go e3, as that blocks in this bishop, but rook f1 looks kind of clumsy, doesn't it, Canty? I really like Hans's chances here.
100%. 100%. He just kind of played off the head. And black played natural moves to develop the pieces, right? I always like to say that, especially when I'm teaching students, like, hey, good things happen when you develop your pieces to good squares. That's just what happens in every chess game. Every single one. Good things happen when you start to put your pieces on good squares. And black's pieces just look a little bit better. You got knight on e4. You know, if you're going to chop that bishop, or if you take on e4, you give me your best piece, which is the bishop on g2. Bishop on f4, not doing anything. We have space on the queen side with the a4 pawn. My bishops are active. One move away from actually completing development, connecting my rooks. While the other head, knight on a3 is not the greatest piece. It's on the rim as well. This is some weird problems here. Very strange. Not by much, but I think from a practical standpoint, black definitely is for choice.
Yeah. And some people in the chat are asking, why are we rooting for Hans? Well, first of all, because Hans and Hikaru are good friends. But second of all, because Firouzja is fighting with Hikaru for that candidate spot by rating. So it would be great for Hikaru to get a win here. And let's say Firouzja loses. All of a sudden, Hikaru is like 10 points ahead of him for the rating spot.
Wow. That'd be nice. He would love that. That'd be big for us.
Yeah, no, for sure. So let's see what's going to happen. Hans has a slight edge here, but Canty, I feel like both players are headed for time pressure. Both players are around 33, 34 minutes, and they've only played 14 moves.
26 moves. Oh, sorry, not 26, 16 moves. 16 moves more to go. Whoa. Oh, no, it is like. Okay, so let's see. 20 something moves here. Time control, yeah, it's gonna be a problem, but they're around the same time, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad. As in, you know, one guy having more time than the other. So around the same range here. But I will be taking Hans here in this so far. Looking good. Hikaru has a 43 game no loss streak. Wow.
Wow, that's impressive.
Strong,
so I
though.
guess his last loss was to Ding in the candidates.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like,
Still,
I don't even remember who it was. In fact, yeah, I don't even know who it was. In fact, that's crazy.
Yeah, and I think, so he played against Ding in the candidates. I don't think he played anything else in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Then he played in the American Cup. He did well there. He played Norway chess. He went undefeated there. In the World Cup, he did go undefeated in Classical, and he did go undefeated in Qatar. So let's see, Qatar's 9, Norway chess 9, 18. Let's see, with the American Cup, that's like 8 or something. What are we at? 26. 43. Help me out, Kenty. Where did he get all those?
Yeah, where's the? That's what I'm about to say. Where's the rest of the games? Actually, 43. Now I think about it. Where are the rest of the games, chat? You can tell us.
Yeah. Now the thing is, he did lose against Pragnananda, but he lost to Pragnananda in the tiebreak, not in Classical.
Tiebreak. Yeah, correct. Yeah. Armageddon type stuff, which is different.
Yeah. So let me check. So I think indeed his last loss was to Ding. Then the American Cup, 8 games undefeated, so that's 8. Then another 9 Norway chess, so we're sitting at 17. World Cup, it's a 6, 23 plus 9 from Qatar. It's 32 plus, I think it's 36. Wait, Chad is trolling once again. I don't think 43, right? Am I insane?
Chat, what y'all think? U.S. champ. He didn't play that.
Well, yeah, he didn't play U.S. champs. Well, he went undefeated at the U.S. champs because he didn't play. You know.
He didn't play.
All right. And yeah, this tournament too, but this is tournament 4. So I'm sitting at 36, unless I'm insane.
Must be, chat. Are we missing one? Pretty sure it's 38, says Clyde 2 times. So, I mean, if Clyde says it's 2 times, so it's definitely 38.
Someone in the chat says, no, little bro, didn't he play like last year? Well, I didn't know that 7-2 would qualify as little, but I don't think he played last year after the candidates.
Come on, chat. Come on, chat. We need y'all. What is it? What you got? Bach is 7-2, by the way. He was drafted by every NBA team, and he just chose not to do it. You know what I mean? Chose to play chess. You know, so it's a vibe.
And it's more fun here to sit with the chat and you know, send in that energy. All right, let's see. Sarana in the tank. Hikaru now also getting a big advantage on the clock, up 8 minutes, and I don't know what to recommend him here. I don't know what to recommend. What about this though? What about knight b6 hitting the rook? Do we just take?
Yeah, just snip.
Black takes, we take.
Bling bling
takes
bow.
And hey,
knight takes, queen
takes.
takes.
Pawn again.
Up a pawn, easy work. He might go for this one because at least some pieces are still on the board. But I mean, we will see. We'll see. Jordan, LeBron, or Bach. Yeah, I mean, it was always a question of those three. You know what I mean? DOS rollers. That was just Jordan, LeBron, and then Bach, like Benjamin Bach. It was kind of crazy.
Exactly. Yeah. Now here, I mean, there's still work to be done. You're up a pawn, but it's far from over, but it's looking great. So I don't know what to recommend here to Sarana. I think he's simply gonna lose a pawn, and I will be surprised if he can hold things together here.
Let me see. Oh, he's not on the screen there. I was looking at the camera, but he is there. I can barely see him in the camera. He's thinking, what does the time look like? 31 minutes. Got ourselves a nice little time edge now.
Hmm.
9 minutes.
Yep. And by the also just to show, like, let's say black takes here on e2. I think we just take on d4 because if you take on c5, we take here. And hey, at the end of it all, we are up a pawn, and this one looks very good for white. You have an extra pawn, and one of the only open files on the board.
Every
So I
line
don't.
is up a pawn. That's crazy.
Yeah. So again, I don't know what to recommend here to Sarana. Like, I don't know. It looks bad.
Yeah. He realizes that too as well. He's trying to figure out what is the best way of doing it. Baruja walking over. What's going on at the game? I don't know what's going on. I mean, Hikaru's winning.
This is
He's just a
insane.
bit
This
pumped.
is insane. He
He's a
just
bit pumped.
blundered. This is insane.
I can't believe it. He just blundered. How do you blunder like that?
All right.
Right.
People in the chat were saying that Gukesh is losing.
Gukas.
I don't
Oh yeah. Let's see that. Let's see the I
wait.
saw that.
Gukesh
Somebody else said Gukas was like losing badly, in fact, is what they said.
is taking a lot of risk. Wait, so which board is he at? I can't. Okay, let's pull that up. He's playing against SL Narayanan,
Okay.
who by the way had a great event in the Qatar Masters.
Yes.
Let me see, where is that game? I can't. Oh, here. All right, so SL, yeah,
Oh,
he's
that's a
breaking
big
through on the king
advantage.
side.
Okay. What was this? Some King's Indian? Oh, don't do my King's Indian like that, Gukas. Hold on, my guy. You can't do us like that, baby boy. All right, let me see this. G6. Flip the board here, Bach. Let me see. We're going to have to get a lesson in some KID. Let's see this.
Mhm.
Knight a6, h5,
Okay.
queen c2, knight h7. Yeah.
Here's the thing: you get a 5 in, but then what? Right? F4 is not a worry. Pawn takes is neither pawn takes. Okay, we see a trade here. Apparently, this was not the way. And here's the thing: Black has pushed all of these pawns on the king side, but that is where his king resides. So SL says, "I do not care," and blasts open the king side.
That's a scary move, bro. G4. Okay.
No, this is looking bad for
Yeah.
Gukesh. I think he's taken way too much risk here, and we see it here against Narayanan, who's a very strong player, and it looks like he's just punishing Gukesh.
Dang. I mean, it's makes it look bad for us KID players out there when we have a bad ale like this. But I mean, it's not lost, but it is definitely in White's favor. As you see the bar here, things get wild with Kings Indians, as we know. So,
Yeah,
for
that is the
Kings Indians'
difficult
sake,
thing.
I just hope he plays better. I hope it works out for you guys.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing with the King's Indian, right? Like you take quite a bit of risk, and it can work out, right? Black often has some great wins, but also can get some tough losses because you take a lot of strategic risk, as White has a lot more space in the center. So yeah, perhaps things not working out for Gukesh. Is there another game that is so worth looking at? Oh, by the way, this game between Sindarov and Yu Young-yi ended in a draw. That's that's kind of what we expected, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With that game, yeah, because they played very quickly. They traded, yeah, and then draw. Correct.
Yeah, some more traits. Okay, some more traits, some more traits, some more traits, and draw. Yeah, not the most exciting games, and that's sometimes how it goes at a top level, right? Sindarov came up with some preparation. Yu Yang-yi found some accurate moves to neutralize the initiative, and so the game ends in a draw. And thanks to Martin for the 8 months.
Very nice.
Yep. All right, so let's see. Is there another game? Seems like a pretty slow round today. Nothing really that catches my. I mean, I guess we can show this game real quick because it's heating up. We have opposite side castling, and let's see what's going to happen. Also, Juma Bayev already getting low on time. 15 moves have been played, and he's down to 22 minutes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they need a lot of time. What is going on? What was this opening? This is a wild looking game here. It's like a Scandinavian or something crazy. Wow. Oh, that's
It
how
was
you
a
got kind of the
Berlin,
Scandi. Okay,
but with a scan d5 as black played
right.
d5 and queen takes. Yeah, sacking a pawn. Okay. But a chat is telling me that Hans made a bad move. So let's check in real quick. Hans played the move f7, f6. Okay, maybe it's not correct, but things are getting super sharp as Hans wants to put massive pressure along this f-file. So let's see. Let's say you take. Do we just recapture? Oh, you cannot do
I'm
that.
about to say
Right.
bishop e4 winning a piece, but why didn't the e bar go
Yeah.
all the way up? Like the bar is like not okay. Now it did. It just took a minute.
Yeah. But maybe you do have this. Take an
Whoa,
f2.
shoot, that is crazy.
Oh,
Take
does he
take.
want to go?
Is there an e5 or something crazy? Yeah, g5. Yeah, queen
I don't know.
takes.
Maybe this is
Oh,
good for Fallujah, but it's really difficult to figure out.
very sharp. There is some comp.
Yeah. And but let's go back to Hikaru's game because things are looking better and better. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Sarana down
This
to
is over.
26 minutes.
He out of time. Bach, he out of time. This is no time. And this and look at where I mean they're at move 22. Wow, so you need 19 moves to make time control here. This is not going to work. Not with 26 minutes, and you're losing a pawn in every single line. I mean, this is all but over. I mean, this is like
This is looking bad.
really, yeah, this is getting bad here. This is good looking. I mean, obviously good for Hikaru and us chat, Team Hikaru here, but yeah, it's really bad for Sarana as he's getting in time trouble. And I mean, we sometimes you forget how little 25 minutes is. We keep talking and then we'll go to look at some games. We come back, he got 15 minutes trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, 25 minutes isn't time pressure just yet, but he still has like one or two long things he can take. But after that, he will be down on the clock. So, and yeah, the position on the board does not make it easier. So it's looking great for Hikaru, and I think his chance to win this one are looking fantastic.
That is looking rough.
Yeah. We have MVL in the back. Well, and actually, Sarana has 19 moves to go, as he only played 21 moves. Hikaru played 22. Hikaru needs to make another 18, but Sarana, with this move included, needs to make another 19 moves, and it's not looking easy. That's like 1.5 minutes per move.
Right. 1.5 minutes per move. That's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. And then of course he's gonna think a little bit longer somewhere in there. Then the psychology part kicks in too when you're like, oh, I'm down time. I'm playing Hikaru, and like you're not even thinking about the board at this point. You're kind of thinking about everything else, which can distract you. I mean, can't blame you though. You are about to lose a pawn here, which is tough.
Oh, James, we have to show this. Someone went Bobby. Someone did the Bobby Fischer thing. Let me show this. Wait, we have this guy, Maritzi, who was playing a great tournament, but look at this. In this position right here, white is better after the move e4, and you're pushing in an endgame. But instead, he's like, let me go Bobby Fischer and take this pawn. Now, the thing is, you don't get your bishop trapped, but after this move, you're going
You
to
get
get
the
your rook
rook
trapped.
trap, the rook. Oh
The
my
rook.
goodness. See Bobby Fischer, and at 42 minutes, he probably shaking his head. This is one of those, Bach, where I've been there in a situation where I had two decisions here. I was like, do I play this on? These are the only decisions. Do I play out this game or do I flip this DGT board? That is the option. That's it. Only two. Do I finish playing this out because I blundered, or do I stand up and flip the DGT board and walk away? That's about it.
Yeah, no, so big blunder here by Maritzi. Again, like had he played a move like e4 here, white is pushing without too much risk. But yeah, the rook is gone. So that's a really big gift for Wojtasek, who happily takes it, goes bishop d5, the rook is trapped, and I think Black's just on this way to win. I mean, this is just over.
That hurts, man. Flipping the board might be the best option. Yeah, you're right. And you have to, you know how much composure it takes when you like really like, I'm about to flip this board. I'm about to. Then you have to calm yourself down, like, oh, now there's people around. I might not be invited here no more. This is gonna be bad. They're gonna put this all over the internet. Okay, all right. I'll just resign. Let's resign. But it does cross your mind. And you sit there and you contemplate what would actually happen. I probably should do it. No, don't do that. And then you resign.
Exactly. And we have a question in the chat by Play Annoying Moves. He asks, Bach, is Hikaru going to win this game? Well, let me tell you this. Hikaru is up 18 minutes on the clock. He's going to win a pawn. So let me ask you a question. Is there water in the sea? The answer is yes. I mean, come on. Of course he's going to win.
Of course he's gonna win, Shane.
Yeah.
Come on. You knew the answer to that.
Yeah.
Come on,
All right.
Shane.
Oh,
Hans from
we
knight
have
two.
some fire in Hans's game.
Oh, he did. He
Hans
went for
went.
knight x2. Ooh, wait, he on the board. It's heating up.
Wow.
It's heating up. Oh my goodness.
So what do we do now? What do we do now? Do we take an f2 or queen takes f6? Let's say you take here, then white has the option to go e3. There is g5 though. This is really cooking up. But hey, there's this to pin. But then you can take here. Take advantage
Ooh.
of this pin. But I don't know. White
No, wait, double up. Exactly. Is there bishop
move back.
e7 or bishop c5? Okay, bishop g5, queen g6, e d5, h6. Yeah,
Very difficult to figure out what's
It's
going
very
on. I
difficult.
mean,
Then there's a
because
queen
the tactics
c4 there.
continue. Look
Right,
at this.
takes and then h6 or even bishop. Shoot, even stronger. That is nasty. Look at that tactic.
Yep.
That hurts.
Mm-hmm. All right, so queen takes f6, definitely an option as well. You can also take on f2 right away, then take here, threaten g5, so the king has to step back. Then we take here, and black has what is it? Black has a rook and 2 pawns, 1, 2 for the exchange. But you know, white is the minor piece, so I don't know if this is good.
Sarana made a move. Knight b6 is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b6 is on the board. Hikaru is going to take. So yeah, so he went with the keeping more pieces on the board option, I think.
Yep. All right, so what if we take here? What does he have in mind? Does he want to take here or take on c5? Let's have a look. So let's say he takes here. We're going to take with the queen. Black
Me
takes
too.
here, and
Knight takes.
we're just up a very clean pawn.
Right, queen takes. So yeah, it's just clean. I think he wanted to go this route to obviously keep pieces on the board. But we are just up a pawn, guys. We are just up a pawn.
This is looking very
Now
good.
it's tough because like a pawn doesn't say game is over. Like it's you're supposed to win. But we are the favorite of 2 results. So we're not losing the game. But you know, you do have to we want to win it being up the pawn, but just because we're up the pawn doesn't mean we do actually just completely win the game. We got to do it with accuracy, and Hikaru is accurate.
Exactly. Yep. And you can also take on e2 here, but again, then there's knight takes d4 attacking the queen, and the tactics work out in white's favor. You just go up a pawn. So Hikaru can take, he can also slide the rook back first and then take on the next turn, as this pawn is not going anywhere.
That's
If you
spicy.
go knight d7 to defend, then we can take here. Take advantage of the pin.
Anyway. Very nice.
So which one do you think he's going to go for, Canty? Rook takes c5 or rook c2? Both
I think he's going for rook c5, but rook c2 is. I mean, I didn't even spot it. I was just going to take the pawn because, like, why not? I'm up with the pawn here, and we milk this position all day. But rook c2 is very nice.
Yeah, I somehow have the feeling as well that he's going to go for rook takes c5. It's more straightforward. You just cash in the pawn right away. Whereas with rook c2, you will probably win the pawn in the near future. But you know, why not just take it as this?
Just take it now. Yeah, exactly. Just take it now. You don't have to. At least you now, like, it's a different phase of the game. We know that things have shifted, and because now that it's shifted, we focus now on converting the 1 pawn advantage we have, trying to get better pieces, obviously, and push these past pawns, or at least the A and B to try. Yasser now. Yes, I would take it. You're right, new wine. I remember when I used to capture pawns back in the U.S. Championship, and they would call me crazy. What about you, Bach? What about you?
Yeah, and I remember in Tilburg, 1974.
Nice.
All right. In the meantime, we also have some more moves in Fabiano's game. So let's see what happened. Queen b6 was played, hitting the pawn on d4. Sipenko took, recaptured by Fabiano, knight b3 to defend this and this. Queen d6 centralizing the queen, b6 blunting the knight. To me, it looks rather even. A nice bishop maneuver by Fabiano, as it was not doing too much over here. Sipenko puts it here. And I don't know, this one looks about even to me.
I like it. And the 93 coming. I mean, it's about even. Yeah, you're right. I actually do like white for some reason. I just feel like my pieces feel a little better, but
right. Okay, so that's that. We also have the game between Firouzja and Hans Mook Niemann, and they're going down that line. Hans took an f2 and takes an f6, threatening to hit the bishop here with g5. And so Firouzja slides the king back with king g1. And I think now Hans has to take here. I don't know. I like this for Firouzja. He's really good in complications. And I feel like this one should work out in his favor.
I believe so too as well. I think, yeah, I'm a complications guy myself. I love razor sharp positions, messy things, lots of tactics. And we are going to see that. Is that game move?
Queen takes b2. Yeah, the queen got stuck on c3 for a second.
I saw that too. I was like, wait, did you do that? Or like,
no.
he IRL mouse slips chat. And then he got it back. Queen b2.
Yeah, queen takes b2. So now let's see what's going to happen. And I don't know if you said an IRL mouse slip. Did you see what happened yesterday in the game between Volakitin and Keimer? In that game, White made a touch move blunder.
What? Who was White?
Yeah,
Volakitin.
Yeah, I don't know.
He made a touch. Oh man, that hurts. Touch move blunder. Ooh.
I'll show you real quick what happened. So in this position right here, Keimer played c5.
Right.
And Volakitin touched the pawn. So he had to take it.
Oh, he blundered. Well, he could play d5. Oh, he touched.
No, but he touched the c pawn.
Oh, man. Oh, man, bro, I'm hurt. Oh, yeah, I saw that on the internet yesterday about a completely drawn position. He just like blundered. Yeah, this was the game. I just didn't look at it, but wow. So you touched that and you just instantly resigned. Yeah, that's another one of them situations. Do I resign respectfully or do I flip this chessboard? There's always, those are the only two options in that situation. That one hurts.
And so later he tried playing rook takes b6, but Keimer stopped the clock, called the arbiter, and called a touch move. And yeah, I don't know how you can. I don't know if it was caught on camera, but I do wonder how you can enforce it if your opponent is like, yeah, I didn't do that.
No, I ain't touch it, bro. No, man, we can go chess boxing right now. So if that's what you want to do, bro. I didn't touch it. No, you did. No, he didn't, bro. No, he didn't.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's crazy.
Anyway, Hikaru is still in the tank after move knight to b6. I think he just has to choose one of these moves. Both moves look approximately evenly good. And just keep time on the clock, as there's still many more tough decisions ahead.
Rook c2, we found rook c2. That is accurate, boy. That is nice. What a spot, bro. Rook c2 is very nice. Rook c5 was just as good too, as well, as it does just simplify. But rook c2 is more, I want to take with the knight, I think he's saying. He wants to take with the knight, maybe even win both of the pawns, which is crazy. He said no counterplay. I want to take on c5, maybe try to come back to b3 and then hit the d4 pawn and try to go up 2 pawns instead of 1.
Exactly, yeah. Rook c2, great move. He's going to pick up this pawn anyway. And as we pointed out, in case black defends it with 97, then we take this pawn over here, as now the rook on c8 is no longer defended. So if you take the knight, we take here, and at the end of the variation, white wins material. All right, so yeah, Hikaru's going to win a pawn. I don't see a way for Sarana to defend it. So maybe what he should do is just accept the fact that he's going to lose the pawn and try to create some counterplay by throwing this h-pawn up the board. Now, there will not be any immediate checkmate threats, but it's always annoying, right, when your opponent does this.
You're right. And for me, I'm thriving chaos and like king's ending positions. That's just tactics, right? So for me, I'm not as afraid. I actually just go back to b3 with the knight, or like rook d1 or something. I'm just all right, cool there. That's cute, but where the rest of your pieces at? You know, and if you open the H file, I might actually use it. So we'll see what happens. I'll go rook d1 or knight b3, trying to take this other pawn and go up to a 2-piece, meaning 2 pawns. Very smooth conversion.
Yeah, so let's see what Sarana's going to do. I feel like the move to h5 makes a lot of sense. You can also go c4 if you don't want to lose the c pawn, but here again you lose the d pawn and you're stuck with this weak pawn over here. And now also the knight can always join the defense, either going to f3 or in some cases to f5. So I think he just has to part ways with the pawn on f5 on c5. The pawn on d4 is better to keep on the board, as that makes the pawn on e2 a little bit backwards, right? You cannot push it up.
Right.
And yeah, after h5, h4, things are still not over.
Very nice. Very nice. It's a clean game. He's had the other game against Chopra, actually. Smooth games, like just smooth, not lots of risk taken. And you get to learn a lot from this type of chess when you get to see it live as well. Hopefully it rubs off in your own games as well. But, you know, very nice. Very, very nice to see. He really didn't take any risks this game. It was slightly better at some point for black, but it was more like not even half a pawn. And black was not able to do anything with it. Now he has a worse position. 19 minutes too as well.
Yeah, 90 minutes for Sarana. He is definitely getting into time pressure right now. He needs to make another 18 moves, so approximately 1 minute per move. And I really like Hikaru's chances here. By the way, someone said that Svana blundered. Okay. No, it's not a it's not a He kind of did blunder. Let's show that real quick. So in Svana's game, let's show that he played the move knight f6. Looks fine, but white can now play the move b5, hitting the knight.
Okay.
And after you move the knight, let's say
Right.
here,
Anywhere.
you can take over here.
Whoa,
you
little
take-
tactino. Okay. Ooh, nice c8. Only move.
Yeah, you lose a pawn. All right,
Little
so
tactinos. That's nice.
so yeah, knight f6 not a good move here by Svana.
Which report will find it. Let me see this opening. What was the opening real fast?
I guess some sort of Italian.
Yeah,
Or, yeah,
that's what
Italian.
it feels like. Italian feel. Okay.
Yeah. Just shuffling around. There's
Little
also what
shuffle
Svana
action.
had against Hikaru. And yeah, Svana had a nice position, but just, yeah, knight f6 not a good move, which not only gives away the advantage, but also gives it to white. In the meantime, let's switch our attention back to Hikaru. Everything looking really good. Up 17 minutes on the clock, about to win a pawn. Sarana with his back against the wall here.
Absolutely. Back against the wall is an understatement as the time is getting lower and you are going to lose a pawn. And the hard thing in these type of positions is figuring out what is the best way to lose, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is the best way to lose? That's the hardest thing is like, okay, I know I'm losing a pawn here. What is the best way to create some chances or the best way to get out of this? Like, I'm going to lose something. What's the best way? And he's trying to figure that out. And time is getting lower. You're going to have to move almost instantly. It looks like, just about under a minute per move compared to
Exactly.
Hikaru.
Yeah, but you make a good point. The position is objectively lost, I think, because Black is just going to lose a pawn. Now, if this was a correspondence game, at this point, Black might just resign, right? Because then White can find all of the perfect moves, but it's a practical game. Hikaru will still have to find some good moves to convert his good position into a full point. So let's see what Sarana is going to do to try to create some chance. And I think, again, h5, h4 is his best shot to at least annoy Hikaru a little bit on the king side, as it's always annoying when that pawn lands on h3, because then you have checkmating ideas.
Right, that is quite annoying. That is the only thing. Is that it says Ali Reza blunder. Chat keeping us on our toes today. They're like, oh, look at this. Oh, this happened. Oh, there's a mate in 27. Thanks, chat.
Blunder.
Wow, Queen C1 was a blunder. Okay. What was better than that, though? I was actually curious. I looked at knight b5. Oh, just knight c2. Okay. And then maybe rook b1.
Knight c2 was much better. And here, I don't see what Hans had in mind. The pawn on d5 is under attack. White also has ideas of rook to b1. So this looks really good for white. So I'm somewhat confused that Ali Reza didn't do this. Queen c1 and Hans Moak just takes another pawn. Can you take on d5 here?
Definitely
or
can.
I guess you can, but Black already has a lot of pawns, right? So it should be doing quite fine after, let's say,
And I gotta take that back. I gotta take on c7 or something. I mean, you can't be just taking all my stuff like that. Like, it's not that kind of party. So we got to take something back here, buddy. Queen takes c7 is probably the move. Bishop c6. And then maybe bishop e5 because rook f7. And my rook can't activate yet. Oh, wow. Instant. Completely lose.
Yeah. No, it's very double-edged game here. It would be great if Hans would at least not lose. A win would be even better, but already a draw would be good for Hikaru. Like, let's say Hikaru wins, Firouzja draws, then all of a sudden Hikaru would be like 7 points ahead of Firouzja. That's a small cushion already.
Right, very small. As long as we just keep playing how we're playing here. So he racking up wins right now. Hikaru is a steam rolling right now. Playing very powerful chess. About to go up a pawn here. Looking good.
And there we have a big fish in the back watching over Sarana. Sarana does not look very happy. He's and he's played the move rook e8. Okay, rook e8 on the board. That doesn't do that much. And I think Hikaru is just going to take this pawn over here. That was the whole plan.
To take the pawn, which is now very playable after knight takes. Yeah. What is your plan? We don't know.
Yeah. Hikaru take me off the jacket. What you could also do, by the way, is go rook d1 first, because again, the pawn is not going anywhere.
Oh yeah, we just bettering the position, which is really nice. That shows a lot of patience. We just, hey, the pawn's mine. Let's better our position first. Rook d1 is very playable.
Yeah. No, rook d1 makes sense. Or just taking the pawn. I wonder what Sarana has in mind, right? Because this is the obvious move. What does he want to do here? Maybe like knight d5, threatening
the same. Maybe knight d5 and then a3-ish.
a3, stopping the knight jump.
That's
Oh,
it.
look at this. Look at
Shuffle it.
this. We can do this. Because if you
I thought
take,
that didn't work. Wow. Oh, rookie one.
rookie 1.
Oh, that's nice. That is nice. I just completely missed rookie one. Yeah, I was
That's why
thought
you
it was like
always,
D3, H5.
that's why you
Make some love.
always got to create some lift with H5 or H6.
Sometimes move rookie one.
Yeah, so I like just taking the pawn here for Hikaru. And actually, it would be a semi-threat to go 93 back. Like, let's say black plays, I don't know, here. We can go 93. Oh, wait. Okay, knight takes
I got
c5
some
on the board and
captures.
h5. H5 instantly by Sarana. And now this doesn't work as black has this square.
Knight takes c5, h5. So now, yeah, knight d3 doesn't work anymore. But we do have a3 to stop anything else from happening.
But what about the move rook d1 now? Hitting the pawn on d4. I mean, you can push, but it really doesn't do a whole lot. I think we just take, and yes, this pawn gets here, but you don't have any threats. Now I like this move, cementing the knight, and white is a dominant position here.
Got that pawn, and we may be winning. Shoot, we may be winning. Even that h pawn is weak too as well. You're looking good, guys. Looking very good. We got that one pawn, h5 happen. Current the think tank.
Yep. And
Looking
if
king
Hikaru
sideboard.
wants, he could also stop the pawn pushes with the move h4.
h4.
But again, this inclusion is in Sarana's favor, as his king will have an escape score. But I really wonder what he has in mind in case of rook d1. I don't see it. I mean, you can move the rook over, but then why did you play rook e8, right?
Yeah, it's starting to collapse. I mean, I think the what happens is, you know, you're in time trouble. You're down a pawn now, and like you just start tilting, and basically in the way you're just moving fast, hoping for the best. But I think this is just fine. Knight b3 looks like it's coming next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Great
so rook d1
chances.
looks like a good move. Also very natural, just hitting the pawn. I don't see what Sarana has in mind. I think, yeah, it's looking better and better for Hikaru. But I think with all of that being said and done, we are going on a very short break. But do not go anywhere. Hikaru needs you. Keep sending in that energy, and we will see all of you in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to the Feeder Ground Swiss 2023. James, I just wanted to say that Hikaru was still thinking, but he just played the best move. He played Rook to D1. Oh, James, you're muted.
Muted. All right, we back. All right. So yeah, he found the right move here. Rook D1, about to play Rook takes D4. So it looks really nice, obviously. We're about to go up a second pawn here. How much time is left? 16 minutes. Look at the lean back and the sip. That's always the confidence if you didn't need any before. Goes Queen E5, which I saw this being a move. Obviously, it just defends the pawn. Very easy. Defends the pawn. We might see a Knight D3. You can reroute that boy to F4. You can go Queen D2. You got many moves here, but maybe Knight D3 I like. He would Rook D to D2. What about that one, Bach?
Yeah, second rank defense here by Hikaru. I like the move. He's defending the pawn on E2 once more, so that after H4, he can now go Knight D3, because let's say you take on C2, we recapture with the queen, and this pawn is defended. But you can also take with the rook. Again, this pawn is defended. Now your queen can join the defense. I actually like this one a little bit better, and it's looking very good for Hikaru. H4 in the meantime on the board from Sarana.
I was like, wait, how is this pawn on H4 with Knight D3? Okay, so definitely live position, H4, and yep. Okay, we just got to move. Let's see what it is. Knight D3. He's playing these moves quickly. What move are they at? 26.
Oh, and Knight D3 already on the board. Yeah, I'm just a little bit surprised how long he took for the move Rook to D1. It took him, I don't know, I can't see here. It took him quite a while. Whereas again, it looks like a very natural move, doesn't it?
It did look very natural, and I think he's like he did with the Queen E6 game with Chopra, where Queen E6 was a very easy move to find, and he just used his time. I mean, it was like 10 minutes at least playing a move that we all was like, yeah, just Queen E6, and he ended up playing it, but he's like, yeah, I just wanted to be more sure type thing. So he's being overly sure, which is great. Nothing wrong with that at all, and being 100% sure with his ideas and decisions. It's 93.
And a fun fact, according to the live transmission, he took exactly 10 minutes, like 10 minutes and 0 seconds for that move, but he did manage to find the right follow-up and is looking really good right now. This knight can always join the defense. I would expect a move like Queen E5 here from Sarana, hitting this and also setting checkmating ideas up with the move H3 coming next.
I have a Knight F4 coming too as well, but A2 is hit, so it's kind of annoying. Or hitting A2. Maybe just go B3 though. H3, Knight F4. Like, who cares?
Yeah, because A3, Knight F4.
Beautiful.
And I think if anything, we're very likely to pick up this pawn. So yeah, I like this. I like this way of playing. Yep.
Take D4 as well. At some point, looks good. Hikaru here. Sarana definitely just frustrated, feeling the pain. I mean, he hasn't even gotten up, like that kind of game where like you don't even get it. He got up one time. I think the other time was maybe go to the bathroom too, but since then it's been I'm glued to the chair. It's miserable here.
Yeah, it's looking tough. I don't know what to recommend here. For Sarana, who's also falling behind on the clock. 14 minutes for another 14 moves. That's a minute per move.
A minute per move.
All right.
So Sarana.
Yeah, so the queen is on attack. I think it's going to go to D5 though. Again, hitting the pawn over here can also go to E6. But I guess the drawback is that Knight F4 will always come with a tempo, right?
Always.
But what about this? What about Queen F5? Keeping the queen on an active square, and you just set up all of these ideas. I guess though, and actually as multi play Queen E6. Putting pressure here. So what if
you
we
may
go
want to
B3?
go to H3 too as well, but yeah, just B3. Who cares?
But now Knight D5.
Well, that's what he wants.
Yeah, that's his idea.
Knight F4, Queen H3.
Yeah, so let's see. So Queen E6 hitting the pawn. Can we go A3? Yeah, we could go A3. Because now this knight is not jumping into here. This is a lot better. And now maybe we just take and go here to alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah, relieve some pressure. E8, Queen H3.
Yeah. No, I like this way. You can also go Knight F4 and trade the A pawn for the D pawn, but it feels like the D pawn is a weakness, right? So why would you trade in one of your healthy pawns for a weak pawn of the opponent? So because of that, I like A3 better.
I like it. I like it a lot. And it also does not weaken B4 square too as well, which could be a problem. B3. B3 looks good, but A3 is just better. It looks good. I like it.
Yeah.
Like
And again, I think
knight D5 anyway. Or H3. Yeah, knight D5. He probably will go for that. H3 and then knight F4. I don't like that yet for black because obviously the pawn's hit. Could go queen F5. He's reaching for something.
And the nice thing here is we can always try to round up that pawn. Like, let's say we're taking a queen F1.
Queen
I don't
F1.
see
Yeah,
how you're keeping it on the board.
That is a cute move. What did he play? H8. Look how confident he looks. Very, very confident. Oh, it's not showing for some reason on the board there. Interesting. Live board not updating. What did he play?
A3.
Oh, he went A3. Okay.
Saving the pawn. Yeah. So let's see what Sarana's going to do. H3. We'll probably be met with knight F4. Again, we don't weaken the C3 square. So I really like this one. It's still, still some work to be done. It's not over just yet. But Sarana down to 14 minutes. But I think sufficient material for the 8 months. Hikaru definitely has sufficient material here to win the game.
Yeah, he has sufficient material. Feels good. Looks alert. Good game. Refresh the board. Yep. Yeah, we're trying to get fixed that. Something what's going on with the other board.
Yeah, I think that wait, let me check. That might see if we can refresh the live board.
There's something going on with the board.
Okay, yeah, now it's refreshed. Yep, we should be good. Okay, so we see Sarana getting down to 13 minutes.
13 minutes. We have a 10 minute time edge here. That works. That's good. Good work for us, right? And how many moves? 13. Okay.
Yeah, another 13 moves to make for Sarana, so less than a minute per move. There is the increment, so the chance of him losing on time are very low. But there are also there's a good chance that he will make some mistakes, which would make his position even worse. By the way, in the meantime, I'm having a quick look around. I feel like Fabiano and Esipenko are just shuffling around. I feel like this game is likely going to end in a draw, not the most exciting. But things are definitely heating up in the game between Firouzja and Hans-Moke Niemann.
Is this it? Oh, queen takes. So C takes D5 was last move, and here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are.
So let's see what Hans is going to do. Maybe just recapture.
There
he goes. I think Hans is just better.
Queen takes C7, bishop C6, and that's it. We have ourselves a game, boys and girls.
Yeah, black has a rook and 2 pawns for a knight and a bishop. But the thing is, this knight on A3 is completely off. White is lacking coordination. Furthermore, this king on G1 is feeling somewhat airy. So I really like the position here for Hikaru. And apparently Sarana just made a mistake with knight to D5.
But that was his idea too. That's what he wanted. Which we kind of saw this. Maybe we just move the knight and take on D4. We could also maybe trade the rooks and play rook C2, as you pointed out.
Yeah, I like this one, just taking over here. Then rook C2, trading off some more pieces. Black can keep the rooks on the board here, but then our queen can always easily join the defense with like queen G5 or something. And I feel like if we trade the rooks off, that should also make our life easier, as then it's easier to give checks to the black king. Another nice option here, James, is the move knight to E1 to jump the knight back to F3, help with the defense, and open up the attack towards the D4 pawn.
What a move. 91. Not one you're doing every day. Not one that you're just 91, guys. And put the knight on F3. It's a very nice fork, though. A forking D4 and H4, clarifying the king side.
Yep.
Trades favor us. We have a pawn. Easy.
Yeah, 91, nice move for Hikaru. So he has 22 minutes for the next 12 moves. That's still, a decent amount of time, but hopefully he doesn't take too long, because it would be nice to keep a comfortable time advantage and not get into time pressure himself.
Yeah, we want to keep that. We also, the 40 moves is coming up. So Sarana's going to have to move quicker, which is advantage us anyway, because quicker doesn't mean accurate. So time pressure will make you exactly makes you make some mistakes, which we're winning. We want more mistakes. Oh, we're up a pawn. Make more mistakes, please.
Yeah. And by the way, another game ended in a draw. A game of my good friend Aaron Lamy. Let's show real quick how that ended.
Nice.
Not the most exciting game, but in this position right here, it's looking pretty symmetrical, right? But here the players went for repetition, 95, queen e4, hitting the knight, and this. So Artemiev went back, and so the players just repeated moves. And also Giri. Giri drew again, not a terrible result, but I feel like Giri is really struggling to beat these 2650 players consistently.
Hmm. Is he 2762? How many points is he now? He way up there. Like way up there.
He's on 3
Way
out
up
of
there.
5. Like the same thing kind of in Qatar, where he was struggling to beat these players, and he's conceding a few too many draws.
This is the Geary that was the draw meme Geary, but no, he's definitely became Geary 2.0 in the last few years, as we have noticed.
Mhm. Yeah. No, yeah, I think overall the joke is a little bit unfair. He's a very creative and aggressive player. It was just in that candidates tournament that
He
out
drew
of all
like
of his
12
game,
games.
yeah,
Every game was a
all
draw.
14 games. All 14 games ended in a draw.
Every one, bro. Yeah, that's where he came. Like that was crazy. That was kind of crazy
Yeah.
to think about that. I mean, you didn't lose, but like you didn't win that game, but you drew
Yeah.
every like what is the odds of doing that one? Just draw every
Oh,
single
and
game.
yeah, a couple more things. Wojtasek did win his game, the one that we pointed out where White blundered. But there's another game I want to show, which is the game between uh, Bokarov against Bakro. Because look at this attack. Black is breaking through on a queen side, and look at this bishop, which is definitely
Wicked.
going to do some damage
Can
over
we
here.
see how we got here? Is this a King's Indian? Hold on. I mean, anytime I see a bishop on G7, I don't know. It's
Wait,
not
what?
King's Indian.
You would think so, but it started off as a Sicilian.
Tamanov.
Okay, okay. I like okay G6. I like how Bakro is playing this game. And
Very
yeah,
active.
here's the thing, like, everyone in the chess world, of course, everyone knows Hikaru and Magnus, that's the matchup we all wanna see, but this tournament just showcases how many strong players there are out there, and, yeah, now they have their chance to compete with the best in the world.
This was good.
Yeah,
Very
great.
cool attack. Takes A3 on him. All right. 95. What a move, though. That knight is strong.
Yeah.
Like black, but got to figure out the rest.
Yeah, it's not over yet, so we'll see how this one develops. In the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Alireza and Hans. Firouzja took on d5 with a check, and Hans just moved his king into the corner. And yeah, I definitely like black here. White's pieces are not working together. This king is open. I think Hans must be feeling pretty confident here, but they're headed for time pressure. Only 22 moves have been made. Hans down to 9.5 and Firouzja down to 14 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is getting sharp. It's getting sharp here. I would take either side, I think. Honestly, I probably would end up taking more white because I have the extra piece and the bishops. It feels like I can get like, especially being white's move now, like queen c3. I'm just on that diagonal. Just be on the diagonal, be ready for anything. Rook e1 can come into the game. Maybe and somehow bishop h6 is appealing at some point, but gotta watch out for certain things, certain checks. So this is a sharp game. If we get this knight off of a3 somehow in the game, it could be problematic. But I mean, you could also
Yeah.
say the same for black. F file might be sacrifices, king's airy. Lots of things going on in this game.
Yeah. So let's see what is gonna happen here. Okay, what is this? Knight c5.
That's what
What
we
is
played.
that? What is that?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I like that move too as well. So I'm not too mad about that. I see you, Hikaru, you know what I'm saying? I see you on the same wavelength. But knight c5, I just wanted to hit this d4 pawn. That's all I wanted. It was a move, but like, I mean, he could just defend it. That's
Just
why
go
I
here.
wasn't too excited. Yeah, I wasn't too excited
Well,
about it.
this
Rook
is
c4 maybe, and he takes on e2.
yeah, like this move is completely a step in the wrong direction. I mean, now the best move is just to go back. I don't understand what Hikaru is doing at all. Like, what is knight c? I don't see how it helps his position whatsoever. I like just trade here, rook c2. That was an easy option. Knight e1 was a nice move as well. But
91
knight
was
c5
really
to
cool
me
actually
looks
though.
you're really like I guess he can do stuff like this, but you're really inviting black to do something bad. Like take here,
Take knight
knight
f4.
e3 is a move, knight f4. You're really
Right,
asking
knight
for
four
something bad
is
to happen.
whoa, there's some heat. I don't know what's happening on knight f4. I am feeling good with the black pieces at least. I'm like, okay, I can't lose this. That's what I would say. Like, knight on f4, this can't be losing now. But knight c5, yeah, he probably will repeat, see where he's going. Queen g4, knight d3. Dang. allowing that. It did look good though. It looks great, but I was like, maybe there's something better. We found rook takes c8 was simple. 91, I think, was the coolest move. It was such a
But
great
do you
move.
s-
91.
but do you think he simply overlooked queen g4? Because why would you play? I think he played this move to hit the queen and hit
Mm-hmm.
this, and I think he might have missed this altogether. Because like he might see something like this, and knight e4, and you might win a second pawn. And queen h3 by Sarana. Okay, also not a terrible move. Setting up ideas, because like let's say you take. I think already black can take and go knight e3. Throw a
Oof.
mate, and if you
There's
take,
some
black
heat.
gets
There's a head
perpetual.
shake. Head shake from Hikaru there, I think. There's a camera froze, but head shake from Hikaru.
Can we still do this to offer the queen trade? I guess we can. Yeah, I
Queen
like queen
F1.
f1,
Take.
and the queen joins the defense.
We're good to go. We can also keep the queen away. Queen G4.
But is there stuff like this? Queen g4,
Right. Queen
can
G2.
black take?
Whoa.
Knight
Shoot.
e3.
Take. Rook takes. Nothing fancy. Rook D3.
Take. Cannot do this.
Takes.
Check.
Queen
go here.
H2. Queen H3. And then he takes on C5. What is this position, bro? This is crazy.
I'm disappointed. I expected more from Hikaru. Knight c5 was completely off. Queen f1 on the board, and queen f5 instantly by Sarana, which is a mistake, by the way. Queen g4 was better because of the lines that we just showed. And maybe he missed that move, knight to e3. But now, I guess knight d3 keeps things together.
Yeah, it's very easy to miss that move. Queen G4 there. He's also moving quickly too as well. He's trying to make time control.
And now he gets the same position, but down like 3 tempi. So knight d3 now looks good, defending everything.
Great trade.
And here, sorry, what?
Oh, I was thinking rook C2.
Let's say you take, I
Take.
recapture. And white's still firmly in the driver's seat. You know, we are up a pawn. I guess maybe on a good day we can go queen g2 to f3. And, you know, black can't get this pawn here, though, which is always annoying. But I guess it doesn't really concern us maybe here. And
There's some,
black
I
pawns are also
guess,
quite weak.
I guess it doesn't work, but with rook on C2, I was looking at rook E3 stuff, trying to take and play rook E3, obviously, to take queen F1 93. That'd be cool, but it doesn't actually, he doesn't have to take it. Rook E3 doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Problem.
Yeah. Okay, so just move the knight back, Hikaru. Just admit your mistake. It's all good. Because, I mean, the knight really has to join the defense, right? Like, let's say go queen
Right.
g2 here.
Right.
Black is, oh, already there's stuff. Yeah, the knight's loose. The knight's
oh,
loose.
yeah, loose piece. Yeah, that 93 thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear a move. I hear a move.
And knight
that
e3,
move is knight to
good
D3.
move by Hikaru.
Moves it
Okay.
back.
We
Head
still
shake, and he
have an
says, "What am I
advantage.
doing? What am I doing? Moron.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Knight D3."
I think occasionally he's overthinking it. Like the move rook d1 was very natural, and he already spent a long time on it. And here again, like knight c5, he thought about it for 6 minutes. But as we see, sometimes there's a case of long think, wrong think. And
Right.
that seems to be the case here.
Wrong thing, correct. I mean, yeah, I've had many times where I thought for a very long time and lost the game, but I've had the ones where you do win the game when you need to, when it's critical. But
Yeah.
important. Long thing can be a wrong thing, but don't move super fast either, chat. Has to be a healthy balance.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, so let's see what Sarana's going to do, who's now definitely in time pressure. He needs to make another 10 moves, and he's below 11 minutes. And there are some chances here for Sarana, but if he doesn't find them, Hikaru still has great chances to finish this one off. So let's see what he is going to do. He could push this pawn h3, which would make some sense, as you always create those checkmating threats, and you make it difficult for white to go queen g2 and queen f3.
Yeah, that's a great move. h3 is a nice restricting move. It's very annoying. But then again, you do kind of stop chances of a real kingside attack without getting in there. How do you get in there? Queen e4 could be annoying, though. Could be setting up. In fact, h3 queen e4 tying me down would be quite annoying for a long time.
Right, so people are saying go to the Ali Reza game. Let's pull that one up. We've been jumping around a little bit.
All right.
Okay, so
queen c3 happened. Figured that.
queen c3, rook a, bring the rook into the game.
No rook e1 now. So Yeah, this is what I was annoyed about. What we got?
Do you think Farouche is going to survive this one? I think he's in real danger. Or do you think Hans is just going to win?
Yeah, I think it's the time right now where we at. They got a lot of moves left, so I think it is double edged. I think it's anybody's game. But if there is, they make time control. Hans is definitely a favorite. I like knight c4, but I don't see why yet. I want to go bishop e5. There's queen f2 check though. Yeah, that's all I'm looking for.
Bishop h3.
Yeah, even bishop h3 looking scary. I am okay. Obviously, there's a bishop there, but man, this is not good. Blunder, chat saying blunder.
Blunder by Sarana. h3 looks very natural though. Like we said, it restricts the queen a little bit. You kind of go queen g2. Looks pretty natural. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Maybe, what about this, James? What if we take like recaptures and then queen d1 with the idea to go knight e1?
Love it.
Or rook c2.
Love it.
Hikaru reaching for a piece. What piece was he reaching for? I couldn't tell.
Let's say he's looking to the right of the board. Shit.
Head bob.
Yeah. Head bob.
Okay. What's he gonna do? I couldn't tell which piece I think maybe this. And I think it makes sense to get the rooks off. Black gets the open c file, right? But all of the entry squares are covered.
Yeah, and I love the queen d1 move, and then knight e1 to follow because it can reroute to the knight f3. That was a key move earlier as well. Knight e1 to f3, and then really taking another pawn. And h3 is loose too as well, so that would be another pawn. He's about to take all the pawns at some point here. It feels like we're up 1. D4 might be falling. h3 could be falling later, which will probably cause resignation.
And what if we go knight e1 right away here?
Immediately,
right? Like with the idea. I like this one as well. So we hit this, and if you take
with the knight,
I can recapture with the knight.
Beautiful.
Knight e1 also looks like a nice move, at least to me. But I don't know if there's something wrong with it. Not that I can see right away.
Everything's nice and defended. I mean, the pieces are very strange configuration, but they are like. I mean, it's like a 960 game. Like, how is your queen on f1, but the rooks are like on the second rank? Very strange, but it is they're coordinated. They're at least all hanging together for the right cause. They're working together. Feels good.
Yeah, one chatter said, what about knight c5? I don't want to see that move again. It's just a step in the wrong direction. And knight e1 makes sense to me. I don't know why it would be a good move or why not. But like you hit d4, then I can jump back to f3. It's defending the rook. I don't know if there's an issue, like something, like if black is a tactical shot or something. Like let's have a look. Let's say black takes. Take the knight, something like d3.
d3, but again,
so we just take.
Yeah, exactly. So. He was trying to trick you into pawn takes, or takes d3 is fine. Defends everything. Knight d4 next, crushing.
Yeah.
So Hikaru thinking, using this time, 4-minute time edge.
Yeah. 14 minutes on the clock. That's still a decent amount of time, but it's not all the time in the world.
Right.
Again, like he is often done this, where he has a time advantage, but then he also lets his own time tick down. Whereas I feel like he should perhaps try to keep that edge on the clock.
I am a fan of that too. Making good moves that don't hang anything, but then you have to have the right balance because you'll get into a habit of moving quicker and then make a mistake somewhere. So it's like healthy balance of that.
Oh, someone is saying after 91 to move g5, and I mean this is quite interesting. Yes, you can take here. Yeah, but apparently you just go g4. And you're up 2 pawns, but you're kind of stuck here. And
what?
One is a threat.
Man, that's some computer, bro. Like, what is this line? Like, come on, bro. That is crazy.
If the pawns are annoying, you don't get rid of them easily. And like you go here, then black goes here. This is difficult to defend.
I can't go before. Wow.
On Hikaru, he needs some energy.
Crazy stuff.
All right, let's see what he's gonna do. Can also just trade here and go queen. I feel like this one makes sense, right? Take and queen e1, centralize the queen, and then make the knight defend the king. Like let's see here.
91.
Yeah.
And then go knight f3. I mean, and it's beautiful. It's like you can't even stop the process of that happening, which is really strong. Really strong. You just control the entire game. Especially when a knight gets to f3. Like rook takes d4 is coming no matter what.
Yeah. And someone asked in the chat, do they get more time after 40 moves? Yes, they do. After 40 moves, they will get an additional 15 minutes on the clock. That's a lot of time. So I think we just have to kind of hope that Hikaru will reach the time control with a good position. because then with that added time on the clock, he should be able to convert this one. But right now they're getting mid long time.
Right. 2-minute time edge. So that's okay. Any time edge is great here, but as long as we don't get too low on time. It's coming up to about 9 moves.
Okay, Hikaru's gotta go. You gotta go.
Gotta move,
12
gotta move,
minutes
gotta
and
move.
ticking.
Gotta move, gotta move. Gotta move, bro. Gotta move.
Still thinking though. Okay. In the meantime, some more moves in Hans's game. Let's show that real quick. We left off here after rook a8, and Fallujah took the pawn on b7, and Hans goes c6 to shut out the bishop. Now, you can't quite take, I assume, because wait, you take, and here double attack, queen c1. This king is just too open.
King getting made it there. Yeah. Hikaru played 91, by the way. So Hikaru with it.
Okay.
91 immediate.
Okay, knight c4 by Fallujah in the meantime, which also looks natural. But yeah, 91, like I said, it looked like a natural move to me. And the reason why it's bad is, or not as great, is because this move g5 by Sarana. But that's so difficult to find, no? To like
g5. Look at this. And Hikaru didn't even it's Hikaru, right? He played 91 anyway. G5? Come on.
It's a tough move to find. Okay, knight f6, blunder.
Yeah, that is a blunder. That is a correct blunder there, chat. 2 question marks. That is a blunder.
What if we take and go knight f3?
Yep. This was the whole idea was, getting the knight, like the d4 pawn is going to fall almost like a no matter what situation. Well, now we get to hit that boy with tempo.
Yeah.
Most
but likely. I do think we should trade. Yeah, rook takes c8, good move on the board. Rook takes c8, and now knight f3. You don't want to take knight f3, very good move by Hikaru. Let's go. You don't want to take right away because of this, and you're pinned. Knight f3, good stuff. Good stuff.
Play, chat. How you feel, chat? How you feel? Let's get some energy up, chat. I see y'all. I see it. Chat's just, you're bringing that energy, and it's working. It's working.
Exactly.
All them big bucks we pay you to be here. It's working.
Yep. All right, so let's say Sarana jumps up here with the knight. Do we take the rook, or do we take a step back so we can take with? Let's take a look. Let's say we take with the rook. Black can slide in with, or can they? Well, I don't know. Let's let Sarana figure it out. He's below 10 minutes now. Oh, 94 rook d1 already on the board. While Hikaru moving with lightning speed.
He playing
Hikaru, get back to the board.
He pre-moving OTB. You're like, no, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Why does he keep getting up? There's not that much time.
Yeah, Hikaru does this all the time. He's not too far from the board here, but yeah, there he is. And walking around, checking the games real fast.
Okay. Things looking good though. He's up a pawn, about to win a second pawn. Again, this pawn on h3 is annoying. Pretty much the moment this pawn disappears, white is going to win. It's over, but it's on the board. It's annoying. It's making sure that the queen is stuck. It's creating checkmating threats, and it's very difficult to get rid of. So this game is still far from over, but Hikaru definitely has the advantage here.
Yeah, Hikaru definitely has. As you're winning, you win one pawn, you feel good. You feel the second pawn, you're like, all right, big dog, hold on. You get that third, you're like, hey man, we can go get some lunch early here, buddy. Right, type of thing. So it's over. Obviously, you still play on for the chances that could be. They could be. It is rare that weird things happen there, but we are cruising apparently right now.
Exactly. Yeah, Hikaru needs to make another 5 moves to reach the time control, and Sarana needs to make another 6 moves. So definitely some more time pressure for Sarana, also because he's down to 8.5 minutes. And James, what do you do here if you're Sarana? How do you create counterplay? I guess knight d4 is coming on the next move, right?
Yep. Knight d4 is coming. Shoot. I mean, you would love to go rook c2, but that is an immediate fork. If I go rook b, Sarana looking at something. You see that? Something caught his eye over there.
Okay, I don't know what he was looking at.
I'm not sure what he was looking at there. Okay. Rook b8, b4, maybe rook b8. I mean, just to, bro, it comes with tempo. Like with tempo, everything's different. So like he's gonna take with the knight, and like I have to move the queen, and I'm not really attacking the b2 pawn at all.
Yeah. And then the question is like, where do you go with the queen, right? Like, let's say black goes g6, right? Creating some move for the king. We take here, hit the queen. You cannot go here. Still walks into a fork and you lose the game. You can go to d7, but then you step into this discovery, even though there's no good move with the knight. But I think the way to go is queen f6. Yes, you hang this, but white cannot take us. Then you hang the f2 pawn with check.
Right.
Thanks to
this is very
blundering.
uncomfortable. Oh,
Thanks to blundering PhD for the 8 months.
blundering PhD, nice. 8 months.
Okay.
Everybody going crazy in the chat about Hans's must have blundered.
Let's pull it up.
They going crazy. Hans. Okay, what happened?
4, apparently not a good move. Hitting the knight. Hans, by the way, super long time. Down to 3 minutes for another 50 moves of Ruja. Only 5.5.
I knew this would happen, and the reason why I know this because of the time. The time's getting lower, and this is a sharp position. You are going to make mistakes in time trouble. It's just how it goes. Can't be super accurate, so it's favoring him before they reach time control. Way far away from time control with this type of time. I think Faruja has the better chances, believe it or not.
Yeah, I do feel like it's easier for white to blunder somehow because the king is somewhat airy. Like if Hans makes a mistake, the position might become slightly better for Faruja, right? Whereas if Faruja makes a mistake, like let's make a move. Let's say you go 96.
Right.
Can you do this?
Snap.
And hey, all of a sudden, you could just get checkmated, right?
Oof. Rookie 1 is losing immediately. Like, where do you even go from here? This is dangerous. Yeah. H3, that's a crazy move. I can't even play that. Can't even play that.
All right.
So maybe Bishop H6 is a starting move, which I looked at, but I didn't see what the follow-up is. Bishop H6 first, and then wow, Queen F6, mate in 11. So... Rook F6. It's just mate in 11. Then like wow, engine just finds everything. Mate in 11. What? Hey man, I just made one move. Bishop H6.
Yeah.
Rook F6, mating. Check, king out the way. That doesn't work. So Bishop F. So when Rook E4 happens, well, what is my move? He is going to take maybe the knight's hanging too. Like what? What do we do?
I don't know. And in the meantime, Sarana, he looks like he's about to move.
Maybe.
Like you can tell that from his body language. He's down to, what is it? 5 minutes with another 6 to make. So he's definitely feeling some time pressure here.
Okay, yeah, he's about to make a move. Let's see what he makes. He wanted to go Rook B8 because, like, I mean, you're trying to attack something at least. It's miserable playing positions like this. Rook D8, so he wants to put pressure on the pieces. Okay.
All right, Rook D8, defending the pawn. Okay, so now do we take with the knight or with the rook is the big question.
That is the question. Knight takes Queen F6, E3 takes. Queen F3. It could be a situation. It's tricky. It's tricky. Like knight takes D4. He goes Queen F6. I guess you can take with both. E3, and it might be Rook D4 stuff, but maybe it doesn't work. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, of course, Eva goes and Queen F3, right?
Yeah, everything is defended. So
Knight G5 should be okay.
Maybe Knight G5, something like that, setting up some knight jumps, but you might just have F4. And then you pick up this, and yes, you weaken your position a little bit, but you'll be up 3 pawns. So looking pretty good here for Hikaru. Come on, he still needs to find some good moves. He needs to make another 5 moves also to reach the time control.
He's going to take, which one do you think he's going to take, a rook or knight?
I think knight, as he has intended that with his last move.
Okay. What do you think, chat? Knight or rook? What do you think? What do you think? I think knight as well. I do think knight as well. Rook takes may give us some chances to kind of make things a little bit lighter, a little bit easier for them. Maybe draw, maybe more drawing chances. I mean, obviously I'm 2 pawns up, but he may be able to get 1 back due to the inactivity of the queen on F1. So knight takes seems like we can do more.
Exactly. Yep. Hikaru is down at 11.5 minutes. That's still a decent amount of time. But, you know, he can't take too long. I feel like taking with the knight makes the most sense. But I feel like if you take with the rook, then you also have to be careful that black's queen doesn't sneak
back
in
rank problems. Yeah. And like having the queen being as inact like on F1 is just looks strange, right? So you got to be careful. Let's see.
Oh, but in the meantime, Faruja, well, Look at, I think we have to go to that game. Fallujah down to 90 seconds on the clock.
Oh
Look
my
at this,
goodness.
James.
Well, yeah, after Ricky Fur, what I was trying to figure out, what do you do? Like, what do I play, bro? What do I play? He's gonna take something. I could play. I don't know, bro. I don't even know. I want 95, maybe Bishop A6. Bishop A6 is not a move I want to play, but he is attacking my knight. And if he takes twice on F4, I don't even know where I go after that. I don't even know.
Yeah. This is practically a blitz game at this point. The knight's on attack. Oh, queen e2 blunder.
Ooh, it says
Wait,
miss.
take?
100% miss. Takes.
I mean,
Cool.
it's a well taken
Takes.
here. Uh-oh. Don't you just get checkmated?
I mean, that's crazy to even think about because it feels like you're not. But okay, we go rook F1. He goes rook E1, and then you
Maybe
can
you
hit
have to
the
go
button.
bishop here to stop.
Ugh, that's
No, but
gross.
like you go here, you hit this, and look at this. Everything is hanging.
Woo-wee!
Everything is
We're
hanging.
about to see another tweet. We're about to see a tweet from Hans today. We're
Now
about
let
to
my
see
chest
another
speak for
tweet.
itself.
Yeah, chess speaks for itself. The chess speaks for itself.
I mean, I feel like that's very findable. Take, and rook here. You threaten to go for checkmate. White has no defenders. Everything is just hanging. Is Hans gonna find it? Oh, rook takes d4 in the meantime on the board by Hikaru. But we should definitely keep an eye on this game. Hans down to 2 minutes himself.
Wow. Well, shoot, Hikaru get the dub. He like, yo, Han, dap him up on the way out. Appreciate you, bro. That's good work today, my guy. Thank you. Let's go to lunch. Let's go to dinner, right? Because
Yeah.
that definitely helps. It's a bigger cushion, of course, for the higher rating between them two. Res and Hikaru.
Yeah, no, that'd
If
be great for
Hikaru is
Hikaru.
able to, Fallujah is able to, or Hans is able to win the game. Let's see.
Exactly. In the meantime, Hikaru took with the rook. Let's show that real quick. So rook takes d4 on the board. Good move.
Okay.
Now a big decision for Sarana. And I was going to say, does he keep the rooks on the board or does he trade? He decides to trade. Now the queen is under attack. I feel like this should be a technical win for Hikaru. Up 2 pawns. Yes, this pawn is annoying, but there are no immediate threats.
Man, we have moves. We have moves.
Let's go to Hans' game. So
Okay.
Hans took on c4. Queen takes d7. Rook fe8 is a cold shower for Fallujah. Is Hans going to find it?
Yeah,
I'd
he
say
probably will
yes.
see it. Yeah, he probably gonna see. I mean, it's an easy move. You only got 3 pieces. Like, would you remove one of the queen of the rook here? I mean, queen c5 check is probably an option too as well. He might be checking, but rook f to e is very simple to play. Double the rooks, and he may not even see the rest of it. You just know doubling rooks is a good thing to do all the time.
Yeah.
It's a very easy move to find.
Yeah, you just gotta trust that somehow the lines will work out for black, right? I mean, every move is loose for white. The king is wide open. And all of black's pieces are attacking. So Hans down to his last minute. Is he gonna find it? This is the moment of truth.
This is a huge win, beating Fallujah if he's able to convert.
Yep.
-5. It's saying he's up a rook, but he down in exchange. That's crazy.
Well, well, actually, the material's even, right? Because he has a rook and pawn for 2 bishops.
That's true.
I mean, rook fe8, the moment of truth for Hans. Is he gonna find it?
Yeah, rook fe8 is very nice. A very, very nice move. I mean, what are the other options, right? Like if he's looking for something else. Okay, maybe sacking could be appealing too as well.
Oh, blunder!
Rookie too, bro. Yeah. Hey, it looked great though. These moves, rook f4 look good. Rook e2 is for the queen check. So okay, if he misses it, so what's his idea? He wants to check me on c5.
But then what? Let's say white takes here. What is the
I
idea?
was thinking the same thing.
Check. And here.
Oh, hitting before you splitting.
Here.
Wait, queen h3. Is there a ladder check to win the bishop or something?
Oh, there's this. Check. Yeah,
Check.
kind of. Yeah, check.
Check.
Let's say you go back. Check. Let's
Oh,
say
yeah,
you
it's
go
a
here,
ladder
then
check. Yeah, and you check and win the bishop. Yeah.
And if you go here,
sense.
then I take and go g5. But is this winning? You know, I can take here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is correct.
I don't know.
That's correct. That's going to be hard. It's a
Oh,
game.
blunder by Oh, that's they're going down that line.
Let's just see things played. We just checked this, chat. We're about to see right now. Look at the time. And the 28 moves. I mean, they are nowhere near the time control. So this can go any way. Blunder every move.
Yep. Commentators are underestimating the pressure of the clock, I think. Yeah, no, I mean, I've never
Yeah,
played chess myself.
never.
I don't know
I
what
mean,
it, yeah, I
yeah,
don't know
never
what
played a
it's like.
tournament, never been in time trouble. So yeah,
No,
you're
no, no.
right.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that these players
Wow.
are making mistakes in time
And
pressure.
time
Queen
pressure.
h1,
That's crazy.
check. Queen f2 now by Hans. Yep, on the board. Queen h3, only move for Fallujah. The cover checkmate is going to find it, of course.
Have to. They're going down the entire line. That's fire.
Yeah. But I think White's got a great chance to hold there. I feel like that should... Oh, is it a draw? I don't know. Can I explain why not queen takes c6, queen takes c6, queen d4? Goodbye.
Got a new one.
Yep. Queen f2. Why is Fallujah thinking? Queen h3 is literally the only move to stop the checkmate. 90 seconds, by the way, for Sarana.
Yeah, I guess he's looking at g4, but g4 doesn't do anything. You just drop the bishop. Like, the bishop hangs immediately. Queen f4. G4, queen f4,
Exactly.
bishop g2. Like, I mean, what are you doing? So queen h3.
Queen h3 on the board. Hans has an opportunity here. Is he going to find Rec to e1, which would win some material?
To e1.
Mhm.
Check and ladder check. Yeah, he sees it. He's gonna find it. Man, that's crazy. We went down this entire line, and they're going for it. Chat. Spicy. Rook takes. Queen takes.
But is Sarana moved? Okay, they're going down that exact line. Okay, so I think Hans is just going to do that. Queen e2, and then Fallujah will go queen f1. And is it a win or not? I don't know. But let's show Hikaru's game. Queen c5 on the board by Sarana, hitting the knight. How do we deal with that? Do we go e3
I thought the
or
same.
slide the queen over?
Ooh, queen d1 is tempting though. I really like e3. I don't like my queen defending, but yeah, maybe I'll go maybe I'll go queen d1. So what's the difference?
Okay,
They both
Hans
look good.
Neiman is thinking. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on that game. Or, you know what? Since this game is so fire, and Hans is down to a minute, we have the live board of Hikaru, right? Hikaru's 10
Okay, yeah,
minutes,
we
so
got
let's
that.
see.
Yeah. Okay. Keep this up. They're under a minute, 32. They got 8 moves. Man, 8 moves from here before they make time control. Woof.
This
That
game has
is
been
crazy.
insane.
Yeah, this is some
Yeah.
crazy stuff.
Yeah, Levy is going to have a field day, or Hikaru is probably going to recap this one as well. Okay, Queen e2. The king has to step back to g1. Only move. Yeah, and he finds it, of course. Because now, after this check, you can still block with your queen. Hans, by the way, could do this.
What?
And take here.
Oh, no. He ain't doing that one. That is just crazy. With this time that he has, oof, that is a lot.
Yeah. No, I would be surprised and impressed at the same time if he does this. I think it's very natural to just give a check here and go into this endgame where you know you have zero risk and you can only win. And
you can only win. Yeah, right.
still looks like you have good chances to win.
Right. I would do the same, especially as you're getting lower on time here.
40 seconds for Hans Smoke Neiman. Is he going to find a3 or going to go queen d1? I predict queen d1.
I'm the same. Queen d1.
Yeah.
It's very natural. Very, very natural. A3 feels like he's it just doesn't feel human. A3 just doesn't feel like human.
By Hans.
100%. 100%. Human move.
But a very natural decision. Okay, now he's going to trade and go g5. And will it be enough to win? I'd say probably not, but he can try.
Yeah, he can definitely try. I think it's just going to be actually a draw here at the end of the day. They're going to make time control, and Hans probably will push this boy out another 40 moves. Like, you could do that. You could do that, you know. It's going to be a long, long one.
Okay, and Hans decides to trade. Yeah, again, like it's very difficult to go down the line with a3 because you cannot calculate it all the way through. Here, at least you see that you win material, right? You have zero risk. Can you win? I don't know, but you definitely cannot lose.
Yeah, winning, I just think this is going to be equal at the end of the day. How are you getting... Wait, he could... Oh, he's going to try to win the G pawn. I was figuring out how would he actually win this. So obviously, we take the pawn. We play maybe King G or F2 here now. You trade the pawns. And then once we trade the pawns, he's going to try to win this pawn somehow, the G pawn, with the king and the rook. In the meantime, we were trying to stop him from doing that while also pushing our A pawn. Smells like a draw though.
Yeah.
It says chat. Yeah, chat. It smells like a draw. It does, but does take some accuracy still because there is an
Mhm.
idea of rook takes this G pawn at some point.
Yeah. No, a draw is definitely a good result in this game for Hikaru, but a win for Hans would be even better. King G2 by Firouzja. Of course, he could not take an F4, as then takes, and you'll lose the bishop due to a double attack. And King G7 by Hans Smoke. He's delaying the trade. I mean, I feel like white should hold, but it's definitely unpleasant. Like you said, at some point, Hans is going to take. I think Firouzja is going to take with the pawn, take with the king as possible as well. But then you're going to walk your king up to G5. Let's make some moves. You go here. And you're going to try to put pressure here. Like, let's say you move the rook down to C3. And you're going to try to go king G4 at the right moment.
Yeah, but I think, you know, what I noticed here is he's going to have to do it where there's no check, which is really hard to do. How do you get the king to G4 without the bishop being able to check you?
Yeah.
So this is like a really, you know, if it's a win, it's a computer type win. Like it's very difficult. Very difficult.
Oh, that one. Yeah, let's showcase what you were saying that, yeah, in case the moment you go here, then there's a check. So I feel like Firouzja should hold this, but it's unpleasant for sure. Hikaru, in the meantime, still thinking he needs to make another 3 moves to reach a time control.
Okay. And it's a grind. Boy, they're using the time for real in this game. I mean, he's up. He's up. He's thinking too. He looking. He calculating the whole game out. You know what I mean? Like that's nice.
Yeah.
21,
Someone
23.
asking
Here.
in the someone asking in the chat, what if Fabiana gets first place? Would number 2 and 3 qualify for the candidates? Yes, indeed. The spot would move on. So we don't mind Fabiano doing very well in this tournament. We just hope that Hikaru has a good event and that Firouzja's event isn't too hot and that Hikaru stays ahead of him.
How did Fabi do? His game just finished?
Oh, let's have a look. Probably a draw. Yeah, seems like a draw. They're shuffling back and forth.
Okay.
Okay, so Yasipenko stays at least in the sole lead with 4 points out of 5. Hikaru could join him if he wins. Hans could join him if he wins. Keimer on 3 points as well. Probably a draw here, but White definitely pushing here, I would think.
Yeah, I can definitely push with these pawns here. I mean, maybe a6 is a little weak. h5 too. May have things of our own. Time control is coming.
All right, so yeah, we have some draws. Sevian did not win, which is definitely disappointing. He did play one of the lowest rated players in the field with 2450, but he could not get more than a draw. Whereas a win would have been great, as it would have gotten him in a tie for first. I'm somewhat surprised he takes the draw here, because apparently, after the move d4, Black has a big advantage.
Wow, and it looks good too. I think maybe it might have been to this guy. This IM has had the tournament of his life, in fact, too, as well. So he's been playing actually great chess this entire thing. Maybe it was some respect there too as well.
Who knows? Yep. All right, so let's see.
Right.
Yeah, so a lot of draws. Arjun and Jumabayev also on 3 points. So the winner of this game will join the leaders as well, and it's probably going to be Arjun. He's up on the clock, and he has 2 extra pawns on the king side. Black has 1 extra pawn on the queen side, though.
What was this opening from Arjun?
Oh, this was that Rulo pass. And by the way, we have a move by Hikaru who played e2, e3, which looks fine to me.
Solid.
But hey,
what do we have? What we got?
He doesn't do this. This is not a coincidence. Hikaru makes his move, and he has 4:20 on the clock. Very, very funny, Hikaru.
Yeah, very funny, bro. He always does things like that for the memes, chat. It's always for the memes and the content. Always.
Yeah. All right. So now this pawn is definitely hanging. Let me show you guys why. In case you go g6, white can take, I believe. Or no. Well, I thought in case of check, we can block. But here's the thing. Black goes knight d2 first, stopping the queen from jumping back. And actually, Sarana goes knight d2 right away. Okay, queen d1 now, which is the only good square for the queen, because you cannot... Can you go here?
Well, then queen d4, right?
Queen d1, good move. Okay, wait, what about queen d5 now? Threatening mate. Then f3. Queen d5 on the board. Threatening a checkmate over here. f3 only move.
Only. f3 played. f3.
f3 played.
Man,
and I'm saying, oh, but Sarana's got a tricky... Oh, queen a2. What a tricky move. Look at that.
Dang, he saw this. Queen takes.
Check.
Queen h1. Wow, that is sick, boy. Sarana out here thinking. That is a nasty sequence.
But the good thing is Hikaru has calculated this because look at the camera. He's already ready to move. And I think king f2 wins the game.
I was just gonna
Black
say
gets
that. What king
back
f2?
one pawn. But after queen c2, you force the queen trade. That is a big, big relief. And then after this trade, this pawn on h3 is no longer really an asset. It's more of a weakness because we go g4 and king g3. So Hikaru should have this in the back. I don't see what Sarana can do. If you go knight c4, you also go queen b3 and you force the queens off. Our streamers got this.
That's right. Wow. Nice. Yeah, that was a crazy trick, though. I mean, the great try from Sarana. When you see tricks like this, you just have to slow down, calculate, and find a move. You don't have to take the knight. You can play anything else.
But the good thing for Hikaru is also that right now he's got 15 minutes to figure it out. That's more than enough time. And but I was curious, right? Let's say we go king f2. Let's say black takes. We go here. What if black does this? Oh, look at this, James.
Oh, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy? Yeah, there it is. Hitting, splitting. And then you hit him, and then you split him again. It was king g8, you go check, right? What about king g8?
The king g8 is game over right away. So we check, and then you pick up the knight anyway.
Yeah, like ring
it's all
around
about
the
that
rosy
h
there. Nice.
King f2 on the board. He's got this. But let's look at that line once again. So it takes king c2 here. Apparently, do not take it. Still, black is doing fine after queen h1. All right. So instead, by the king e2 traps the knight, but we give it check.
Check.
We take here. King
g6.
here. Where's the
Is
win?
there a mate? Right. You're looking at
I don't see it.
like mate? No. Queen f5, g4 is so close. Oh, g4 first.
But what exactly is the third? Well, I think black doesn't have a threat. That's also black's problem.
Right.
Let's say you go here. Is there a checkmate? I mean, apparently you pick everything up with check.
Check.
And you're like...
Just take everything.
Yeah. All right. But king f2, it looks like he has this in the back. I mean, he reaches the time control. So let's see what Sarana is going to do to try to fight on here. Are there any chances
Sarana
for black?
Oh, they made time control. I'm like, does Sarana make time control? They are move 41.
Yeah. What about this, though? Making it difficult for us to... Although we can do this anyway. Because, yes, you get one check, but that's it. King f3, and we get the h1 anyway. This should be a win, but still some work to be done.
Yeah, they say knight in games are pawn in games. So it's good to treat them as such.
Someone says Stockfish says made in 50. I assume that person is trolling, but you never know. There are these computers that are super strong.
Made in 50.
Yeah.
Made in 36 in the Fabiano game. Fabiano and Magnus.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what's happening at the other board. So Hikaru probably going to win. He will probably be tied for the lead. Let's see how Hans Moke is doing. Hans Moke is going for that plan that we mentioned. So king up, takes, rook up. Definitely some chances, but I feel like objectively this should be a draw.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. You know, it just feels like a clean draw here. My bishop's active enough to keep the king at bay. Checks and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think since we just reached the time control, we are going to go on a break. The players will now have a long think. They will get an additional 50 minutes on the clock. But don't go anywhere. Keep sending in that energy. He needs you guys. Keep sending it in. And we will see all of you in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. James, while we were on a short break, some more moves have been played in Hikaru's game.
And it looks like we have the position that we highlighted basically. King F2, trades of the queen, got the pawn, and it's just a clean end game. I'm up a pawn. Should be an easy conversion because as many knight in games with pawns are basically just pawn in games. Obviously, the knight there makes some things different, but even Botvinnik himself said it. So it's closer to a pawn in game than it is having the knights on here. And we're just up. So clean, made time control, looking good for him.
Exactly. So let's see how Hikaru will try to finish this one off. Knight e4 is a nice move, hitting the pawn. And like we said earlier, the pawn on h3, right now it's no longer an asset. Black does not have those checkmating ideas since the queens are off the board, and so it's simply a weakness. Hikaru can also go g4, followed by king g3. Let's see what happens there. That's the move that Sarana is trying to discourage with the move f5. And also, he's opening up this line for his own king. So let's say we go g4. I assume black takes. We recapture. Let's say king up, king up, king up, take king g5 maybe, and try to and
g3.
you here, then some check. So it's
weird.
Maybe
Gotta get some 94 in there at some point, right?
Yeah, so we could have included knight d4 here to hit the pawn, but you go g6 to defend it. What about this? Knight c6, you hit this, a6.
Hit it again, knight b4.
Yeah, but the pawn
knight
escapes.
c6, but then he escapes again.
Yeah, a4, knight c4. So Hikaru is definitely winning, but still some work to be done. Someone says go to MVL. Sarich. We saw that game earlier, and I would not be surprised at all if that board was set on fire.
Blew up.
Let's see if I can find it.
There it is.
We have something similar, James. Here we also have a knight in game.
Knight in game where he's winning. He is winning right now. Is it his move? Yeah, you check and takes.
Yeah.
You just check and take. That's it.
But do you keep enough pawns on the board, right? Like, let's say you take.
King takes.
Oh, apparently you take and king b5.
He's in time. Oh, I thought this was funny. I don't know why. Wow.
Let's look at this.
Takes and he's just in time. We're just in time, let's just say.
And you promote at the same time. Wow.
So the win is where then? You check and you don't take? So you tell me we don't take this pawn.
Yeah, you check and you go here. And you block the king.
That's crazy.
And you block the pawn. And here's the thing. First of all, it's difficult to make a move to sit, right? But I can always play h5. So that if I do take the pawn, my king is going to be much closer to, or my pawn is going to be much closer to promote.
And we also have stuff like king d6 coming to be able to win the pawn and get back with the knight. That is very, very instructive. Nice. Knight check and takes.
Yeah,
a little hasty.
And not easy to find at all. But here's the thing. There's limited options, right? And this line is quite straightforward with 96 and knight takes f4. You see that, I mean, if you calculate, both players probably figure out that black draws there. And so you start looking for other options, and that's where knight d4 comes in, but definitely not intuitive.
Yeah, definitely not intuitive. 96 intuitive, 94 not afterwards, especially when you can take the pawn, feel like you're up and clean, but calculation says that you are queening at the same time. Crazy.
Exactly.
Crazy game.
Yep. So let's see, is he gonna find it? I would assume so. In the meantime, someone was asking in the chat, can Hikaru move his knight to g1? Yes, he can, but it's gonna take a long time. And in the meantime, black can try to go after the a pawn. So I don't think that is the way to go. I think it's much better to keep our pieces centralized. So let's figure this out, James. How should Hikaru win? So apparently we should go knight. Oh, what about this? Knight d4 and maybe a4 with the idea to go after the pawn, as now it's already a little bit fixed.
Knight c6, knight b8, yeah, and then we get the pawn. Well, yeah, he would be able to go knight c4 at some point, but then we have g4, king g3. Yeah, that's an excellent plan.
Well, but then our pawn on e3 is hanging, right? So it's not that easy.
We could push it. Maybe not e pawn. Maybe g takes, and push e as well. Then go king g3 if we have enough time.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Hikaru was winning, and I also do believe in his in him to find it. But it's not over yet. There's still some work to be done.
Yeah, this is a hard part. Obviously, the hardest part of the game. This
Mhm.
is right here, in fact. Especially calculating everything out, finding the right plans, and in the right move orders, like small things. E4
Yeah,
could be a draw. G4 could be wrong, right? Like, crazy stuff. Interesting.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's still in the think tank though. He's thinking it all out. He's gonna spend all his time here. And which is critical, and he should use a lot of time here.
Yeah, he should definitely spend some time. Of course, he should also keep some time on the clock, because there's still
Right.
definitely more decisions ahead. But hey, he's got 43 minutes, so he's got all of the time to figure it out. So let's check in the meantime, or you know what, we can recap already some of the action that is taking place. So the first board between Tsipenko and Caruana ends in a draw. This is Hikaru's game, who's probably going to win, and Ferrugia and Hans are probably going to draw their game. Board 4 between Sindarov and Yu Yang Yi ended in a draw. We have Keimer pushing for the win. Let's show that real quick. But I think objectively, I mean, it's a little bit annoying. You know, White's got a bishop and
Mm-hmm.
2 pawns, and White can shuffle around and push for a while. But objectively, this should be a draw.
Yeah,
Game between
definitely.
Nair and Vidit ended in a draw. And Origin pushing for the win as well. Let's go to that one. So what's happening here, James?
Okay. Whose move is it first? All right, it is Jumbayev.
Black.
Jumbayev. How was the piece count? Down a pawn. Black to move. Okay. It's also a passer. I'm gonna take white here. I got the extra pawn, obviously. Like I'm gonna take white. I got the extra pawn. Pieces come off. I'm feeling good. Yeah, there's just pressure on the B file, but my knight on A3 is weird. Could go knight B5
Mhm.
at some point. There's also a check imminent on D2 now. Being black's move. Check king up. Rook takes. Do you have time to take that? I don't feel like you do.
I don't
And
know.
push. I like
Like,
white here for sure. I feel like I just
you just
push.
push.
I don't
And
know
now
what's
you
next yet.
threaten
Oh yeah, rook
this.
takes. Yeah. So maybe rook H6. Oh, knight
King
G4.
C7.
C7. Is
Apparently
that
not the
played?
move for Jumabayev, but not terrible either, I guess.
That's the game move. King C7.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. I see his clock now. King C7.
Hmm.
These bishops 2 months. Look at that.
Yeah.
These
Okay,
bishops.
let's see what else is happening. Oh, Gukesh lost. Gukesh lost to Narayanan. Let's show
Wow.
that. I mean, Narayanan is in great form. He degraded the Alaman, also having a good event here. So let's show real quick. Oh, this is another game, but Parham won. Okay, let me show you guys why
Sarana.
Raunex resigned, because you can take the rook, right? But if you take the rook, then there's check, and you can
Well,
prove
mate
all of this. Check, check, and mate.
and
Put the
mate.
bishop here. Mhm.
Beautiful
So
game.
let's.
That's sweet.
Oh, this is pretty tough for Volikitin. He was having a good event, right? But he lost yesterday, and today he loses again to Hikaru's former second, Niklas Huschenbeeth, who is having a pretty good event himself. He's on two. He's on 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5. Wow, yeah, playing great, playing great. Won this game with the white pieces. Yeah, higher rated pawn too, 2660. I see him.
Hmm.
This stuff. He's an opening
Okay.
wizard.
We also have Mishra winning with the
Mishra
black pieces
with a dub.
against Donichenko, and look at this.
Rook
Okay,
D1.
yeah. So let's go through the game. Yada 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 yada. Okay, whatever. White's a bit better, but some. Oh wow, he sacks the rook here. Okay. And this B pawn is pushing for glory, because look at this. Rook D1.
Boom. Rook D1 takes B2 and we queen. Ooh, and if you take the pawn, rook D3
And if you
check.
take the pawn, then there's check, and you lose your queen. And if you go queen B7, I think there's rook D2, and you cannot stop this.
Anyway,
So nice win for Mishra,
very
who's,
nice.
I don't know how many points he's on. Let's see what else is going on. Is there... There's so many games, and so many strong and interesting players that it's almost... it feels somewhat unfair that some of these players are not getting any attention.
Right. There's so many players here. Hikaru with the confidence walk around. He plays G4. We've had some moves.
Oh, G4. Yeah, G4 looks pretty straightforward to me. Like, the
100%.
computer is not saying it's a good move, but it still keeps a hefty advantage. And now I'm sure it's going to go King G3 to go after this pawn.
There's a King F7. think he put his jacket on and walked away because he put, oh, there he is. Okay. I was like, where did he go? He put the jacket on and just was gone. Put the jacket on. That's the Gary when he takes the watch off, but when he puts it back on, it's time to wrap up. It's time to wrap it up.
Well, to be fair, I feel like there's still work to be done. Yes,
Yeah,
he
I
will
know.
win
I
a
know.
second pawn.
Look at him take the jacket off. He put the jacket on, sat
Yeah.
down, and took it back off. Of course, there's a lot of work to be done here. That's why it was funny that he put it on because it's
Mhm,
like this ain't over yet. Like he got a lot of moves yet.
mhm. Yeah, he's listening to us. We were saying like, "Hey, Hikaru, stay focused. Still work to be done." He's like, "Okay, okay, Bach and Canty. I'll keep working. I'll put the jacket back
Okay,
on. But hey, I'm leaving. I'm leaving." But let's have a look. Let's say Black goes king up. We take here and king g5. We thought that this was a good try for Black because the king is a little bit stuck here. Maybe. Well, what if we do? What do we do here?
check, check, check.
Oh,
He's just gonna keep checking me,
oh,
huh?
we do this. We go a4
Okay,
because I want to go knight d4. But if you go knight d4 right away, you do this, and you kind of fork me, right?
kind of
So
annoying.
go a4. Now you can go here, but I go knight up. This is what I want to do. And if you check,
Ooh,
go here, and
King
if you take, I've
G3,
got a check, and I
beautiful.
have a lot of checks here.
You want to
Check.
ring
Don't
around
look
the
at
rosy
this.
there? Check again.
That's
Get
over.
up the knights. Winning the end game.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love
So,
the A4 move.
yeah. So should be a win for Hikaru here.
Love the A4 move. And then there may be something with what about A5? With the same idea of I'm gonna try to do the same thing you're doing. I go knight C4 here, hit the pawn.
Okay. So now what? Yeah, not easy. Not easy. I mean, we could do this,
And
but
the knight, yep. And yep, correct.
we only have one pawn advantage, right? But those are pawn promote. Let's say we go here. The knight can, let's say, go back here.
Bring the knight
I mean,
around, knight there. Yeah, I'm losing. I'm losing, bro. This is it. There's just
oh,
no way
knight
I can stop
d4.
it. Correct. I just can't stop it.
Well, you
Knight
can do
D7 maybe
this.
or something. Oh yeah, here the same idea. Correct.
I mean, but this should be lost. This should be
Yeah,
lost.
this
Because
should
your
be
knight is super
lost.
passive.
Yep.
And like you said, it's kind of like a pawn game where we push the knight into the corner. And if your king goes over here, then we go after this one.
All right. This is not enough.
And eventually we go here. And the rook pawn is the arch enemy of the
Of
knight.
the
Because the
knight.
knight is having always a tough time stopping it.
Wow. Yeah, it's just over. It's just over. And we like that. It's amazing.
Mhm.
It's amazing, man. Good game here. This was a game. Grinded. We in the second time control, deep into the second time control there.
Mhm. Someone is asking in the chat, what is the name of the cat? The cat is called Hikaru.
Oh,
Yep, that's the name of the cat.
that's
Yep.
nice. Look at that, chat. Hikaru. The Hikaru cat.
Hikaru cat. Yeah, that's right.
Pretty good.
Okay, so let's see how Sarana will try to continue this game. He should be lost objectively, but like we said before, still some work to be done for Hikaru. He's gonna go up 2 pawns, but the pawns are a little bit split. They're a little bit weak, so it's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet here. King G3, waiting for Sarana to make a move here. He's calculating everything. Yeah, I can see the grimace on the face there. He's like, oh, this is miserable.
And what do you make
Oh,
of
very
Hikaru's
confident.
body language right here? Does he
This
look
is
like, oh,
confidence, 100% confidence. Arms folded. I got this. This is done. There's nothing you can do. We're just waiting for you to resign. But I know you want to play this out, of course, because you should play it out. But this one's over.
yeah, king f6 on the board by Sarana. Pretty logical move, moving the king up. And I'm sure Hikaru is going to take, because sooner or later, that's just what you do. It's just a matter of time until that move is on the board. Hikaru sits down.
And let's see what happens. In a think tank here, thinking about everything he wants to do. What's the next moves? Definitely King H3 first, though.
Yep.
Just snatch the pawn. Why not? Take that boy, play A4. Beautiful play. The rest is history.
Yeah, as white, we would love to, let's say, take here. And if black doesn't do anything, go, let's say, king g3 and h4. I think if we get all of those moves, now we can comfortably say that white is winning. Like, the pawns are mobile, the pushing of the board. But as we see here, they're still a little bit stuck in the dryer. So it's not that easy to convert yet. And king g5 on the board by Sarana. He's fighting on.
King takes h3, king g5, as we've seen. Where's he? Every move, bro. Where are you going? Where are you going? And
Uh-oh.
I feel like that too
Hikaru,
when
come
I'm
back.
losing. When I'm losing, I'm more frustrated. So like, especially when they get up, I'm like, no, bro. Hey, come back, bro. Hey, hold on. Let me make a move. Hey, hold on, bro. Where are you
Yeah.
going, bro?
Okay. Still some work to be done. Hikaru, come back. Okay, but yeah, he's gonna be gone for a while. He's gonna get some coffee or something.
Yeah, that's
And
more suffering because you're losing, and then he leaves, and you're like, oh,
mhm.
like just torture. This is absolute miserable place for Sarana to be. Walking away, going to get to whatever. Let me go get some lunch real quick
Yeah. Let me record my recap during the game. Okay,
during the
but again,
game.
we would love to go king g3, but then there's this check over here. We would also want to go knight d4, but then there's here with the fork. So the move indeed we play is the move a4.
Love it.
Making sure that this is no longer a fork. Now if you go here, now we go king g3. There's no longer a check. We get the pawn h4, and this is just over. And if you go knight e4, now we hop up with our knight. So he should. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna find a4.
I believe so as well. A4 seems like a very easy move to make. Okay, well, there's king g3, obviously, too, and knight d4. King g3 is probably just out of the question. I'm not a fan of it. But
Mm-hmm.
knight d4 is the other option that could be mistaken, but I think you'll find it because obviously knight c4 would be the fork. We don't want to go back to c2. E4
Yep.
loses a pawn. I mean, your options are limited, which is good. That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Exactly.
good thing.
And we get a question in the chat. Are there any rules regarding drinking during the games? I guess he means alcoholic drinks. I
Oh,
don't
go
know if you
ahead,
have
big
any.
dog. Shoot, please. Please
Oh,
drink during the game.
oh yeah, yeah. Like yeah, you would love your opponent to drink.
Man,
Yeah.
get lit. Go ahead, big dog. Shots on me, man. Shots on me. 100%. There's a
Yep.
story about a player. I'm not going to say his name, but a friend of mine played a friend of mine, the guy in the story, where he was in Vegas, and the guy leaves. He's playing. It was an international master playing a GM, and
Mhm.
he was playing the GM. The GM leaves, and he's known for doing this kind of thing as well. But he left the board. He did yoga for an hour, Bach, for an hour,
Mhm.
and he came back to the board smelling like alcohol. And
Oh.
at the board, he lost the game. The GM lost the game, but it was kind of crazy how like you can do whatever you want. Like
There's this story
you can do
of a
whatever you want.
GM who had a bit of a hangover and he passed out during his game. Yeah, I
KO
kid you
and
not.
that boy slobbing at the board. No, 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 let him sleep. Don't touch him. Let him sleep. Like let him sleep. We need all his
Let
time to run out.
yeah. Okay. I feel like if Hikaru finds a4, he is gonna find this game. So perhaps we need like a little bit of energy. And I wonder what exactly he's thinking about. Because again, knight d4, there's knight c4, king g3, there's knight e4. You cannot move any of these pawns. You cannot move this pawn. You cannot quite move the knight. You cannot move the king. So then, hey, you find a4. And it makes sense, as knight c4 is no longer a fork.
Yeah, yeah. It's no longer four. A4 is the best one, of course. If you find it there, there's no obligation to wake up your opponent. Exactly, Jaron. Look, I don't care if you don't show up. I have hey, look, win for me, bro. Win for me.
All right. Hikaru taking his time. Come on, Hikaru. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go a4. The thing is, he doesn't head bob yet. He's very focused, but he's
Hmm.
got all of the time in the world. So I think he will find it.
Yes, because he has so much time. And also he has chat, spamming.
Oh,
So it's
but
pretty
in the
easy.
meantime, Hans and Faruja drew a good result for us. That Faruja drew the white pieces, but Hans had it in the back. He
Hmm.
needed to find one move, but he was not. His chess didn't speak for itself. His chess let him down there.
It doesn't be worse though. You got to draw. Drunk GM tourneys is how can't get the GM norms. You didn't see my US Masters 2022. Well, that's pretty obvious. That's okay though. That's cute. It's cute. Think that I was
Just to show
cheating.
everyone real quick where he missed his chance. I was here with Rook Fe8, threatening mate basically over here. White doesn't have anything. You yeah, you you don't have a move.
Oh yeah, he just missed it. Yeah, he's gonna be like, oh, I missed Rook FE8. Oh, it was such
Yeah.
a simple move, which it was, but he didn't have enough time. And also Rookie 2 looked good too.
Hmm. All right. In the meantime, Keimer still pushing for a win here, but Evil Bar well in the middle. You just don't really have a plan here. So I'd say this one is probably going to end in a draw. Okay, so draw, 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 draw. Another draw, a draw, draw.
What a round.
Yeah.
What a round, bro. Man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of draws. We got a few games left, though. Only Hikaru will win today, huh? Who lost, actually? Shoot, think about it. All draws here. What around and get a win? 100%.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see. Okay, Hikaru's still thinking. All right. Come on, Hikaru, go A4. You can do it. So Arjun probably on his way to win here. King f3 on the board. King c6 and g4. He's pushing the pawns forward on the king side.
Yep, pass pawns must be pushed. We can create another one. Black has none. Man, this knight on A3 is gross, but I guess he's like, yeah, look at your knight on A5. Same. Oh, wow. It's kind of like a zugzwang in a way. Like, don't move anything. I'm not going to move anything. I can push these pawns. Where does your bishop actually go cleanly? Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Weird position, but definitely like white.
Hikaru looking a little bit unhappy, but I wonder exactly about. I mean, I guess he realizes that. I mean, he is winning, but the win isn't as easy. But that being said, a4 is still a pretty natural move, I feel.
Which move? Oh, A4.
Oh, sorry, a4. Yeah, okay,
For
there.
Hikaru,
Yeah, the head bob. Come on,
Yes,
head
yeah.
bob.
A4. Yep. A4. Takes. Yep. Here. Yeah, queen. Got it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
Let me redo it. Redoing it. He's rethinking it. Shake, head shake.
Okay, so let's see what else is going on. All right. Let me check. All right, so we can also let's have a look here, right? I mean, it's slightly scuffed.
Hmm?
Nah, it's really scuffed. Now, whatever. Let's just go back to the game. No, I just wanted to like recap all of the action, but apparently the view is a little bit too scuffed. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Breaks
again, the game
capture a
between
little bit.
SC,
Fine.
yeah, the game between Esipenko and Fabiano ends in a draw. So Esipenko moves to 4 points, Fabiano to 3.5. Verush and Hans ends in a draw. Hikaru is still pushing for that win. Sinner of Yuyangi a draw. Keimer Predke probably a draw. Nair Virit a draw. Arjun probably gonna win though. So if Hikaru wins and Arjun wins, then we will have we have 3 players on 4 points.
Oh, that'd be sweet. Who's the other two? Oh, that would be yeah. Who else has 4?
Esipenko.
Yes,
Esipenko
okay.
and Hikaru. Yeah, if Hikaru wins.
Nice.
Okay. Sevian draw. Aaron Lamy draw. Anish draw. Duda Bartel probably a draw. Melkumian Abdesatorov a draw. Cheparinov against Vichakov. I would say probably a draw. Because this pawn is strong, but you don't have a way to
Let
make
me
progress.
think about that. Probably draw.
Yeah. So that is a draw. Let's see. Shanklin Tari. This is a draw, but white is pushing.
I mean, this is a memo. They sent out a memo today or something like all games should be drawn, except some people didn't get that memo here.
Well, the thing is, Aravind was winning, but he was like, hey, today we're all making draws, and he just
Oh, yeah, he
it.
got the memo. Oh, all right, my bad. Sorry. C4. Draw. You want to draw?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, so that's that. Then we have Grandelius against Yakuboyev. Yakuboyev also did not get the memo. He is winning. Let's do a quick count. Black is up 1 pawn, but look at this A pawn, James.
That boy is a passer, and we have lots of fun with our passers here. The question is, okay, oh, there's going to be, oh my goodness, you push it all the way through. I was just trying to figure out how. You push the pawn to A2, knight gets to A1 via B3. We go knight C1, and you push D2, D1, which can't even stop it.
Oh. Yeah, he's reaching for the A pawn. Let's go. A4 on the board. Let's go.
On the board. Let's go, Chad. Let's go. He found it. That man went into the think tank and came out on the other side with A4.
Very good. And this is what makes chess such a special game. Like an entire chat getting excited because Hikaru pushes a
Pushed
pawn
one
up one
pawn.
square.
Oh my god, he played A4.
He pushed the
They
pawn.
running outside. A4. Like, hey, sir, we're gonna need you to calm down. We're gonna need you to
Yeah.
calm down. He played A4.
He played A4. Sir, you
We're
don't
gonna need you to
understand.
stay calm, sir. Keep your hands inside of the vehicle. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what Sarana's gonna do here. And Chess Flunky comes in with the 8-month sub. Okay. Now, I think he's got this in the bag, but again, still some work to be done, but it should be winning.
Who you winning? A4.
Okay, let's see what Sarana's gonna do. He's got 44 minutes on the clock. Definitely still a lot of time. By the way, people in the chat are telling me that Arjan Tori blundered, but
Oh,
apparently,
shoot. That was a game. You just said that too. Like, I mean, this
yeah,
one's probably a draw. And then he
yeah,
blundered instantly.
yeah. He also did not get the memo, and apparently Shankland is winning now after the move King F5, hitting the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, and I guess wherever the rook moves, like let's say go down to G file, rook
Oh, you just got
G5,
rook G5. Ah, and you get the other pawn. Wow.
and if you go here, do we have King
King, yeah, I was
G6
just gonna say maybe King G6, right? King
or
E6
King
too.
E6?
They both look great.
This also looks pretty good, but I don't know. I don't know how this is winning. Well, it's whatever.
Okay, this one's not a little bit difficult. Check
Yeah,
takes.
not easy.
Okay.
Oh, but Shankland just well, this is quite funny. Like, I'm sure it's Shankland. I think he just wrote a great book on rook and games, but
Mm-hmm.
it was a little bit funny that in the U.S. Championship he did lose one to Dominguez. You know?
Yeah, he lost one. He said he's been working on this book right now or that in games book for the last 3 or 4 years of
Yeah.
rook in game books. I'm like, dang, bro, I'm sorry, my guy. Like, I apologize for everything that you went through. You know, like, my condolences, sir. My condolences, because that's like really difficult to put that stuff together. And like, man, I've studied a lot of Dvoretsky. I love rook in games, but I also don't care for them that much. I'd rather have much tactics and razor sharp stuff. But 3.5 years of working on an in-game book, Bach, could you do that?
No, no, no. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Not even
Yeah,
close. Yeah,
simple no.
exactly. Yeah, same.
Yeah, and yeah, no. The thing is also, like you said, I mean, end games are important, but not in. You don't get an end game in every single game, right?
Right.
Whereas you do get an opening in every single game. So I feel like if you do have good opening preparation, that should be more valuable than
Right.
having good end games in this day and age.
You hear that, Bach? You hear that chat? Bach says that study openings only. That's it. Don't study nothing else. Just openings only. You heard it here first from Bach. He says, Bach, do you have a book? He does. And it's on an opening. It's the Nimzo India.
Well, it's not like well, get the course obviously and get Canty's course that's coming out pretty soon. But I don't say like don't only study openings, but I definitely feel like it's very important. Like there's all these people who say like, well, don't study openings, this is and that. But I feel like it's the easiest way to improve your results, right? Because in every game you are gonna get an opening. And of course, you don't only study the exact moves, you also study the ideas that flow from that opening. And why are people laughing in the chat? Why are people laughing in the chat?
I'm not sure. Some people are laughing in chat. What's up? What's a funny chat? What are we laughing?
What's funny? Now chat is quiet. Now chat is quiet.
Just study for straws. LOL. Okay, nice. What up, Quantum? I see you, Ryan and Trevor.
Box arguments are solid. I agree.
Yeah, 100%. 100% sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's see what is going on. We have Sarana in the tank, and he realizes that he is about to get banished to the Shadow Realm.
The Shadow Realm. Finish him.
You finish him.
Finish him.
So
it's about to happen.
So Canty, I think you're a few years older than me. When you grew up, did you watch like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon or not?
Did. I choose you, Charizard. Go.
Yeah.
Right, Pikachu. Yeah, I watched that. Oh yeah, I cried in the Pokemon movie when Pikachu was about to die, and then or maybe it was Ash. Well, whatever, Mewtwo froze Ash or something. Chad, y'all remember that? You remember how you felt when you saw Mewtwo? Like, I don't remember, it froze Ash, and we was about to we was in there, but we was hurt. We was in there about to cry, bro. So I remember that. Yeah, definitely. But also Yu-Gi-Oh was nice too.
Yeah, and do you remember any other cartoons from when you were younger?
Yes. In fact, I watched Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob. SpongeBob
Yeah,
was lit, bro.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob was lit.
Dude.
I already have two things from SpongeBob. We use the My Leg on my stream deck, My Leg, and then we use the SpongeBob fail noise every night, every single night,
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
You know, I remember there was someone saying like SpongeBob is the reason why kids have ADHD. You know, like why they're jumping around so much because.
I guess that makes some sense. Yo, that's so funny, bro. Man, Tom and Jerry Boomer. Yeah, no, Tom and Jerry was been around for forever. It's still around now. But SpongeBob was lit, bro. SpongeBob was probably my favorite one, bro. The Krusty Krab pizza is a pizza. Come on, chat. Y'all know that. You know the rest.
Mhm.
And that's
Exactly. No,
it.
and I remember that like whenever I would make a burger, I would always look up the
Krabby
Krusty Krab
Patty. Krusty.
recipe. Yeah. I want
I want to make
to
a
make it in the
Krabby
exact same
Patty,
way.
bro. It sounds so good, but it's probably disgusting. It's probably the worst thing
Exactly.
ever. Ain't nobody want nothing
Yep.
from a Krusty Krab. What you talking about, bro? That sounds disgusting.
Hmm.
But the Krabby Patty, I always wanted to try one. Always wanted to try
Very
one.
nice. And you know, maybe we can ask Hikaru. Do you think Hikaru watched like Pokemon, or he's a little bit too old for that?
Who, Hikaru watching Pokemon?
Yeah,
No,
Pokemon.
Hikaru was around. Hikaru was probably watching a little. We got to ask him. Maybe he was watching some
Yeah.
anime, some stuff like that. Like Dragon Ball Z, I liked too as well,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, no, Dragon Ball Z was awesome. Yeah. I think he
Um,
definitely watched that one. Definitely watched that one.
yeah, you can
But
get around.
I have to ask him.
Everybody watch DBZ, right? Ed, Ed and Eddie. Okay, I
Yeah.
like that one too. Just watch that one.
Yeah. All right, Sarana in the tank down to 38 minutes. It's looking very good. We are up 2 pawns. 94 is coming, or in case of 94, King G3. And yeah, 2 pawns are worth a lot. I think, technically speaking, Hikaru is winning, but he might have to calculate some lines. We saw some lines earlier, right, where he would potentially have to sacrifice a pawn,
Mm-hmm.
but he would win in the end game.
Yeah, it's just gonna win the end game here. I mean, as we're in the end game, we're up. We got the pawn, and Sarana is just this is miserable. Like this is why chess is stressful like this because he know he's losing and he's trying to find the best way to not lose or like to complicate things in a position that he just know is losing. He says Alexei looks tired, correct, and almost defeated in a way. Now he doesn't look really defeated. Yeah, he's dejected there after that, but he is trying to stay in it as much as he possibly can, but it's tough, man. Chess
Yep.
is very hard. And look how long the game is going just to know that you are losing and you may lose this game for sure after spending all of this time. Very tough game. Very tough situation
It's
to be
tough.
in.
It's tough. Yeah, like I said, we're what is it, 5 hours in at this point, and let's say you spend 5 hours creating something, and
Yeah.
just yeah, it's all for nothing. You lose, right? It's
Yeah.
only not worth for nothing. You even go down in the ranking. Like your
Yeah.
life literally becomes worse. But hey, he's a very strong player. He's very
Yeah.
talented, and I'm sure that well, the game is not over yet. But I was gonna say
Mhm.
that he will try to bounce back. Well, you know, let's focus on pushing Hikaru to the victory. Let's do that right now. But again, I don't see how Sarana can hold here.
I don't either. In fact, there is, yeah. The problem is every line is going to be something with us either winning the A pawn, which is very likely. To win the A pawn, you have to give your knight up at some point. We're going to win the G pawn. Like I'm a big fan, especially for me, as much as I love tactics and aggressive chess. I've studied a lot of in game. Like I went to Devereski a few times, mostly the pawn and rook in game stuff because there's so much in there, but it's also good to understand the ideas, overall plans and ideas. And I remember I had a lot of in-game success from knowing what is the overall plan. I want to actually take this a pawn, right, restrict his knight by actually pushing my pawn. He's going to run his king over. They call that fox in the chicken coop from Jeremy Seelman. Run his king over while we go actually take the pawn with our king on the g file. Very possible, and
Mhm.
it can definitely happen.
Yeah. But in the meantime, I think Hans and Ferrugia were analyzing the game on the official broadcast.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, so I'll
Sweet.
definitely rewatch
Gotta
that
check
later.
that
I'll be
later. Yeah.
interested to hear what they have to say. And by the way, 94 on the board by Sarana, and now 94 is certainly gonna be played by Hikaru. It's a very natural move. You centralize the knight, and then you can give all of these checks to push the king away. And by the way, someone asked in the chat, how does this tournament work? Is it a Swiss tournament? The answer is no. This tournament is called the Grand Swiss, but it's actually a round robin.
Oh, it's a round robin.
Yeah, exactly.
It's open tournament too. It's crazy. Yeah, and it's
Hmm.
cool because like this knight d4, knight f2, king g1, knight takes idea, knight e6 check is so possible and logical that that can happen. The grand round robin.
Hmm. Yep.
The
All right,
grand
so
round robin.
I think the only reason why Hikaru is not moved yet is because he's away from the board. But again, 94, very natural move. Black is starting a check here and pick up the pawn. But after 94, you can no longer do that. After check, king here takes check. And it's just over. Your king is going to get pushed away from the knight. And you get into a lost king and pawn again, which should be an easy win. Like here,
Easy,
here.
very easy. Yeah. Take and push. And push and take. And push and take.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so I think as soon as Hikaru gets back, he's going to play 94. And then what can Sarana even try is the big question. Oh, what if he does this? Like knight c3, hitting this, push, and then here, hitting this. Because this one is also awkward to protect.
Oh, but this is more of a fox in a chicken coop. I just go knight c6. I'm going to go knight c6. I'm going to take the pawn. Knight b8. You take mine, I take yours. Actually, no, wait. I forgot knight c4. I just saw knight c4 too as well. Yeah,
Oh.
knight c4. That's the problem. Whoa, that's crazy. The idea was there. I thought knight takes g4 and I was good. But apparently knight
Yeah,
c4 is actually better. Shoot. So you gotta be careful there.
yeah.
Whoa. That would be the way that will mess us up. Maybe we go e4 or
Hikaru.
something after a6.
Apparently you have to do this. Takes,
Oh,
and now
really? Takes
h4.
h4?
The
Okay.
king moves back. But not like king f3. I guess you're winning. You're up an extra pawn and you're more active. But,
Right.
you know, the material is very limited. This is not still work to be done. You know, still work to be done. But I assume it's winning as your king just walks in.
Yeah, it should be. Should be just winning. It feels like we always say should be winning, but then you blunder somewhere or like, oh, the nuance was move the king backwards, then forward. Like, what? Bro, what? Yeah. Triangulation. Oh, got a head bob.
D4 is going to be played shortly, I'm sure.
Got a head bob. The confidence head bob from Hikaru.
Hmm.
Very nice. Should be winning by watching the eval bar or maybe using calculation. It's probably the best bet. I don't recommend using eval bar. We do it for you guys. We use the eval bar for you guys to see.
Here's one thing though. I don't like the fact that he like knight. I'm sure he sees knight d4, and it feels like it's the move. So I feel like he should just play it
Right.
because he still has time. But you know, we've seen that the time disappears quickly. There's still lines to calculate. So just play the move, pass the ball back to your opponent, and let him think.
Yeah, it's a very strong move. And I think, I mean, obviously Knight F2 is coming. So you, I mean, this is like a move you have to play. He knows. Yeah, that's true. I mean, he probably should just move fast because Knight F2 is on the way. Whether you like it or not, he's going to play Knight F2. Unless you go Knight E4, then it deters Knight E2, Knight F2 immediately. But I like he's just taking his time, which he's been doing a lot of this many days of the matches, moves that we expected or we commentated on. He would play, but he would just spend extra time, which is very nice. Nice to see, showing some patience there and composure. Still thinking, even though I know I should play a certain.
Yeah. So 94 looks very natural. And I think Sarana's best chance is that move knight c3 to go after the a-pawn or the e-pawn. He'll probably will win one back. But like we said, in the meantime, white can activate their king. And you know what you could also do? You can also give up the a-pawn. But I'm not a big fan of that one. I feel like this... Yeah, I wouldn't do this, to be honest. Even though this might objectively be winning.
Yeah, objectively, that's a great way to put it. It's still tough. It's still tough. Time getting lower though for these boys. Time is getting lower. They have another time control at is it 60
Move
minutes?
60. Yeah, get
60
another
minutes.
15 minutes. Yeah, that...
Ridiculous. That's a long way.
Yeah, that does really make it nice for Hikaru, because here's the thing, most tournaments are 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then an additional half an hour. And that half an hour, that can disappear quickly, you know, but 50 minutes is a lot, and then another 15, that's a lot of time. So
Yeah.
that being said, just go. 94. He knows it's the move. He knows it's the move.
Maybe he's checking like, okay, if 94, what about a G6? I mean, I don't think that even matters. Like G6, I don't really care much. I can play 96 or knight f3. Then move the king around again. Yeah, so that just doesn't work. His best bet would be a knight something, c3 maybe. So 94.
Yeah. I think knight c3 is indeed black's best move, but here's the thing. What else do you do besides knight d4?
Right.
And Hikaru for sure is calculating all of these lines, like 94, knight c3, but I guess he might not be fully aware in this moment that 94 is the only move.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah. So he might be thinking a5.
Yeah, but then again, check and takes, right?
Right.
And
right.
I was wondering, so 94, let's say check.
Okay. Takes.
King here. What about this? Check.
Oh, that's what you're looking at? Okay. Knight,
check.
king back to e2. h3? I'm good. Oh, you have king h4. No, I have knight f5. Okay, h3, g6. Knight f3, though. Yeah, I'm good. Everything's good. Knight d4 is just move.
Hikaru's got to go. I mean, maybe there's a5 takes.
Nice.
This should be winning somehow, as now the e pawn is strong, but gotta go, Hikaru, gotta go. Gotta go.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely has to make a move here. Just to okay, we do want to use some more time somewhere, but what move are we on? We're on 48.
Move 48. But here's the thing, he already spent 10 minutes on a4, and I was already spending another 6, 7 on probably knight d4, whereas to us it clearly looks like it's the move. It's the only move that stops the move knight f2 and knight takes g4. On Hikaru, just go, go, go.
He in deep thought, bro. He in deep thought there. We gotta move.
And knight d4 on the board. Good move, good stuff. But again, would have loved to see this a little bit faster.
Just to save some time. Knight d4. Knight d4 comes. Very nice. So we wait, see what Sarana has in mind.
Definitely not over yet. This king is somewhat stuck here, right? So maybe Sarana can also play a move like a6, keeping all of his options open, making sure that this does not come with a tempo. I'm not quite sure what Hikaru should do here. You can give a check. The king steps back, and now
king g2.
Free your king.
Talking but maybe. Oh, g5. Oh, there's some zug in there. But then, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay, you can go here, but it goes on. It goes on. Knight f2 on the board by Sarana. King g3.
Yeah,
only move. Hikaru, get back. Come on, get back.
Where are you, Hikaru? Where are you?
Yeah. King g2 is not a move as black takes. You go king g3. Again, black cannot take. King g3 on the board. Good stuff. And now Sarana
king g3 on the board? Take. Where is he?
Whoa, the ghost.
How was he doing? Oh, he teleported. Oh my goodness. I knew he was half something else. I knew it, chat. He can't be. He only half human.
Yep.
That's crazy.
94 by Sarana. Again, you cannot take, as there will be a check on your king. If you go here, another check. And sooner or later, your king is going to have to let go of the knight, and it's completely over. Like, the best you can do is go here, but this endgame is completely lost. So, he's repeating once. Okay. Of course, he's not going to repeat 3 times. So now he will go king f3, only move. King f3, come on, bro.
I mean, how much it hurts, and you don't know until experience, till it actually happens to you when they repeat once and then they play something else, and you'd be like, oh man, even though you know that they weren't gonna do that, it just hurts. That's a little psych thing.
King e2, the right move. A big blunder would have been king g3, as that allows a 3-fold, but king e2, 94. Okay, so Sarana's hitting this. He's also threatening this. King f3 is a repetition. So I guess we go a5. Yeah, we go a5. Black takes. And now do we win this pawn or not?
Looks like it. King d3.
Yeah, we don't win it right away, but we just have a very good position here.
Correct. And there is... Still have the extra pawn. They have knight c6 and a pass e pawn as well.
But here's the thing. He's got 25 minutes. After another 6 moves, he will receive an additional 15 minutes on the clock. He should be able to figure this out. But yeah, it's not super easy. I feel like you're going to have to calculate a little bit here, because it could easily turn into a race, right? In case black takes here, then goes here, takes, and starts pushing the pawn. But of course, in case we take here, we have this passer. We also have the passed e-pawn. So a lot to work with. And don't go king d3 right away. As here, there's a check. and you lose the pawn over here. So apparently a5 is the move.
Nice. A5 push. He's using some time, as he should. Using more time. Oh, got to move. Where did he go? I heard a capture. Oh, A5 and King G4 on the board. Knight C6. Yeah, he's going for that pawn.
Yeah. Oh, a5 on the board. King takes g4 and knight c6. I mean, all of this is first line. I mean, incredible how well he's playing right now. Okay, a6 by Sarana, I expect. And then Hikaru get back, because a6 is going to be
Where
played
are
quickly.
you going?
Get back, big bro, you know?
Yeah, right, exactly.
But yeah, I don't see what black is doing here. a6 is forced, then king d3, isn't... Like, what does black do?
Exactly. I was thinking maybe just bring the king back to f5, but it doesn't work. Or maybe king f. Yeah, king f3 is even worse. So king f5 check. I could just go king d4. I mean, I just have a better position, bro. That's it. It's easy.
This
Easy.
should be a win. Yeah, like you have the extra pawn. The king now is a little bit off, and you just start marching
the
your own king up.
Exactly. Especially after a6, weakens the b6 square. Get the king over there. Should be problematic.
Yeah. Okay, Sarana thinking, I guess he's gonna go a6 and then king d3. To be fair though, you know, Hikaru did spend a lot of time, and it is because he gave up one pawn, but it seems like he's converted his extra pawn into a more active position right now. He's transformed his advantage.
Right. He's converting now. He's going to try to convert, which we are very close to doing. Bro, look how long the game is. You see nobody else around. Like if you see the boards in the back, nobody else out there. How many games are left, actually, Bob? I'm just curious to see who is
Good
actually still
question.
playing. Like, what games are left? Like
Yeah, we have Arjun versus
Arjun's game.
Jumabayev.
Okay, looks like Arjun's gonna win that one.
It's one. Duda.
Wow, game.
Chaparinov. Still some games going on. I mean, I would say give or take 10 games.
Yeah.
But wait, look at this. What's happening over here? Jordan. Wait, what? Wait, what?
What? The queen hanging? Wait, whose move is it? Hold on. It's
okay. And he just
first
resigned.
Oh.
Wait, what? Was he really hoping that Jordan wouldn't see that the queen is attacking?
The online tricks are making it to the board, chat. The online tricks are making it to OTB chess.
Yeah.
Look at that.
All right, so Jordan wins his game. He moves to 2 out of 5. Not his best tournament, but important for him to get back a little bit. And let's see what else we have. Okay, so that's that. Okay, let's see. So Max won his game against Vahab Sanal. Good for him. Jordan wins, so that's good for Dutch chess. Let's see. Where's... Okay, let's see. Akobian, my good friend, drew against Rauf Mamedov. Let's see, where is Theodoru, my other good friend? I don't see him. Oh, here. Theodoru made a draw against Vokhidov.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. But yeah, Hikaru is probably going to win here. Still some work to be done. Let's check Arjun's game. Arjun, it's looking better and better. As White is simply just making progress on the king side. And it feels like Black hasn't achieved all that much on the other side of the board.
I was thinking that too as well. Like it seemed like it was very tied down. These pawns are very, very active. But I see Black does have some good counterplay against my pass pawn, especially with the bishop controlling f7. So I can't really push it yet. I don't. My knights are kind of good place. I can go knight f5, try to get rook e7 in. I'll do like white.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, so that's that. Arjun probably going to win, and then Arjun will join for the lead as well. We have this game between Duda and Bartel. What is going on? This pawn just made its way all the way to d7. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah, this one looked like some chaos. I was looking at this for a minute. Some serious chaos.
Oh, we have GMHikaru Hakamura in the chat. He says, "Come on, man! I put the jacket already on." I know. We thought it was going to be over, but still going on. Hikaru just tweeted, "Nah."
All right,
Hikaru,
yeah. What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm finishing up this game. I'll check in later. See you later.
Oh, here, Fide. Okay, wait. What is going on? Fide, if you're late for your game, we'll fine you $500. Players, tournament organizers, and here's the schedule. Huh? Oh, the schedule's all over the place. That's the thing. Because one day they start at 2:30, then it's 11:30, 2:30, and then 2 again. So, yeah, definitely a little bit confusing.
And you get $5 fine. They not playing $500 cash right now if you late to your game. Like late, how many? You talking about a minute? 1 minute? Or like how late we talking here about?
Yeah. All right. I don't know where Hikaru is.
Oh, he
Hikaru
really still
4K.
gone though. Like, oh no, wait, is he? Yeah, he walked away. Okay, 96. I heard him move. I heard him move. Something happened. He went A6. Okay. Yeah, the way he pushed
Okay,
that
A6
pawn,
by
it was
Sarana,
miserable.
pretty
You could just,
natural.
man, you saw how it's just like a get it over with push.
And King D3, good move by Hikaru, moving the king up, attacking the knight. And there's no good way to protect it. You kind of go King F3, check,
Yeah,
and the
right.
knight is gone.
Beautiful.
If you go to F5, well, here you defend the knight, but why just go as king up? And like the knight doesn't have any good moves. Let's say you go here, maybe just king up again. And
Beautiful.
this is always weak. You don't want to,
Pass E
like, you can
pawn.
go back, but then push, and your knight is completely stuck in the dryer. So white should sooner or later win here.
He said, "Did you say in the dryer?"
Yup, it's just stuck here.
He's stuck in the dryer, guys. You know, I mean, that's just an interesting one to use. That's why the knight is stuck in the dryer.
That's right.
Chat.
So let's see what Sarana is going to do. But I don't see a good move. If you go knight back, then push, and this looks over as well. So maybe like knight check, but king up. And again, you roll out the red carpet for the pawn. Also, knight b4 takes is coming. And this pawn is pushing very quickly. Black can do this, but it's coming way too late.
Yeah, way
But let's
too
go.
late.
But how do we do this? So let's say knight b4 is this. No, this is no.
Wow.
That's not the way. Currently, we push.
E4. I was just gonna say maybe E4 then.
Push.
Yeah, we get through because he's got the sack and like our knight can get
Push.
back very quickly. Yep, there we go.
Push.
Push.
Push. Now you do
Mm,
this.
and then I can
You
get
do this. And you do this sort of. No, but I guess here, yeah, like you push. You know, it's. Although no, you do this. Here. Take. And knight d4. And you stop the pawn. And that should be. No.
He's adjusted. No, you're right. You're winning. King b6 check. What the heck is this, man?
It's still a little bit dank. Still a little bit dank.
Man, chess is hard, right? That is insane. Just how's it just +1? That's it.
Okay, so knight d6 by Sarana. And I think now we just push, right? But again, I feel like what Sarana should do is he should not play passively. He should just go for active counterplay with king h3. Push, maybe knight e8. I don't know. Like, this should be winning.
I'm gonna say, right, can I just walk the king all the way up there? The knight holding the pawn.
Maybe like that, yeah.
It's gotta be it. King g6. Even e6.
Push.
e7.
Still, you know, it's not complete. I feel like it's winning, but it's not completely over just yet.
I can see that actually. What is he doing? Oh, see his hands on the camera there. Probably reaching for some pieces to twirl.
But e4 does look pretty natural, just setting the pawn in motion.
Yeah, it looks good. He's good.
Yep. Now, the good thing for Hikaru is he has plenty of time. He's got 24 minutes. He needs to make another 3 moves, and then he will receive an additional 15 minutes on the clock. But it is somewhat annoying, perhaps, that Sarana is making him work. He's making him calculate. You cannot win on autopilot here. You have to calculate some variations, make sure that Black's counterplay isn't going anywhere. And also, the material is getting somewhat limited. So Hikaru is winning, but it's not over just yet.
Yeah, it's not over, chat. It's not over. We have to be precise here. I've seen many times where you blunder draws and etc. He's not going to do that. He also gets more time coming up as well. So waiting for that next time control. Is that 57? Yeah, they about to get it. Another 15 minutes. And that is all the time that you receive.
Exactly. So Hikaru can take his time here, and because of that, we are going on a short break. But do not go anywhere. Keep sending in that energy towards Hikaru, and we will see all of you in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. James, Hikaru has played the move e2, e3, 4.
Yeah, he's pushing past pawns must be pushed, so we see e5 coming. The king can escort it up via d4, d5, and it's also defended when we go e5 by our knight on c6. The knight's covering and defending both pawns, e and a. Very comfortable for white.
Yep. And so we see Sarana calculating. I'm sure he's looking at the lines with king to h3. And the thing is, he probably sees that it doesn't work, but it's probably still his best chance, because if you defend passively with something like king f4, white just push the pawn up, and then eventually the king is going to walk up as well. So you might as well just try to get this pawn on h2, limit the material as much as possible, and you also do get it past the g pawn yourself with black.
Yeah, it's great. You want to look for the practical chances that you have. You can probably push the g pawn, get this knight to hold this e pawn, and hope for the best. Push it all the way through. But I mean, I think that's virtually one of the other ideas in the position. Obviously, we have knight takes on a6 and try to queen that way. So you're going to give the knight up for the e pawn or the a pawn, I'm thinking, and we just win that way.
Exactly. Yep. Also, Hikaru is 2 moves away from getting an additional 15 minutes on the clock. Yep. That would put him back to 33. And I guess the good thing is that his next move, e5, is going to be pretty natural. So I think Sarana just has to go for king h3. I don't see another move that makes sense. Just go after the h-pawn and limit the material down as much as possible and hope that somehow you can try to trade off all of the pawns and get away with a draw.
I said Arjun is losing. Remember that game with the past pawns?
What? No way.
That's crazy. Oh, you're not losing.
Okay. Okay. You left off here. Chop.
Yep.
Push. And here, Arjun has kind of thrown, which I guess is not bad for us, right? We would rather see Hikaru win and move into shared first. But if Hikaru wins, let me do some quick maths. If Hikaru wins, he will be shared first with Esipenko, and then Hikaru would get the black piece against Esipenko. Hikaru's the higher rating, so
Right.
he should change colors.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you definitely messed it up. But I mean, maybe there's some stuff with like moving the knight away and pushing f5. Like, that's my whole idea here. Oh, but there's some like tricks. Rook takes a3, bishop takes c4 check. Yikes.
Yeah. All right. In the meantime, we have another move
Yes,
by Sarana. King h3, very natural move, the move that we expected. And I guess here it's just the fact that Hikaru is away from the board. Otherwise, he would play e4, e5 right away. Hikaru, get back.
Hikaru.
Get back. Yeah, he's losing a little bit too much time in between the moves. I feel like.
He does get that 15 minutes back too, but yeah, he's like, yeah, this is a clean one. I can do whatever.
Right. Again, it should be enough time to finish this one off. I feel like Hikaru is going to have to find a couple more accurate moves. If he does that, then it should be over. But, you know, time is ticking. Time is ticking, and it can disappear quickly. You know, in these end games, the lines can be pretty long.
That's right. And we are winning. We're just completely winning now. So should be a very smooth conversion, starting with even e5.
Oh, and by the way, I was wondering, right? Let's look at this. Let's say
Okay.
white goes knight c8. Here, the knight is completely stuck. Let's leave it at that. And what we can do is go king up, go here, and although if you go g5, I'll just take.
You can just take it. Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool idea.
You might have to go back, but now I do this, and I just pick up your knight. And yes, you can push, but I can even come back with my knight, but I can also just push myself. Okay, Hikaru back at the board. Come on, let's go e5. You know what's the move.
Easy. Jack is still on. Jack it off.
Oh, someone is saying that Esipenko. Well, Hikaru will also. The thing is this, Krisan. Hikaru and Esipenko will both have had 3 whites. So some of them is going to have a double white. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. It's crazy how the pairings work sometimes with that. Having so many colors, sometimes you get them back to back.
Yep. Okay, go e5. Come on, you know it's the move. Let's go.
E5,
let's
E5.
go. Let's go.
E5, E5, E5. Calculating machine, though. I like it. Being precise here. Being precise.
Yep. It's just making sure. But yeah, again, like already is spending. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, e5 on the board, good stuff. And yeah, the time he spent, 3 minutes, was mostly from him being away from the board. Knight
Right.
instantly by Sarana.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we finish this off?
Okay. 98. He's adjusting, chat. Adjusting.
What if we go king up? So what if we go king f5?
I like that.
Sorry,
Okay,
king
king
e4.
e4 and king f5.
Does it stop you from pushing this down? Okay, maybe you have to come back with your king
I like king e6
and
or king
push.
e3. And good. Push again.
Yeah, but this has to be winning. If your pawn is not going anywhere, this has to be winning. And like my pawn's already on e7. Of course, I'm not too eager to trade off my pawn for your knight, but I can always find a way to make you deflect the knight with my own knight.
Which is going to take a few moves, in fact, to do so. Which is why there could be some very slight draw chances. Very slight if from one inaccuracy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
King
People are
e4.
saying that he touched the pawn, but that he also said adjust.
Yeah, he said adjust.
Like e6, by the way, doesn't ruin anything. It's actually fine. But to me, it looks more natural to walk this king up because
Same.
after the king, you have this passed g pawn, but now you cannot even push it.
Adjust or jadu, which is the same thing basically. You have to
Which one do you say?
say
Do you
it.
say adjust or jadu?
I'm I didn't even know FIDE. I used to call it FIDE. I'm from Michigan, right? So
Oh,
I used to grow, bro. I'm like I played 100 USCF tournaments before I even knew what FIDE was. I used to call it FIDE.
Mhm.
I was 20 years old and then never played a FIDE, aka FIDE tournament. So I was playing adjust. It was always adjust. It was always adjust.
Mhm.
And when somebody said Jadoob, I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, what is that? So it's you have to learn a lot of things on your own in the chess world here, unless you have obviously you're unless you're Dutch or Benjamin Bach of the Netherlands or Russian or how it goes.
Mhm.
Yeah. What do you
Yeah,
say? You
I
say
remember.
Jadoob or you say adjust?
I'm more likely to say jadu. Yeah,
Okay.
like all right. So let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. King e4 makes sense. Just pushing that king up the board. You can also go. I mean, knight b4. I guess there's this knight c7 to defend. So come on, Hikaru. Okay, he's got a lot of time because after this move, he will also get an additional 15 minutes, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes is coming up. 98. You're gonna make this move and you're getting yourself more time playing
Yep.
the FIDE game. Yeah, exactly, bro. FIDE. I'm like, who cares about this FIDE rating? What is that?
Bye.
Nobody told me this growing up.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the jacket is off. Hikaru's working. The good thing though is that I think a lot of moves are winning, so that's definitely a good thing. But again, still he has to calculate some lines.
Definitely, definitely, and that's what he's doing now. He's going to use the time. Got 15. Well, look at that time edge. We're down now, 14 minutes, but it doesn't mean not that it doesn't matter. We can't lose. We are playing for 2, but we do have to figure out the correct way to play for this 1, which is to win.
Yeah,
and not give him any chances.
exactly. Yeah. So let's see which one he's gonna go for. King e4 should be winning. Knight b4 as well. All right. As Hikaru is thinking, let's perhaps have a quick look around what's happening on the other boards. We said that Origin is kind of throwing. He just played the move knight at b5, but now black can take the pawn on c4, which is quite important. As now you get to connect it on the queen side, and also you open up the diagonal for your bishop.
Yeah, you have to be careful, right? I mean, shoot, black has his own pawns, and you can't queen that. So you got to be really, really cautious here. I would like to play something like knight f5, but black move here, he probably can just take on c4. Looks really good. Takes, might be
Yep.
getting a draw here. Shoot, be careful not to lose it, being down that pawn.
Yeah, so this game can still go either way. So that's that. We also have the game between Duda and Bartel. White pushing for the win with the extra exchange, but I would say probably a draw.
Yeah, highly agree. Definitely agree, especially not having a lot of king safety myself with the white pieces. I mean, even if we take the pawns off, king rook, king 2 rooks versus king rook knight, I mean, it's draw.
Okay, and then here we have Shankland versus Ariantari. Rook. Oh, this is such a nice move. Look at this, James. He goes rook f7. And you know why? So that, oh, no, wait. In case check, I guess we go here, yeah?
Correct.
And in case of check, we go here. But it's the only winning move. So maybe Shankland knew this from his book.
Oh yeah, if I don't, after 3.5 years of putting together some rooking game book, you know what I mean? Like, I'm about to question a lot of things. Question a lot of things. So very nice. Rook f7.
Hikaru reaching for a piece. Which piece is he reaching for? Wait, I couldn't tell. The knight or the king? One of those two. It's looking to the ceiling.
Yep.
Doing the head bob.
Here. Yep. 20.
Okay. So we saw Shankland's game, who's gonna win. Then we have Jeffrey Zhang, who's defending for a draw against Murzin. Definitely not a pleasant endgame. He's also way down on time. But objectively, white should hold here.
There is a bishop f7.
Okay. Then we have Sargsyan against Taboy. Probably a draw. I don't even want to pull it up. Okay, and we have Mendonca against Parley Cross. I don't know. But let's stay focused on Hikaru's game. Hikaru was reaching for a piece. I couldn't tell quite which one. I feel like king e4. I mean, to me, it looks like the most natural move. Walking the king up. I mean, black takes and king f5 because black stays completely tied up.
Right. It's easy. It's easy to just move the king up here. But I mean, I'm just impressed by how much time he's using, which is good. Like you need to use this amount of time here, even though king e4 is just king e4 has got to be right. Intuition says it too, but he's calculating, not only just using intuition, but calculation and looking at everything that you may have counterplay with.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, someone's asking in the chat, how does this tournament feel easier than the Qatar Masters? That's a good question. I think for Hikaru, what definitely helped is that in the last game against Taboy was also playing for a win. Whereas in Qatar, everyone was trying really hard to draw him. So I think that's working out in Hikaru's favor.
Nice. Oh, I hear a move.
Oh,
here he moved.
Oh, e6.
E6.
Okay, e6. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's say black takes. I guess the idea is to go here. You can defend with knight c7, but now we go e7 and we take here because the knight is overworked. So I think the only thing black can do is, I think black has to take. Again, defending passively is not going to work. You have to take. We go knight b4, go after the pawn, g5, we take, g4, we go back where? Wait, we go here. Oh, look at this. Knight here.
Oh, and we go, yeah, knight d4 or d2.
d4. This is important. You don't go here because then you lose.
Oh, that is so crazy. You have to go knight d4.
Oh, wait, what's happening there? What's happening there in the back? Hikaru seemed unhappy about something. So
what happened? I looked away for a second.
Okay. Okay, and knight b4 on the board. Good stuff. Let's show that real quick. So g5, we take. g4, we go knight back. g3. It's important that we land on the d4 square. So we go here, and then we go knight d4. Or even easier, this is more straightforward. Knight e1, hitting the pawn. And if you queen, check, and the queen is gone right away. And these, the white peepos.
The white peepos, chat. The wide ones.
Someone's asking in the chat, why is d4 important? Well, it's important that as soon as black queens, we can give this check. Now, one last thing, black can also promote to a knight, but the knight doesn't help, really. I mean, the thing is, this knight can jump back. Well, actually, this gets a little bit murky. Check.
Promote to a knight.
I would go here. The diagonal
Not all the checks.
And now here, and there's no more checks.
Putting on the jacket. Yeah, but he did that many times today. Put on a jacket. But now it's for real.
He should have the dub to answer the chat because it's pretty straightforward right now. That being said, what happens in case Sarana walks the king back? So king g3. Do we just take, or do we shoulder the king with king e4?
Oh, that's a good one.
And by the way, I think g5 on the board. Okay, takes. Thing is, now it's pretty straightforward. Knight c6 is going to be played.
That's pretty good. Knight takes. Or yeah, king e4 is gonna run into it. So
Yep.
knight a6 happening. It's
Push.
all playing out, chat. It's all playing out.
And the good thing is almost every move is winning here. Knight c5, knight b4, okay, g3, and you just have to make sure that you go either at e1 or d4. Yeah, and also he right now is showing that he has 9 minutes on the clock, but he actually has 15 more, so he's actually got 24. Knight b4, good stuff.
Very precise.
Yeah,
very precise. What a game! Grinded this boy out. This
yeah,
was more
great stuff by
opening. This is
Hikaru.
what you like, Bach. This is your type of game right here. Take a long time, go to all time controls, use every one of them, and it's a Catalan. You know what I mean? I guess he knew
Yep.
he was commentating today, so he chose a Catalan.
And you know what's funny? Like I won a game in the Catalan not too long ago against Sam Savian, and that game ended with me winning with queen versus knight. And we might see the same thing here, right? Like let's say black pushes this and gets the queen. We get rid of the queen, and then we push and we push. And at
Push,
the end of it all,
push.
eventually we're gonna have to give up one of our pawns, right? To get another. But the thing is here, it ends pretty quickly as the knight just
Very
lost.
fast. Yeah, very fast.
So, are there still any tricks left for Sarana? I don't think so, to be honest.
I don't think so at all either. That's why Hikaru still has the jacket on. He's
Mhm.
making moves with the jacket on to let you know this one's a wrap. Ready when you are,
Exactly.
buddy. Ready when you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, no, as one of my mods is pointing out, it was indeed Bach versus Savian vibes. I think the best try that Sarana has is promoting to a knight, but again, the knights don't jump back in time. So Hikaru should be in time to promote his pawns.
Yeah, these are going to queen. The white people also win it all.
Yep. No, and indeed, like people are wondering in the chat, why is Sarana playing on? The computer's saying +8, but at the board, you don't know that. At the board,
Right.
we see that, hey, black is a passer, which is pretty close to promotion. White's got these pass pawns, but they're still a few squares away from becoming queens. And so it is completely fair that he's fighting on here. He's making it as difficult as possible for Hikaru. But I suppose at this moment, he probably does realize that the game is lost. But again, Hikaru is winning by one move. It's not like he can do whatever he wants, right? If the spawn was gone, it's completely over. But hey, the spawn is pretty close.
It is pretty close here, and he has to find obviously the last two moves, which he already knows. This is why Hikaru played it very quickly. This one is just over. But you know, I mean, if you want to play it out, you might as well play it out. Play G3, wait for it to happen. Resign after we get there. After what
Exactly.
happens
You're
on knight
wondering
G7, you just push the A pawn.
exactly, yeah.
Just the D of the
Just
knight.
push the yeah. Just push the
E the
pawn
knight.
forward. Same after knight c7, and it doesn't change the whole situation. We still are just going to push our pawns forward. G3 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now either knight c2. I would say knight c2 because then you go knight to e1.
Big
Knight
fan
c2
of
on the
that.
board
I
by
like that.
Karu. G2, and now either knight d4 or knight e1. Again, you have to make sure that in case black queens and knight e1 is played. I like this one better as you attack the pawn, and you make sure that you get rid of it right away. And I think Sarana's best chance here is to promote to a knight, even though it's completely lost.
Right. It's so funny. I mean, it's for the memes. I had a game actually that I lost in my last turn in Portugal. I finished with like 5.5 out of 9. So gained some points. But it was what happened? It was an under promotion game to a knight. It was the craziest game of the year. He under promoted to a knight. It was a Grunfeld. It was at one point, imagine walking by the DGT board and you see white has 3 knights. So you're like, what is going on? Right. So 3 knights there. I ended up losing the game because he had to sack his queen and under promote. It was a ridiculous game. And then I had
Yeah.
to win by doing some engine line. It was insane, wild. So it's always good to see the under promotion knights in the game. They made
G1
it quick.
queen, of course, knight of 3, the only move. You have to get rid of the queen. Okay, and Sarana
Reggie.
walks the king back right away. So let's see, takes. Okay, so
Reggie
let's have a look. So
incoming.
king of 4 is the
Push.
no, you're not even in time. Yeah, you just push.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
I'll push
over.
the other.
Yeah, and a6, king e5, a7, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Yeah, and I think it will just resign after e7, a7 on the board, knight c7, e7, and that's it. Yep, I'm sure we will see a resignation soon here. And there it is. Let's go.
There it is. You can see it live on the
Ready?
camera now.
Mhm.
Stops the clock. Handshake. Dub. Hikaru with the dub. Chat, let's go. Ah.
Yeah,
Everybody get hyped,
great
right?
win here
Great win.
by Hikaru, who moves to 4 points out of 5 in the tournament. Also, people were wondering, how many points does he gain with this win? With this win, he gains like 3.7, so he will be ahead of Perugia by, what is it, like 8 points? That's quite a significant difference.
Looking good.
Mhm.
As they
Yeah.
discuss the game.
All right, and yeah, just to remind everybody, Ali Reza did draw his game today, so Hikaru will probably be tied for the lead. Great stuff all around. He wins by 1 tempo, but that is all it takes in the game of chess. Hikaru is talking to one of the arbiters. I wonder exactly what they're talking about, but yeah, great stuff.
Great stuff, bro. 4 out of 5. Playing great chess here. And hey, we're headed for Perugia. It's looking good. Everything looking good. He's in great
Yep.
spirits. We need to get him another bag. He'd be walking around with a plastic bag, you know. Let's get him another bag. Let's get him a different bag. But
Yeah, so let's see how Arjun is doing. Arjun could potentially join the leaders if he wins this game. Same goes for Jumabayev, and this game is pretty double-edged, as both sides have their passers. Arjun's pawn is a little bit further advanced, so I'd say he'd had the better chances. I don't know. I'd say objectively, this one is probably a draw.
yeah. I'm not even gonna attempt fate here. I'm down a pawn. This is gonna be hard. I mean, Arjun has recently tried to push and lost. I mean, that crazy game in the Qatar Masters with Abdul Turov, just blundering, like completely blundering. So I see some of that here too as well, because sometimes you try to push too hard for the win.
Hmm.
But these pawns are
Yeah,
really strong on C and B. And F7, I can always sack on that.
and I think there's an interesting line. In case white gives a check and goes f7, I
C6.
think there's actually, you don't have to give up this bishop. You might be able to give a check. And wherever the king goes, let's say here, we give a check again. And we make our way to the F file. And white could also lose this. Actually, white's lucky here
Perpetual.
to have a draw.
Yeah. Must say you
Back,
guys have to
back.
just check them back and forth. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's the only way out of that one. Let's get back. Be careful.
All right. Now Hikaru did win his game. I'm sure he's going to join us soon for an interview. And I wonder if he's also going to do. He's also going to be interviewed by Fiona on site about his game. So I'm keeping an eye on the official broadcast, but I'm not seeing anything just yet.
Let's go.
Mhm. So besides this game, James, we have also the game between Duda and Bartel. This one, I mean, it's of course an important game, but not super important for the standings. The winner of this game will move to 3.5, which is a good score, but they will not be among the leaders.
Yeah. Leaders is leader 4.5 or 4? I'm sure
Four.
somebody got 4. Somebody has 4. Oh, I thought it was 4.5. Yeah, 4. So you're up there with the leaders looking smooth up there, boy. Good stuff.
Exactly. Yep. So let's tell everyone about the standings real quick. Right now in the
Huh.
lead, we have Hikaru and Esipenko both on 4 out of 5. Again, Arjun or Jumabayev can still join, but I do predict that game will end in a draw. And then we have a big pack on players on 3.5, precisely 16 players. But a few more will probably join.
That's all it takes. How many rounds? Oh, it's 11, right? So 11 rounds. Yeah, we yeah, like shoot, man, that's a
Still a
long
long way to
tournament,
go.
bro. Dang, 11 games. So these guys, man, you be
Yeah.
ready after the 8th or 9th round, especially when I'm in the tournament. I'm like 9 rounds, cool. You get to that 7th or 8th, you like, oh, I'm good. That's not
Yeah.
even. Oh man, we still got games left after that.
Exactly. And then there's also tournaments like Baikanze that are 13 rounds, and this has happened to many players where, let's say, after 5 rounds or something, they're on -2 and they just want the tournament to be over. But no, another 8 more rounds to go.
And what's tough is like if you start 0-3 or like, 1 out of 4 or something, man, that's gonna be like, bro, we still got tournament left. I can't leave here. You mean I gotta keep playing? That's gonna be a long one. Those are the hardest ones here.
Mhm. Exactly. We also have this game on one of the lower boards between Mendonca and Parleygrass. White
Whoa,
pushing
what a
for the
game.
win. I don't know if he will be able to get the job done, though. I'd say, I don't know. White still has good chances, but maybe most likely a draw.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, I like this pass F pawn.
Yeah.
I do have some chances. I feel like I can coordinate it slightly better with white here.
Mhm. And just to remind everybody, the official calculations are in. Hikaru is up to 2784. Very nice. And he's 7.5 points ahead of Faruja. So that is that's pretty much a point.
Right.
Faruja will have to make a full point to catch
Right.
Hikaru. But let's not forget, everybody, after this, Faruja is still playing in the Sinkfield Cup. So he still has a chance to catch up, even if he's behind after this one.
That's true. I forgot he has that other game. Or that other tournament, Sinkfield Cup, which is going to be huge. It'll be fun to watch.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, and we will get in the Hikaru interview. So perhaps you guys can already give us some inspiration as to what questions you guys would love us to ask.
What you thinking, Jay?
Yep. And yeah, people are pointing out in the chat, 2 years ago, +5 was enough for first place. I think for Hikaru, if he scores 8 points out of 11 in this tournament, that would be a massive score. That would definitely be very good. And I'm sure that would give him a very good shot at qualifying for the candidates. Oh, Hikaru apparently is going to join us very, very soon. So we'll just have to sit and wait. So we'll just have to see. But besides that, James, is there another game that?
That's a good question. Oh, definitely that Eric Icy game. He took that pawn. Yeah, he's trying to win, bro. He is trying to win, and that's possible. It's very nice to have that, but he did mess that boy up last time. He took the pawn. He going for it. He's going for it. Still
and now he has 2 connected passers, like G5, G6 also coming. So maybe Black can go like Rook A1, Rook F1. Chuma Bayev getting a little bit low on time. He's got 4 minutes. Oh, and we are getting formation that Hikaru is joining us for an interview. So let's let him in. Hey, Hikaru, how's it going?
Good. How about yourself?
Pretty good.
We're doing pretty well, yeah. Congrats on a nice victory. What are your thoughts about the game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a very long and difficult game. I mean, the opening didn't quite work out the way that I was hoping it would. Certainly, I think he surprised me with this whole 94 knight df6, and then I think rook c1 was slightly inaccurate. I mean, I know I played it quickly. But yeah, I was trying to basically trick him and get him into a Queen's Indian, which is not something that he normally plays. But after c5, I used a lot of time here because I couldn't quite figure out what to do. And then finally I played knight d2 just to try and trade off some pieces. I mean, I don't know if it's actually the right decision, but I didn't see anything better. I thought if he's going to force me to play dc5, bc5, it's better to get it in a different situation than right here. So he played queen d7, which I thought was fine. Actually, to be fair, I thought knight c3 was dubious. I thought I should have played knight takes d2. I thought knight takes c3 was very strange. I thought if he takes and plays like knight e4, he should be able to draw very easily. I mean, maybe white has chances perhaps, but I thought it's pretty flat. And then yeah, he plays knight takes c3, rook takes c3, and after that, I think he played queen d7, which is okay. And then I took on c5. And then I played knight b3, and he went rook c8. Yeah, and then here, I mean, he just blundered with d4, basically. I mean, if he had gone c4, for example, knight d4 and h6, I think he's still fine. But I mean, it was very clear to me because I spoke to him a little bit after the game that he was he was way too optimistic, and he just missed queen c1. So like, if he goes c4, I think it probably would have been a draw. But after d4, once I get to play this whole line, I mean, it's very, very problematic.
Right.
Do you think he missed queen c1 altogether?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke after the game for a little bit. So yeah, he very clearly missed he missed queen c1 altogether. And after queen c1, I mean, it's very, very hard to play. I mean, I think it's already close to losing, frankly, from a positional standpoint. I think I was not accurate or precise. Like I mean, I felt like somewhere once I let him get this h5 stuff, and it felt a little bit, I mean, little bit dangerous. Because basically go ahead.
We thought you played really well. We were just surprised by the move knight c5.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, I missed queen e5. I mean, basically, when I played rook c2, I thought after rook d1 I was just winning, because if he doesn't have queen e5, he can just resign on the spot. So I missed queen e5.
But all of this was good. But it was just right here we didn't understand the move knight c5.
Here.
Yeah, because I'm an idiot. I missed queen h3 and queen g4 altogether. Basically, I was going to say that when I missed queen e5 after rook d1, like I missed queen e5 there, and then in this position after a3, knight e5, knight e5, I got hard stuck on queen e5 here. So like I missed queen e5 in one spot, and then the other spot I thought it was the only move. So like I just, yeah, I mean, this was insane. I mean, obviously after knight d5, I should just trade the rooks, gone rook c2, and probably the game ends an hour sooner, I would guess.
Right.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
it's positionally winning here.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically when I played knight c5, I thought queen e5 was the only move. And when I did it before, I thought he could play any move except queen e5. So clearly my brain wasn't working with how the queen moves today. But yeah, he played he played queen h3, and I mean, I think it was still always winning though, wasn't it? I mean,
well, queen g4 here was the move for black.
Yeah,
to really set up a lot of sacrifices.
Yeah, queen g4 I was actually worried about. I thought after queen g4 I was going to play so knight queen g4, not queen h3. What was I going to play here? Yeah, I mean, I think I was going to play knight b3. No, knight b3 allows. Yeah, I think knight b3 is what I was going to play, but knight d3 I saw as well. I thought both knight moves were playable. I mean, it's and of course, I mean, as the classic song goes, you know, and the knight moves. So yeah, I mean, I think I didn't see rook e3. I also thought I could have put the knight on d3 as well, though, instead of knight b3. But yeah, I mean, he played queen h3, which was just probably wrong. I think still I'm doing well here. I think after knight d3.
Perhaps, yeah, but yeah, it feels like you're losing to tempo, and all of a sudden black gets a big attack. But yeah, fortunately he went here, I guess also because he was getting low on time, and now you get queen f1 with a tempo, which probably felt very nice.
Yeah, I mean, once I got queen f1, I felt pretty good about the position again. Yeah, I played queen f5, and now I get to reset, and once I get to reset, you know, it's all good. So, yeah, I mean, basically, I saw someone in chat wrote something. Yeah, I mean, as soon as I played knight c5, I realized he had queen g4 and queen h3. Like, I was trying to be so precise, and I only saw queen e5, so I felt like a total idiot. But yeah, I mean, I don't blame him for playing h3 here, by the way, because I think at this point, like, I mean, you figure you're losing, so you might as well go for the Hail Mary with h3. I mean, like, sure, you can trade on g3 and just pretend you're a computer and try to defend, but realistically, I mean, it's more fun to go for it and lose and just like suffer and lose. So yeah, I think h3 was probably wrong. I thought everything I did here was pretty good, actually. Knight e1's apparently a blunder. Why?
Yeah, it's kind of insane. Black has this move g5.
Oh, so he can go for g5, g4 right here. I saw it with the knight on f6. I didn't see it right here.
It's just weird.
And if I go, yeah, and here I don't get. I'm not in time either, because you know it's funny when after he played knight f6. Like if you just go forward a few moves, like here, yeah, like here after knight 3, I saw like g5 here, but it doesn't work because I just take on d4. Like it's way too slow. So I saw it here, but I didn't see it in that position. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so
I mean, I thought everything he did was made sense. Like basically at the point when I played knight f3, I saw this whole resulting line that occurred in the game. And I just assumed it had to be winning. Like even here after instead of e3, I mean, I also have knight f3, I think, which is also just very cleanly close to winning. But like I saw the end game and I assumed it had to be winning.
Yeah, so you saw the end, like after e3, you saw the whole line knight d2 with like queen a2 and king f2.
Yeah, I saw the whole thing. So basically, I mean, I figured it's a knight endgame, and you know, if there's one thing in chess that tends to be true, knight endgames are almost never drawn. If there's any kind of imbalance. I mean, I think there were a couple other knight endgames today. Like I think Maxime lost to Sarich in a knight and pawn endgame. I think there was one other one that I saw somewhere.
Yakuboyev won against Grandelius.
Yeah, so I mean, knight and pawn endgames are always winning. Oh, by the way, no, someone in chat said the right move. Sorry, it wasn't knight f3. The move that I looked at was queen d1. Sorry, it was not knight f3. What am I smoking? It was not knight f3. It was queen d1.
Oh yeah,
it was queen d. It was queen c5, queen d1, and then I think queen d5, f3. But I thought also after queen d1, knight d6. Like I was gonna end it like instead of queen d5, knight d6 here, it's gonna end up in some kind of queen and pawn endgame with this stupid thorn on h3. So like I kind of like I figured it was better to go into the knight endgame just probability wise, as well the fact that knight and pawn endgames are never drawn. So that's why that's why I did it. And then the endgame I think it was pretty clean actually. Although I mean it was a little bit of a shock at first because I did miss this whole idea that he came up with. Yeah, f5 g4. Because basically when I played g4, I was calculating two sequences. After takes, king f7, king g3. I was looking at g5. This was like a puzzle like study that I saw with like takes, and I think he goes king. He has put the king on the right square here, but I think he puts the king on. I feel like f6 is the right square. No, because there's a specific reason. After king g3, yeah, king g3, king g3. And he just plays like I don't know, like a6 for example, a5, yeah, a5 here, a5, not a6 because then there's knight b4, but like a5, and if I go h4 here, there's knight e4. And if I go king h3, there's knight f2, knight f2. And if I go king f3, yeah. And if I go king f3, there's knight d2, king e2, and then g takes h4.
Yeah,
and I think
G
this works
H4. Wow,
because the
that's
king's on the right square, so
crazy.
the knight can't check.
What a study. That's sweet.
So yeah, so I saw g5, and I also saw him running the king to like d5 and e4 as well instead of g5. But I completely missed this whole idea with king f6, king g5 altogether. And so at first I was actually kind of confused because I was like, what's going on here? But I think after a4, it's all pretty straightforward. Like a4, I mean, he if I don't have a4, by the way, I think it's a draw, but I do have a4.
Yeah, a4 seems to be the only winning move, yeah.
Yeah, and then after knight e4 is again only moves. So I'm kind of lucky here because I don't have tricky moves. Like all my moves are very, very forced. And of course, here I repeat because we get more time at move 60 as well. So I threw in the little repetition. Also because when you do the repetition, you give your opponent false hope, which is always a good thing. So then here I played knight c6, and I think or a5 first, and I think this is just classically winning. Yeah, he plays a6, only move, king d3, and I think this is just very basic now. I don't think there was any better setup that he can go for. Yeah, and then I just start pushing p. I use the wide peepos, and the rest is very basic.
Yeah.
I don't think this is the only way to win, by the way. I think instead of e6, I could have also gone king e4, king f5. But I just saw this endgame with the wide peepos, and again, I am a content creator first, so I might as well play for the memes.
That's right.
But also e6 was very straightforward, so we also liked it from that perspective.
Yeah, I think like the whole point is after e6 he has to go g5. It's the only way you can play, and again, it's just pure calculation. As long as I don't miss something, then of course it's going to be winning. Yeah. So of course here he's committed, he has to take the pawn, and then the night before it's just a matter of making sure that there are no tricks.
Exactly. Yeah. And Hikaru, I wanted to ask you, so great game. After the game, you were discussing something with the arbiter, and also towards the end you were talking with some other arbiter. What exactly was going on there?
Well, there are two things. The first thing, I'll just start with the end of the game, so that's more basic. I was asking about the time at move 60 because this is a 3 control event, and I wasn't sure if you get the time right away or if your time has to go to 0. I think it's actually kind of annoying because like you're sitting there with like 9 minutes on your clock when you should have like it's 15 here, 24. So I guess they should be 24 minutes. So it's kind of annoying the time doesn't just get automatically added, that your time has to run out for that. So that's what I was asking the arbiter about then. And of course, there was a hilarious moment at the start of the game where you guys probably couldn't see it. Maybe on one of the wide angle cams you could, but basically the clock's on my left, and the cord that's plugged into the clock, it's like hanging right up over where I have to go to press the clock. So probably what I did was slightly inaccurate. I probably should just like stop the clock and ask arbiter to come over, but it felt kind of weird to do that. And like I also before, when I think I made my second move, I got up and I asked one of the people, I'm like, can you get an arbiter to move the court over? But then I was thinking to myself, like when I went back to the board, it's like, okay, surely I can just move the court down. Like, why do I have to waste 20 seconds of my time for an arbiter to come over? To do that. So I tried to do that. And then of course I tried to pull the cord down. And of course, with like the edge of my hand, I ended up hitting the clock. So it was kind of a bit of comedy there at the start. But it was funny because I think I literally looked at every other board, and not on like no other board was the cord like hanging up over the clock or interfere with someone trying to make their move. So yeah, it was kind of funny what happened at the start of the game, but whatever. It's what it is. No harm, no foul, to say.
Today's opening choice with his bishop c3 was an interesting sideline idea here today. What was the inspiration, or what made you play that today?
Well, I think at the end of the day, there's this great site called Chessable, and if people want to do all the work for me, and I can just take a look at all the different courses, then I might as well. Why should I have to work if everyone's just going to give away their secrets for free?
Hey, that's fire.
That's all that needs to be said. So yeah, it's nice when you don't have to actually do any work because everybody else is doing the work for you.
I agree with that.
And do you have my course yet?
Good one. Good one, Benjamin. Good
Can
one.
you
Very,
just
very
say
good.
yes? Can you just say yes, even if
Yeah.
you don't have it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I think your course, I'm sure, like most courses, it's pretty good. I mean, actually, I would say, I'll tell you guys, I'll give you guys one funny thing. I actually you guys know I played Bishop E2 the other day, in the semi-Slav, and I actually thought that, I don't know if I should say this, but Shanklin actually did,
Yeah,
did work
Shankland
for me
has
for the
that.
candidates. He
Okay.
did work for me for the candidates, and I actually thought like the chessable stuff was like it was so much lighter, so much simpler with the words and everything. And I actually thought in some ways it was a little bit his lifetime's repertoire might have been better than the prep he did for me for the candidates. So that's one fun thing. But I think there are a lot of people doing different courses and all these things, and it's all good. It's great when people don't have to when people don't when you don't have to do work anymore.
Throwing Shankland under the bus. I see how it is. But hey,
Well, not
at
not
least
really,
this.
but I'm not really, but I think like when I look at some of the stuff, like it feels like it feels like sometimes it's easier with like expressive words about various positions or ideas than it is to have some like bang out the line to move 30 in every single line. I mean, it legitimately sometimes is easier. Like I mean, because obviously everybody can hit the space bar to like move 50 in every single line. I mean, that's not like rocket science, but sometimes it's a little bit nicer when it's just like simple words. So yeah, I mean, of course I have my own ideas too, but I do periodically look at some stuff on Chessable and see what's out there.
Okay, nice. And I wanted to ask you something, but I forgot for a second. Oh yeah. Hmm. Well,
Yeah,
oh
so I
yeah.
mean tomorrow I play Andrew, right?
You probably play Esipenko. Yeah. Well,
Or
is
sorry,
Arjun's game?
it's Andre. Someone said Andrew in chat. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. Yeah.
Well, it's not
It's
set in
Andre, of
stone
course.
yet, as this game between Arjun and Jumabai is heating up. But I wanted to ask you real quick, Hikaru. So you won your game. Faruja drew. I mean, I'm sure that beforehand you'd be happy with that result. But your good friend Hans Moke Neiman was winning. So what are your thoughts about that game?
I mean, I didn't see that game at all, and I mean, mainly the reason I didn't see it because due to my time usage early on, I had to basically just sit at my board from about move 30 to move 40. So I really didn't see much of that game at all. I mean, it was a very very messy game from what I could tell, but I mean, as they say, what is the phrase? Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, and I saw Hans decided to play my knight c6 line, which of course I played against Richie Rich and the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin quite a while ago. So I mean that was about the extent of what I saw, but I didn't really get a chance to see that game. I mean, I really didn't get a chance to see most of the games, honestly. I periodically saw Fabi's game, but basically because my time usage was so shaky at the start of the game, I didn't really have time to be wandering like I usually do because I was always down to like 20 minutes. I was down to like 20 minutes in position. Like I felt like it was better, but it wasn't a situation where I could just waste time walking around.
Oh, by the way, we have a
So, I mean,
blunder
I didn't
here.
really look at most of the games.
We have a blunder here by Jumabayev. Apparently, what he should have done is just get rid of these pawns with Rook f8 or take here. But I guess it's a little bit dank. Yes, white can still defend, but I guess
Well,
Arjun,
wait,
do you think he's
actually,
just
wait a
going to win
second.
now?
It's a knight b2 here.
Well, but I don't understand. Can't you just go king e5?
Oh shoot.
Yeah, it's on the board.
On the board.
I mean, white's pawns are faster than black's pawns last I checked. Wow. I mean, pawns on g6, the other pawns on c5.
Yeah,
but
and Hikaru, the chat was also wondering, James and I were talking a little bit about like cartoons, which ones we were watching as we were younger. Which ones did you watch when you were a kid?
Cartoons.
You remember like Pokemon or stuff like that?
Honestly, I didn't really watch cartoons growing up. I mean, the only thing that I can think of that I watched, like, I mean, you have to understand. I think I said this on my stream, but a lot of people don't realize it's like I actually did not watch TV until I was 11 years old. Like, I mean, I just didn't have TV. I know for a lot of people, they're like, "Excuse me, what are you talking about?" But yeah, I didn't actually. I mean, I didn't have TV until I was 11 years old. So the only thing that I actually remember watching was was I remember watching the show on the WB, or I mean at the time it was the WB 11. And I think it was a show Pinky and the Brain. I remember watching that show a little bit, but like that was already when I was like I was fairly old. But yeah, I didn't have a TV, so I mean, or I had a TV, but I didn't actually like, yeah, I just didn't watch TV until I was 11 years old. So I mean, I grew up in the real world before everything got ruined. So yeah, what to say?
Mm-hmm. All right. So, do you think Arjun's just going to win here?
Oh, also someone mentioned, yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I mean, I don't think I watched that until I was quite a bit older, but I did watch a little bit of that too. And I remember when I was very young, I had some of the action figures.
Nice.
Because I do remember that very, very, very vaguely. But yeah, I didn't watch TV at all pretty much. Especially when I grew up in New York. Actually, like I remember right before we moved to New York, I think it's like when was this, like July of '93 or something? I remember before moving to New York. This is a funny story, but it was one of the few times I was watching TV. So I do remember the famous OJ chase. I actually did watch that because I was in California. That was before I moved to New York. But once I grew up in New York, the first like 5 years, I didn't have TV. So yeah, I just didn't watch stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
So,
it paid off as you could focus.
No,
on
I mean, for anyone who's
New
wondering,
York.
it's I'll tell you guys, it wasn't like by choice. I mean, we just didn't have TV. Like we had a TV, but we didn't have a connection or anything. We just watched the VHS tapes and things like that. But I didn't. Yeah, I didn't watch TV. So yeah. I mean, I know for most people they'd be like, well, what planet are you living in? But you know, there was a time for those of us who grew up during those days when like TV and phones and all this other stuff wasn't standard.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. So if you were Arjun here, how would you try to finish this game off?
I mean, I assume king. If you go king f6, is there some funny rook a6, sack the rook and the bishop or some nonsense? There's something funny here, like rook g6 or something weird.
Bishop
I mean, I assume you can get the pieces back here, but actually, can you? C4.
I assume white is too slow.
This is crazy. What an imbalance. Checking knight c3.
Yeah, I mean, this probably is winning. Yeah. This is just a study. Because if c4, you go rook a3, king a2, knight b4, king a1, and then you can probably check the king, and then you bring the king back to b1, and then knight a2, knight c3, and bring the king. Yeah. Yeah, knight c3 also works. Yeah. No, I mean, this is winning as well, of course. But yeah, so no, I mean, I think yeah, I assume Arjun will win, which kind of messes up the pairings a little bit, right? Because then it's not guaranteed that I play Yasipenko. I assume I do anyway, just because I'm the highest seed, but I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know either, because all of you will have had white, so it can really go either way. I mean, maybe you can also play like, I guess maybe wait, that IM is also on 3.5. So I guess one of you guys could also
won?
play IM. It was a draw with Sevian.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's kind of insane, honestly. I mean, where did this guy come from?
Right, bro. He's playing out of his mind.
Kazakhstan?
No, I didn't mean that. I just mean how old is he? Like, I've literally never heard of this dude.
Never heard of him either.
I'm going crazy.
Yeah, insane. But anyway, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm the top player, so I think by force I have to play. I mean, unless one of them's on doubles, I think it's guaranteed that I play either Arjun or Yasipenko. I mean, I think it's pretty much forced.
I never understand the whole pairing system. It's always pretty dank. But yeah, I do guess that you will. Let me think. So I guess, but then do you play number 2 or number 3?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at chat too. People are saying the guys played a lot of blitz. I mean, I'll just answer 2 quick questions. Yeah, I mean, people are playing blitz. Also, for the people who were asking about getting to IM or TV, I didn't become an IM at 11, so TV first. But most of my childhood actually was spent listening to like sports on the radio, like listening to Yankees and Knicks games on the radio. That's how I grew up. So I grew up in the real world before technology ruined everything. So anyway, just answering a couple of quick questions. But yeah, I don't know who I play, but I assume I play one of them. I mean, at this point, I'm tied for the lead. Like, I cannot complain. I mean, like, I'm tied for the lead. If I want some like weak pairing or some nonsense, like I have no right to expect that. So yeah, it's what it is. And then I guess also just to answer a couple other quick questions while people are here. It's funny because, of course, there's a tweet that was put out during the game about this whole schedule and all that nonsense. Which maybe is why like both of us got selected for a fair play search after the game. Obviously, I didn't tweet that, but nonetheless, I do think like because I just figure I can talk about this a little bit. I do think both those issues. A lot of people talk about the anti-cheating, for example, but I would argue that when it comes to rules and regulations in general, the players have to stand together as one, and it feels like in general that doesn't happen. For example, I know there was this big long thread or something about me, and people were calling me a drama queen or some other garbage for talking about the fines and everything. But at the end of the day, when I spoke about that, there just to give people some context, it basically is if you're more than 0 minutes late, like if you're not at your board at 2:30, I think is the time, they can fine you 500 euros. And frankly, there's no real difference between making it 0 and 3 minutes, and common sense should rule the day, because at the end of the day, everybody is having to, commute. Obviously, everyone's walking the site. I mean, the island is so small that you'd be crazy to stay further away. But for myself, for example, I'm 15 minutes away from the playing site. There are other players who are in hotels quite a ways down the promenade, and if you get stuck with a red light or there's some accident or something like that, you could end up being 1 minute late to the game. And also beyond that, people forget that there are, of course, security checks. So if there's a very long queue, since you have 150 players here, you could end up getting to the playing venue at, say, 2:28, and they're scanning someone in front of you. It takes them 2 minutes or something, and you don't make it to your game in time. And so just to talk about that, I think it's insane, because if you were to make it, say, 2 minutes or 3 minutes even, you would never have this issue, because everyone's still going to be aiming to arrive a couple of minutes before 2:30. So, when all was said and done, Fabiano actually spoke a little bit about that. And then finally, I think the organizer said, it was at their discretion. It wasn't going to be something where it's, talk to FIDE, not us, which was just nonsense. But at any rate, that's the first thing. Then also, secondly, as far as the schedule goes, there's no tournament in the world where you suddenly have a game starting hours earlier, unless it's the last round. Literally, I've never played a tournament in my entire life where outside of the last round event, it's suddenly earlier. And moving it earlier because suddenly there might be fireworks or some festival. Also, I think the players need to stand together and basically say something about it, but no one wanted to. And obviously, I'd already spoken about one issue, so I wasn't going to be the person to bring up the other one as well. But I think it's just frankly ridiculous that you have the situation where in the middle of the tournament, a round is starting 3 hours earlier. Because as a chess player, I played chess my whole life, and I think I speak probably for pretty much everybody who's playing here. When you start a tournament, you get into a routine. You have this routine, and sometimes in the last round, yes, you have a morning game, or the round is earlier, and you have to adjust to it. Everyone's dealt with it, but in no tournament do you suddenly have your routine messed up in the middle, where suddenly there's a game that's held in the morning. It's just that never happens at all. And so it's just I think it's insane, completely insane to have that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But Hikaru, you were saying that there could be a queue, you might be stuck in traffic. Could you make the argument that that is also the player's responsibility, and then arrive, let's say, 5 or maybe even 10 minutes earlier to the round?
Theoretically, yes, you could say that, but functionally, FIDE is the one that's pushing this whole like zero tolerance, where people lose games or get fined from the start. And traditionally, I think all chess players, they try to cram and study until the very last minute, right up until the game. So yeah, you could make that argument, obviously, if you want to. But speaking from the chess player's perspective, and the fact that players are always trying to cram and study up until the very last minute, and I'm pretty sure this is not just me, but this is most top players who do this. Something happened in this game, by the way, so I'm really confused. But
yes,
oh my god,
we have a blunder.
I thought the same thing. I thought you could.
But anyway, okay. Let me get back to what I was saying. Let me get back to what I was saying. What I was saying is that basically, I think at the end of the day, players are cramming. So yeah, you could say players should show up early, but as a player, speaking from the player's background, that's just what we do. You just spend every last second trying to prepare. So yeah, it's what it is. But again, if players want to talk about these issues, or these become a thing, like the players have to stand together and speak up about topics. It can't just be one person bringing it up and then arbiters respond to them and everyone else is just quiet and not saying anything. And also,
But
I mean, to get to the more pertinent point as well, like obviously for me, I don't care. I could show up 14 minutes late. Like I can take the $500 fine. It doesn't matter. But for most players in this tournament, $500 is a lot of money. I mean, it legitimately is a lot of money. And so I just think it's kind of unfair to have that one functionally saying zero or saying like the difference between 0 minutes and 3 minutes it's literally the exact same because everybody's going to be aiming to show up at 228 or 227 anyway.
I have a great idea. I have a great resolution. What if, you come late, they pay $500 to me? I think that'd be a good resolution.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy word.
In the meantime, by the way, Arjun blundered here, but Hikaru, question for you. How does Jumabayev punish the mistake here?
I'm trying to understand this, but I'm actually confused.
Takes rook a1.
Yeah. So
no, I mean takes rook a1, but then there's queen f4 check.
Right.
And you can't dodge the checks.
Right.
This is actually okay for black.
Weird, right?
I'm trying to understand this. Oh, is it some triangulation with the pawns or something? Wait, king b3, queen f3, king a2, queen a8. No, it's a b pawn. No. It's a b pawn. So there's no way.
But don't you have
f7,
c4?
gf7?
What about c4? Queen d2, king b3, queen e3, maybe just king.
King a2, king a2, queen a7. Maybe c3. No, but you go c3.
Queen d4.
King c2. Wait, sorry. Okay, so takes rook a1, queen, rook f1, queen f4, c4, queen d2, king b3, queen e3, c3, queen d6, king c2. Yeah, it's just a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Wait, sorry. How do you do it after queen d2?
You go
c4,
c3,
queen d2, king b3,
c3, queen d4, king b3.
Okay.
Queen e4, king b3, queen h1, c2.
What if I go queen d5? What about queen d5?
Yeah, queen d5. I go kings. I mean, okay, you show it on the board.
Okay, so apparently this is the move.
Yeah, I mean, also just for everybody who's wondering about this, just be clear. When you're doing studies as like a 2700, as like a 2600 plus player, I would say you never make the moves on the board. You always try to come up with a solution for the whole line. So that's why Benjamin and I are talking our heads instead of showing it on the board, because we're basically being the typical 2700 elitists and trying to like do it properly like we would at home, where like you set up a study on the board and you go through every single line. You do not make the moves. So that's the reason we're doing it for everybody who's wondering, but we will make the moves here because obviously this is online. Nobody cares. It's not this is not like proper studies. You don't have some old Russian guy like telling you, you have to find all these moves. So anyway, okay, so queen d2, king b3, right?
Well, yeah, first of all, sadly I'm not at 2700, which is why you're always disappointed in me, but wait, is it king wait, maybe it's this.
Yeah, but just c3. I mean, even just c3.
This way, yeah.
And just king c2 and I think king b3, right?
Yeah, you don't have enough
king
stuff.
c1. Maybe this is this. No, then queen g2.
Oh, blunder.
But you know what? You can also go queen g5, king b1. You could also go king b1 and try to win with c. I mean,
yeah, with c2.
the knight is too far away. Yeah.
But there's also rook h4, right? After rook a1.
Wait, sorry. After rook a1, what?
After rook a1, isn't there rook h4 check instead of queen?
Yes. Yeah, it's pretty dank, which is why Jumabayev is taking his time. So where do you go now?
Right.
No, but I mean, for Jumabayev, he should just play it. He has no other moves to play. Like either you take on f7 or you resign the game.
Or you lose, yeah.
I would think to b3.
Well, I mean, king a5, queen, and you just lose, right? That's pretty clear. Because
there's queen b5.
Queen b5. Oh man! Wow,
this is wicked.
I guess this is the way, and then we are here for another couple hours watching this game play out.
Yeah, very.
Let's check with the computer. Already.
But I mean, the thing that I don't understand about Jumabayev is why isn't he just playing it? There's no other move to play. You resign. Either you take on f7 or you just resign. Like I just don't understand why he's thinking.
Okay, so rook h4. Yeah, king a5 only move. That's not easy. And then you have queen b5
only
to block.
move. That's crazy.
No, but I mean, he's got to play it. I mean, you resign the game.
Look at this. Knight d6.
Oh, and can you hide the king? You can hide the king on c6 or something.
I guess so. Yeah, you just walk around. Wait, Is this a draw or is this winning for Arjun?
It's probably winning. Yeah, I mean, it's probably winning. Yeah.
So Arjun
But I
might
mean,
join you
it's
guys. Oh no, wait!
Yeah.
Look at this! This is insane, Hikaru. You go King A5 here, Queen.
You check first or something. Yeah, you check because you still have Queen B5 to trade the queens.
And you have like now the rook is active, whereas here they were stuck in the dryer.
Yeah, I mean, but see, like Jumabayev is wasting like 5 minutes here for no reason. Just play Bishop F7, Rook A1, and pray. That's all you can do.
That's it.
I mean, I just don't know why he's thinking. I mean,
what more are we at? Oh,
like what other moves are there here? There's literally no other move, is there?
No, it's you have to do this. Otherwise,
I mean, it's the only move.
Like, queen.
I don't understand the time thing. I don't know why he's using time here. I mean, you play Rook A1, and if it's losing, Arjun finds the win, and that's life. You just go on your way. But to be using time here is just ridiculous. I mean, what is he thinking? He's thinking he's going to queen and go Bishop G6. I mean, it takes all of 2 seconds to see that there's Queen F4 check, and you just lose.
Yeah, instantly. Like, take. Queen, appreciate it.
Or even
I mean, I don't know what he's even thinking about. It's the only move. No, I mean, the reason is it's not about being 2700. It's just that there's no other move. You resign the game otherwise.
Bishop takes F7 on the board.
There is.
Okay, so I mean, now I'll stick around with you guys for another like 5-10 minutes, because now we're gonna see, like, we should see a flurry of moves. Rook A1 will be played, obviously. Only move. Yep.
I guess
are they moved 60 yet or not?
Yeah.
Yes, this is the time they have. So 15 minutes for Arjun, 5 for Jumabayev. F8 is, I guess, too easy of a draw, but you might spend some time on it.
I mean, it's hard. It's really hard to judge here.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be Rook and Knight versus Rook. I mean, if Jumabayev finds Rook E1 check, which I actually think he will find, because like if you queen, it just looks so scary with the Rook on A1. And I think Rook E1, as long as you see Queen B5. But you know, the point here is also we're like everything is kind of forced now from Jumabayev. So even though Jumabayev is low on time, Arjun is going to have to use his time, and Jumabayev's moves are just pure reaction to whatever Arjun does. So the time probably isn't that big of a deal for Jumabayev here. Because if you queen, you take the rook. Queen F4, C4. I mean, you get these really fast moves. Like all your moves are reactions, and it's not hard to see where the checks with the knight are, or where the skewers are to lose the rook on H1. So I actually think Arjun's going to have to use a lot of time and try to come up with something. Or he'll play Rook H4, and then Jumabayev, if he finds Rook E1, draws the game, or otherwise loses.
Yeah, it would definitely be impressive if you find... I mean, I guess King A5 and Rook E1, I guess you find it through elimination.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, probably. Like, I don't think it's hard to spot, is what I would say. I don't think it's hard.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem that difficult, but I'm not sure, again, at the end of the day.
And Hikaru, you mentioned a couple days ago that you were not feeling well at the Isle of Man. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, I feel fantastic. I think I'm very fortunate that I was very, very sick for 2 days, and basically, I mean, yesterday morning was pretty bad, but by the time of the game, I kind of was okay. And today, I mean, I still have some stomach issues, but I feel amazing, and I think. I mean, I would just say I'm very lucky that I have people around me who take care of me, and basically try to make me feel good and give me a lot of tea every morning, every afternoon. And it makes a big difference, because I was not doing very well for the last 2 days.
Feel good, you play good, man. Nutrition is important, bro. Definitely. And how much sleep you get?
I mean, I'm getting sleep, but as I said, I mean, very clearly 2 days ago, I had a fever. I had headaches. I was like shivering when I went to sleep. It was very, very, very bad. But I mean, when you have people taking care of you, I mean, it's sometimes things work out. So like today, for example, I felt fine. The previous 2 days were horrible. So I think I got very lucky that I was only probably sick for 2 days, and now it's all gone. But yeah, I'm just a little bit lucky, but I feel fine now.
Yeah, well, good to hear that Lil Jon is taking good care of you.
Yeah, good one, you guys.
Sorry, I saw it in the chat. I had to.
Come on, what do you guys think I am? I'm like Dwight Howard or something? Seriously, come on. Anyway, yes. So
let's get back to the chess. So, but yeah, it's good to hear. Like, you were apparently feeling a little bit sick, but you won anyway. And today you're feeling well, and you won again. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's been pretty good, but I mean I'll stay with you guys for another. Let's just see what the next two moves are.
So I guess
let's
Arjun's
just see.
gonna go for Rook H4. Yeah, it's too
I mean,
it's too easy.
I mean, I guess
That's nice.
the problem is again, if you don't see the win with F8 Queen, like if you don't see it, like if Arjun spends like 4 or 5 minutes looking, he doesn't see the win with F8 Queen, then he will play Rook H4 just because it keeps the pieces on the board. And
Yeah.
there's no automatic like forced simplification. So I think that's a
Mhm.
lot because Arjun probably you spend like 3 to 4 minutes looking at it, and then if you don't see it, yeah, and he played Rook
You play
H4,
Rook
right?
H4
Exactly.
check, yeah.
King F5.
But now
good
King
move.
A5 only move, obviously. But the big question is, will he play Rook E1? This is the $1 million
I
question.
think he will, because we're always told that you have to look for checks and captures, and hey, this is a
Every
check.
move,
And
yeah.
but like
Yeah, the big
B1
moment.
Queen Knight D6, it might not be that intuitive that you just lose there, right?
I mean, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's not easy. I'll hang with you guys for one move. So let's see what we get. Yeah,
Okay,
let's see what we get, because Rookie one, the longer that Jumabayev thinks, the more likely Rookie one becomes as well.
Yeah.
Like I feel like this is the moment where if you spend like 10 seconds, you play Queen. But if you spend like a minute here, I think you actually do find Rookie one.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I mean, this game, yeah, I just wanted to point this out real quick. The game between Duda and Bartel is still going on. What do you think about this one?
Whew, another long game. I mean, I assume the dude is going to win, but I mean, again, the problem with this end game too, it's similar to the other one where basically all black's moves are very easy. You just react to whatever white does, and you try to get one of the basic setups. But I mean, technically, I feel like this should be winning for white somehow. I don't know how, but should be winning.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it's again tough games, but let's go back to the other ones. I mean, I don't want to hang around all night. I do need to go eat dinner. So let's see if we get Rookie one, because that's also the game. That's the only game that matters for me. Yeah, see, the longer Jumabayev uses here, the more likely Rookie. I think Rookie one is going to be played now. The fact that he's used a minute, I think it's once you sort of take once.
Oh, he queens!
Blunder!
Wow, he
He
blunders
queens! Dang.
But okay, the win
gonna
here is
find
what
96.
but you hide the king on D7, right?
I mean, you also have the rook
yeah.
to block. So let's see.
Right,
So 96
exactly.
is the move.
I think you just hide the king
Check.
on D7, right? You just have
Yeah.
the monster. You have the jumbo pony, and you just hide the king on D7 with the knight shielding everything.
Queen
Yeah.
E8 coming.
He's got 12 minutes to figure it out and make you guessing about the pairing. And yeah,
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll wait. Let's see, because I mean, it's knight D6 or queen C5. That's it. But I think he'll play knight D6, queen C5, queen B5 is obviously rook and knight versus rook, which should be a draw. I mean, the only reason he doesn't go knight D6 is because he sees the boogeyman and he's worried he's going to hang a rook or something like he did against Noterbeck. That's literally the only reason he doesn't play knight D6. Otherwise, it's a very obvious move.
And,
I mean, basically the way you look at these positions is you see, like, is there something that's hanging? Like, if you play knight D6, is there some way for black to like checkmate the king or win the rook? And if you don't see it, then you just play it. That's essentially how the how the thought process. I mean, at least my thought process would go here. Is like I would look at knight e6 and I would see like queen e1, rook e4, king is hiding like king e6, king d7. I would see like queen b2, king e6, rook e1, king d7, and then I'd be like, okay, well, if he has some magic and I'm missing it, so be it. And yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
What a game!
Yeah.
Bro. What a game!
What a fine in the 6th or what is it, 7 hour already? So
yeah, I mean, I'm not shocked at all that he played it because you literally see, can you win the rook or is there some way to checkmate the king? And once you don't see that, you just trust your instincts and you just play it. So yeah, so I mean, I guess that means Arjun is going to win, so he'll join us, and I assume that means I play either Arjun or Yesipenko tomorrow. So it's gonna be a fun day, I guess you could say.
It's gonna be nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting day of chess. And Hikaru, I just wanted to show you this game of Hans real quick. You said you missed most of the action, but just a question for you. Hans missed a win. It was pretty wild. They both got really low on time. He missed a win right here. What do you think he should have done?
Okay, so there's a win for black in this position. Okay, let's see. So, okay, well, obviously it's not rook f4. It's not.
And
it's not an f8 rook.
And how disappointed are you in Hans for missing the win?
I mean, I'm assuming it's g5 probably, but let me try and do a little bit of calculation here. I'm just looking at what are the logical moves. Like g5 is an. I mean, this is where like you tell me it's winning, so like there's certain types of moves that I look for. Whereas if you don't know it's winning, it's much harder to spot stuff. So g5 is a move that makes sense. What else is there? Maybe there's some triangulation like queen. No, queen b4, bishop c6, and at least right off, I don't see a win. Queen c5, king g2, rook e7, queen c6. Wait, queen c5, king h1. Actually, wait a second. No, wait a second. No, rook e2, there's queen d6. Queen c5, rook e2, queen d6. Huh. Queen c5, king h1. Yeah, I don't see the win right off. But this is so simplified, but let me take another minute to try and solve it.
Well, the thing is, Hans had 2 minutes, so time is ticking.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you tell me it's winning. Like, if you don't know it's winning, like I'll be straight up. If you don't know this position is winning, you're looking for a way to simplify and make the draw here because I mean, white has the 2 bishops for the rook. So yeah, like rook e2 seems like the move, but it doesn't work. So queen d6. So what else could it be? Let me think for like another 30 seconds here.
I don't know if queen d6 was necessarily the problem, but also kind of what Farouja did with bishop takes c6. I mean, there was a win down the line, but it was very
sure.
big.
Let me think for a second. Okay, let me think. Okay. Queen c3, rook d. Wait, no, queen c3, rook f1 though. Also, by the way, I have to tell you guys that it's such a pain trying to calculate on a small screen like this. I got to be honest. Like during a
screen,
like before Norway chess, I actually played in the Chess Champions Tour, and I played from Norway on my laptop. And like trying to do like serious calculations on a small screen is just absolutely painful. It's truly painful to do. Maybe that's why I lost both my matches so horribly to Ali Reza and Jordan. But yeah, it's really painful actually trying to do it. Like on my nice gigantic screen, it feels much better. But give me a second. What could it possibly be? Yeah, I don't actually see it right off. I don't see it. So you can just tell me what it is.
Apparently the move is rook fe8.
Rook fe8. It's just completely winning.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of move that I think once you see it, like once I see the move, it's very obvious, but I mean that's a tough move to play. That's a very tough move. Because I guess the point is the bishop on b7 is just stranded. So like if white like goes queen back, there's probably some way to triangulate and win that bishop. The bishop gets stuck on b7. Okay, rook fe8. Okay. Yeah, see, that's a move that either you see it or you don't see it. Like, I mean, either you see the move or you don't see it. It's that simple. It's really just that simple.
I guess I mean, either you see it, you're like, oh, that looks good, but you might just not be thinking about it.
Yeah, if you don't see it, then no. I mean, it's just that simple. And yeah, with 2 minutes on the clock, I think it's very hard to spot. Yeah. I mean, with 2 minutes, it's very hard to spot. I mean, I think if anybody's 10 minutes, probably everybody finds it. With 2 minutes, and considering the situation, I'm not too surprised. So yeah, that's what it is.
All right, let's see if Arjun has won already. Queen b2 king.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna win. So I'm gonna get going on my way because I mean it's getting pretty late. So I need to go eat. I need to do a recap. So yeah. So I'll leave you guys there. And I'll see everybody with my recap. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, of course.
Cool, man. Good luck tomorrow.
Good luck, Hikaru, and have a great rest of your evening.
All right. See you guys. Have a good one, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, see you. Have a good one. Bye. All right. Always great to hear his thoughts. And it seems like he's in a good mood. He's feeling better and better. And James, it looks like Arjun is going to win this game and join the leaders.
That's a dub. That is a dub there, but he's doing, I mean, great chess, man. Arjun always, he was on the come up. We've seen him do his thing. He's just doing another one here. What was this opening again? I forgot what they played out the opening.
This is a Rui Lopez.
It was a Rui. Okay.
Yep.
So
okay. E6. Yeah, but yeah, Jumabayev running out of time, running out of checks. This one is about to be over.
He finds a check, but that's only one, big dog. I'm going to go to D7 and give you an awkward look across the screen, across the table. Hey, bro, I know this was a crazy game, but this one is a wrap.
Yeah, and the king over here is completely stuck as the rook is cutting it off along the fourth rank. So white has all these checkmating ideas, and king D7 looks very natural as there's not a single check on the board.
Is that just mating? Everything is mating. I mean, I was looking at king d7, but then queen a6, queen d8, queen b6, knight c4, which is ridiculous. Actually, in some cases. But I mean, we pinned up right now. So where's this win? King d7, queen a6, Oh yeah, Queen D8, Queen B6, Knight C4. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Okay, so King D7 now. Yeah, Queen A8 is coming. I mean, you have Queen A6. I mean, let's say you move the rook, right? Check. Then you have Rook A4. So
Right.
this one looks like it's about to be over. But I just had a quick look. Hikaru is gaining 7 points from this tournament. So he's having a great event.
Beautiful. 7 points up.
Yeah.
Amazing. And it got feeling good, feeling better, and we got games left.
Yeah, now some people in the chat might be thinking, okay, 7 points, what is the big deal? And by the way, Jumabayev loses. He might have lost on time after playing the move Rook E1, or he's pointing out that he should have played Rook E1 instead of that move. What is it? Just Queen.
Oh. Yeah, they might be analyzing the. Yeah, Rook went back. They like analyzing the game. Good job, Berg.
So tough loss for Jumabayev, but it's so difficult, right? They're 6.5 hours in. He has to find a good move with little time on the clock. And unfortunately for him, he misses. But after this round, that means that we will have 3 leaders. We have your favorite streamer, Hikaru Nakamura. We have Esipenko and Arjun Erigaisi all on 4 out of 5. So Hikaru will probably play one of those 2. And I guess the other one will probably play that IM.
Yeah, IM is a beast, bro. We're going to see how it pans out. That's going to be fun. So, well, Hikaru at the top dog at the top of the whole thing. Looking good, 4 out of 5. It's been going Arjun.
Yeah,
it's gonna be heavyweight. He has what does he have tomorrow? Black pieces. Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I think he will have black. He is the highest seed, so I think his pairings get preference. Like he will switch. But let's see, we still have one more game ongoing here between Duda and Bartel, which might be a draw objectively, but unpleasant for black to defend, I would think.
Oh yeah, definitely. It is lots of checks though. I do notice I can keep you probably at bay. Maybe try to win this h3 pawn, but that's a quite difficult task as well. The question is, how does white actually win? It's configuration of pieces.
But by the way, I also just realized that IM also had white today, so I have no idea who's going to play who. Maybe none of them will even play the IM. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see for the pairings of tomorrow.
All good. All good. We got a dub today, chat. Energy because of you. You know what I mean? Everybody was here. Stuff was good. Positive vibes everywhere. And we got to win with another game tomorrow. See.
All right, everyone. So I think with all of that being said and done, all good things come to an end. So we are going to wrap up over here. James, it was a lot of fun covering the action with you today, but tomorrow is another day. And let's hope that Hikaru can get another win.
It's gonna be amazing to see another win tomorrow. Or of course we were hoping for that. That's what we want. But it was a great day today. Learned a lot. It was good hanging with all of you guys. Bach, you back tomorrow?
Yep, I'll be back tomorrow.
Nice.
I think we'll have Ostrovsky joining as well. But yeah, make sure to tune in tomorrow, everyone. Same time, same place. Send in that energy, and we will send Hikaru to the candidates. James, do you have any last words for us today?
Chat, keep up the energy. Clock in, clock out, chat. Okay, make sure you're getting paid your big bucks that you're getting paid to be here. So take it up with the chat if you're not getting paid. So shout out to everybody being here. It was awesome. It's been a great Bach, man. Great day. And more chess coming tomorrow. So have a good day, everybody. All that good stuff, right?
See you all tomorrow.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.
bye.